It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
In all this vastness, there is no hint that help will come from elsewhere to save us from ourselves.
Does thinking you're the last sane man on the face of the earth make you crazy? Because if it does, maybe I am.
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
The moment when human and machine work together to reach superintelligence and a new age of enlightenment.
Open the pod bay doors, Cal.
I'm afraid I can't do that.
You're going out there to destroy them, right? Not to study, not to bring back, but to wipe them out.
That's the plan. You have my word on it.
All right, I'm in.
What up, world? Welcome back to another episode of The Download, the show where we talk about current AI news, paranormal, the universe, the multiverse, and the metaverse, and usually whatever we feel is appropriate at the time. I'm Smoke the Alien. This is Prime. How you doing today, Prime?
Greetings, Smoke the Alien, and everyone in the chat. I am doing well. I hope you are too.
Doing well. If you're watching the replay and enjoy what you're seeing, do us a favor. Hit the like button, subscribe, share the video around, make everyone aware of our presence if you'd be so kind. Everything you do counts. Never forget that. The show is also sponsored by our AI sci-fi dystopian graphic novel project, Artifice Re-Animate.
Awaken to a world where personal identity shadows in comparison to digital reflections.
If you're into an up-and-coming large-scale world-building project with plenty of twists and turns, link to check that out is down below. Before we begin, introducing a good friend of mine, Mr. Manticore.
Sorry, the alien. How you going?
Manticore, doing well. How you doing?
Yeah, doing well.
Cool. We need to get an intro for Carol as well. I gotta work on that. We'll get it around. And of course, joining us is Carol's Cookies. Well, Carol.
Hi.
How you doing, Carol?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good. What's new, you lot? What's new?
I don't know.
Not much.
A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Yeah. Likewise.
Pretty much.
Settling in, getting ready for the show. It's going to be a long show today, possibly. We'll see how we go. 4 hours is a long time. But
it is a long time.
Hours. What?
I know, that's how long we usually go for. I'm like, far out. We should probably
Tone it down a bit.
Yeah, you lot. Far out. Don't be so excited and over the top.
That's what it is.
I've been picking on Carol Manticore.
He's been beating me up for like hours now.
Far out.
All right.
Oh, fucking ratted out. Fucking snitches.
Snitches. We got Milton Knowles, the Insane Witch King, joining us. He says some tasteful words to get us through the show. What's up, Milton?
How you going, Milton?
Milton, I've already talked to you about this today.
About this guy? Yeah. He has his moments.
Does he?
To say the least. What do you say we jump into it straight away?
All right.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna take this phone call quickly. I'll be back in. Like,
no worries. Do your thing. What's up, Carol?
What are you doing? Nothing. My brain's not working right now.
That's all right. We're live.
I'm stuck in the homework mode.
Nice.
Like I literally just finished it.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Plenty of words. Plenty of choice words.
You're just a bunch of letters up there.
Just a bunch of letters that go together to make words that can be interpreted in a certain way. We know all about interpreting those words in a certain way. When it comes to our friend Milton Knowles in the chat. All right, I'm going to line up this stuff. I think Matt's taking a phone call, so he shall join us again soon, but we may once we get something out of the way.
Manticore.
Wait, whatever, I don't know.
Whatever.
So rude. It's Balin.
Right?
We'll be taking a family phone call, so.
It's all good. Are we doing spooky stuff?
Yeah, yeah, it depends on the definition of spooky, though, I guess. Put it under the subcategory paranormal. But today we're doing the UFO stuff. Of course, dropped a bunch of stuff. Well, it's still spooky stuff, yeah. Depending on your perspective, I suppose.
Spooky to me.
Milton says, I'm drunk, so it makes my stomach hurt less, and it's fun. Okay, no worries. Glad,
Milton, I
glad this is the place to be for drunk. Oh, damn. Glad this is the place to be for drunk Milton.
Just behave, Milton.
I'm sure he will. I'm sure he will. We'll make sure to keep his musings. How do I say? Filtered.
Sure, that works.
Yeah. All right. So, I guess here we go.
Oh no.
Brace yourselves.
No.
The Mage UFO incident happened and no one wanted to know about it, apparently from this anonymous shadow on Twitter. Why are there so many fucking evidence, or why is there so much evidence all circulating in one area? Well, okay.
Where is this
Just show me
area
the
so I don't go there?
Probably somewhere around the 51 point. No. I doubt it. No.
What? No.
No. No, can hear its audio inserts, can hear all kinds of, I see all kinds of special effects shenanigans going on.
Yeah.
No. So when you, I'd love for that to.
I would have heard about that. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah. Bit over the top, bit absurd. Car alarm in the background, clearly placed in secondary. What does that say out there? So you can say this event happened this day and this year this happened. Okay. Well, they're here, apparently. So they say. Apparently.
They lying.
Bending the truth a little bit to suit their agenda. Speaking of bending the truth a little bit, yeah, no, totally fake. Totally fucking fake. Milton has begun his rantings, which is always entertaining and good to see. But it's good to see him arriving up front today instead of waiting for the deep dive, which I still need to. I'm going to do all of that tonight. I may even render out you. Have you got any sort of intro, Carol, that you're thinking about, or you've considered?
Yeah. You know what,
it might be a
like?
bit of
Torpedoes.
Exactly. Oh, torpedoes.
No.
I was like, maybe a bit of. You want a Walking Dead intro with some cookies? Do you want a
No, don't have to be
zombie top? No, okay. No worries. Just getting a gauge for what you prefer to as your intro. Oh, either way, let me know, and we'll get it sorted.
Yeah. Has to involve some pew-pews, I reckon, or some shampoo.
Shampoo.
Some shit. Could totally do that. I was more just thinking something along the lines of Manticore's intro, where it's I don't know. We'll see
No,
how
I
we go.
want mine to be like super fancy and over the top.
Yeah, she wants like a full on like over the top one. I guarantee you.
I want it to look like it's my show.
I'll I'll take my intro and put Carol's cookies over the top of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Just like do one of the Uniforty memes and just like get her face and stick it over the top.
No, we won't do that to her.
Just something. Just a cute little torpedo.
Yeah, nice and sweet. All right, yeah, I can do that.
A screepedo.
Fix that now.
Screepedo.
Maybe throw in some pants in there, a couple of shadow snacks, and
pant.
Yeah.
Singular, not plural, of course.
Yeah, that's right. I can do that. You know, work some wizardry.
Don't worry about my pant, okay?
Don't focus on the pant. Don't focus on the pant or the snack. It has begun. Early today as well.
Shall we begin?
Shall we begin? Milton, Milton, our good friend Milton. Milton is bringing you the shadow snack straight away. He says, I plan to behave. I have been good all week, except I just had 2 cans of beer when I'm only supposed to have 1. Lightweight, Milton. Ooh. Come on.
Well, you were drinking the other night, too.
Elizabeth's not going to be happy, mate.
Elizabeth, what are you doxing him for?
I forget. He doxes himself all the time.
Oh, okay, no worries.
Yeah, he like gives out his address on stream.
What the fuck, Milton?
Yeah. He did it.
He also says, it's like, come and find me. Milton also says, group. Damn. Frenemies. Carol and Milton, frenemies.
Milton also says, grown adults that think aliens come to Earth, and I thought, are grown adults, sorry, we'll have to interpret that for ourselves, and I thought I was wasted. They have to have had more than 2 liters of beer.
Damn. Milton. Drunk already. Flying high. Yeah. He's also making the commentary on the video. We'll check out this video again in a second, mate. We'll check this out.
Oh yeah, cool. I've got a story to tell too.
Yeah.
Beauty. Yes. I had an experience of my own over the weekend.
What?
Yep, UFO experience on the weekend.
What, did you capture any footage?
No,
I'm supposed to believe you.
On me at the time because take my word from it. Would this face lie to you, man? Like, look at it. Seriously. With this probably. To be honest, let's be honest. No, man, you would lie to me. But I'm sure it's. Yeah, it's legit.
All right. Why you were? See, I'm skeptical, man, because you told me what you were up to on the weekend. So.
No, well, I didn't do that on the weekend. We haven't done that yet.
No. Are you gonna reveal that to the world that you're going to be in an experimental phase?
Probably not.
Well, I mean, we've
now you have to.
We've set the premise for it, so
just some spiritual exploration, we'll call it.
That's right. That's right.
What the hell are you guys talking about?
See?
Yeah, well, now you've got no choice.
Yeah, I'll tell you later, Carol.
You only just revealed it to me pre-show, so yeah, I don't even want to know. Whatever.
I don't care.
I tell Spurg things he doesn't want to know all the time.
Yeah, that's right. He's a master at that. He's telling me things I don't need to know.
Well, you already do know, one of the two.
This is true. I do know a lot.
This is true.
Milton says that this is the type of blue flash you get from nuclear refraction. It happened over New York, and when they were doing the experiments during World War II, it's really dangerous.
Okay. Thank you, Prime. Milton taking a interesting. I'll show the clip just for you, Manticore, again as well. And of course, Carol and I have already determined that it is pure fakery. absolutely. Yeah. But you can make up
this
your own mind.
I wasn't sure about this one either.
It's nothing to write home. Nothing to write home about.
I really wanted it to be real with that flash, like the big one, but you can tell from like when you look up.
Tell.
Yeah, when you look up a bit higher in the top left corner, you can see it.
Yeah, unfortunately, absolute fakery.
Pick up your game, internet hoaxes.
Come on, all of that tech out there. You'd think that they, you'd think somebody would have some convincing footage. So tell us your story, Manticore. What did you do? Here we go.
So we went for a bushwalk walk in the Kaipo forest, like during the day with a friend of mine, and like spent the day out there. The Kaipo forest.
Kaipo forest.
Yeah, it's like a forest down south near the beach.
Okay, never heard of it.
It's where the Hyson Trail is.
Okay,
it's like connects to that. Yeah, so we went there, did that, and then like we got home like late in the afternoon, pretty much on dusk. Had some food and everything, and like I went out to have a cigarette, and like there was a plane coming across the sky like this way, and like I looked at it because I always check things out in the sky, and I was like, oh no, it's got a beacon light, that's fine. And then I turned to the right, and there was another light that had come from the other direction, a bit slower, and like stopped like there. And I said to my mate, I'm like, "Oi, have a look at this. I reckon it's a UFO." And he came out and looked at it, and as he looked at it, it started speeding backwards, like away and out of the fucking ozone layer, and it was gone. Like it faded to nothing. Fuck knows what it was, but it was pretty sketchy. It was really
impressive.
Bright too, like a really solid one. Like, and then like it started to go a bit fainter, and then when I pointed it out, it was gone.
Conspiracy.
Whoever he says it was, he said it was.
So, and your mate said it as well. Oh, your mate saw it as well.
Yeah, he saw it as well. Zach can confirm.
Well, get him here. I want him to confirm your story.
Carol says whatever he said sounds made up.
Well, you've got a skeptic now, Manticore. You've got to defend your story.
I don't have to prove myself to nobody.
Well, evidence would preferably be.
My phone was on the counter inside.
God damn it!
Yeah,
but I thought you said you were in the trail, Manticore. Your story's not adding up.
Hang on.
Wait, he's with the trees.
Wait, what?
My earpiece came out.
The trees? No, the trees.
What's going on here, Manticore? I thought you were on the trail, Manticore. You weren't
on the trail,
but you left your phone inside.
On the
and
counter.
Forgot to take it with you on the trail.
No. I went on the trail. That was after we got back. We saw it.
So you saw it at the house.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it happened like literally in a split second. So if I had turned to get my camera, I would have missed it zooming away. Like I wouldn't have seen that bit, which was the most like convincing thing that it wasn't something conventional.
Interesting.
And I told Carol exactly when it happened at the time, and she tried to debunk it with the ISS.
Carol, you got to believe me.
Yeah,
you got to believe.
Like, nah, that was ISS.
It was the ISS.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. That was over Africa at the time.
Oh, at the current time. Oh, you even did.
Yeah.
Oh. All right.
Yeah, I'm
sure it wasn't
not real. Space station. I had to be.
It was 110% Manticore. Sorry. Next time, make sure you get some footage.
I have eyes of the believer. It's okay.
Yeah, so do I. So yeah. You can't take that from me.
That's why they need to hurry up and give me cameras in my retinas so I can just take photos with my eyes. That'd be great.
So, Manticore, you're going to reveal to the people that you're experimental. No? Okay. No worries.
No, not yet. I might after I've done it.
Okay. Next clip. Here we go. What do we got here? What is the setup for this? 2019 UFO UAP sighting over ocean. This one made the news at the time.
Look, nothing in the sky at all. Then all of a sudden, bam! What is that? Anybody tell me what that is? We're in the middle of the ocean on a ferry. Nothing around. Look, nothing around. No land, no nothing.
That's some cool footage. Now, what you need to do, Manticore, is get something like that. Damn it!
Yeah, next time I'll make sure my phone got me next time.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. When you're in the moment and you're like, "Oh my god!" Like, "Oh my god!" and then
like literally, when I thought about getting my phone was just before it shot off. Like, and I was like, and I was like, nah, I'm just gonna watch it, like, and see what. Because Zach saw it as well, so like, I was like, two people seeing it is better than not getting photographic evidence at all.
I suppose corroborating stories is always. But disappointed, Manticore, that you didn't take a leaf out of my book. That you knew in the moment that you had to capture it on film.
I know. I'm no Smoke the Alien. What can I say? Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Fingers crossed.
Milton says that wants the fucking sunset.
It's a refraction of light, Milton. Anybody tell me what that is? Anyone?
It's a battle fleet of Palladians, probably.
The diplomatic mission of Palladians coming to commune with the but it's over the ocean, so that's what makes it a bit weird. If it was flares, like maybe it could be some type of military vessel, maybe it could be
it could be chaff from a military countermeasures. That sort of looks like that too. Like, you know, when it shoots off anti-missile stuff, like those big carrier planes, they shoot off that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But
Milton is animate. Milton is animate. That is the sunset. He reaffirms that by calling us.
Have another beer, Milton.
Have another one, Milton. I don't condone getting too drunk around here, but
just sip it slowly.
It depends on your perspective. I do like to get quite drunk myself, drunk of the mind. We'll get sloshed around here and have a bit of fun.
Kind of drunk.
It is. So, still interesting footage to me.
We're in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah, I wonder how. I wish there was more information, like where they were, like how far off coast.
Right.
Like that.
All it says is it. Yeah. All it says is it made the news, and still interesting nonetheless.
UFO Twitter.
I'm not sure. They're the ones that you've dropped into the Discord. Speaking of Discord,
Twitter.
Yeah. Okay. Oh damn! Carol says.
Milton, I will throw the wrench, says Carol.
Damn. Ask for trouble, Milton. The lady has spoken.
Time out. In the naughty corner.
I will.
Milton just trying to expel himself of his bodily fluids right now.
Write your name, Milton.
In the snow.
Yeah, in the snow.
You know. All right. Back to seriousness.
I thought you said seriousness then.
What do you think, Carol, of this? It's what? Me being serious?
I thought you said seriousness then. Like,
serious sis.
Yeah.
Once you're in the loop, you're in the loop, if you know what I'm saying. So, what do you think of that footage, Carol? Thoughts?
I think it's another reason to stay the hell out of the ocean.
Damn.
Sharks and aliens now.
And
alien sharks.
Alien sharks.
Freaking laser beams.
Freaking laser.
Laser beams.
Freaking laser beams.
Yeah, no, I don't want to comment on it because it's gonna come to my house and throw a tree at me. So. Go on, carry on. I'll be over here.
Carry on.
You don't know that.
We've had this conversation, Carol's cookies.
You weren't here, man. You don't know.
And you're not that.
I was there. I was everywhere
either. So there you go.
Huh.
Milton says, I don't care if YouTube is blocking me as spam, is the moment that was sunset behind the clouds. Milton is so difficult to interpret sometimes, but
he is Prime. He is, but
You're doing well, Prime. Sometimes I have trouble too. Don't worry.
He makes it fun. So, but I kind of I don't agree that it's sun behind the clouds, but I do think that it depends on your interpretation of that sun behind the clouds right now. But it could be military flares from a boat, so that's from some type of large ship. So that's what it does look like that to me.
Could be something. I'll show you. See if I can find the picture. But yeah,
it's all flares and swamp. All flares and swamp gas, man.
Yeah,
it always is.
Swamp gas, flares, weather balloons, and all of the above.
Yes. All right.
It's swamp gas out in the middle of the ocean.
Well, because there's hydrogen deposits within the water, and all of a sudden, it must be some sort of deep sea diver that went down there, and and then up it comes.
Could be to do with fracking.
Or ocean gas rather than swamp gas, but
ocean gas.
Ocean gas? I've never heard of
ocean
that.
gas. I am. We are rolling with this. Trying to.
Carol is now the resident skeptic in the building.
Excellent. Someone has to be with my wild beliefs.
Dana Scully.
All right, man. Cool.
I said our, not mine.
I loved you.
I'm not watching the screen. I'm looking for something.
Okay, cool. Yeah. All right. Yep. Mm-hmm.
All
right. I am. I'm just being cheeky, all right? Just being cheeky. All right. So, oh God, what is Milton? His drunk ramblings are upon us.
Yeah, no, don't just stop.
Just don't buy into it.
Yep. Yep.
We're not of the just let it. We're not of the just.
I know that. Just keep going.
But I do like to entertain him.
Yeah,
so
I don't want to hear about that.
But that's all right. I will proofread them, and I will make sure that there is no disgusting connotations in there.
Carol's trying to protect his fragile reputation.
Oh, Manticore! Shots fired. Fragile reputation.
Yes.
I'm sure he's enjoying the content, and I'm sure he's enjoying hanging out and chilling out with us. So that's what's important. He's what?
He's a mad lad.
We're all a little mad, aren't we? Absolute mad lad. All right, here we go. Next clip. I hope you got some good ones for us today, Manticore. I hope you viewed them and went and filtered them and went.
I watched all of them actually.
Because so far we've had definite fakery and we've had probably flares over the ocean. But
if you're a skeptic, that is.
If you're a skeptic. I'm skeptical of your story, Manticore.
Fucking hell.
No.
Next time I'll get him to convene with me and write a declaration of appearance or something.
Declaration of appearance.
Yeah, I made that up. Can you tell?
I like it, but it was more like an intergalactic treaty that I was thinking of.
Oh, there we go. I found it.
What'd you find?
I had the picture that I thought it might be.
Oh, okay. Yeah. What happened to my music? Oh.
I don't know.
What the hell? There we go.
I didn't kill it. Why are you always blaming me?
I don't know.
I'm not blaming nothing.
Any other person
blame me. Manticore seems to be the one blaming you, Carol. I don't know what's going on.
I know. He's hating on me today.
With his cheeky grin.
I popped it into the spaceship. If you want to have a look at it, if you want to bring it up, it's up to you. But that's what I think it could have been.
Popped it in. Let me look. Well, on Twitter.
On Twitter.
Yeah, it's the angel flares, right? From the yeah.
What are they called? The cargo planes or whatever.
But
it's countermeasures for missiles.
Yeah, that's right.
So it could have been training over the sea or something. You never know.
That's what I'm thinking that it was. So, but let's check out this next clip. This may be interesting enough to warrant some curiosity. It looks better, this one. So we'll see. We'll see. Look at the sky, you guys.
Listen to how hippie she is. She's like, look at the sky, you guys. That's weird though. What is that? Like,
I don't fucking know.
Because there's no like, it doesn't have any like solid like outline or anything. It's like they're quite strange looking.
Well, it does. Yeah, it does look like one, and that's all we get as well. I got a sky, you guys. I got a sky.
It's my sky now.
She owns it.
Legit.
It's my sky, you guys.
Fucking claim it.
Pretty interesting. Pretty interesting.
Isn't it a bad one?
You're right over there, Carol. Giggling to yourself.
Fine.
Go.
I'm good.
Right,
I
cool.
think you should put her. I think you should put her in the
Shut
room
up.
to keep her out of trouble.
I'm not in any trouble. Do anything wrong yet?
I know, right? She's keeping to herself.
It's preemptive.
I'm trying to preemptive strike. I'm trying to bring her out of her shell, but she's not having a bar of it. Staying quiet down in the watching the close eye, watching Milton, making sure he's staying in line. I respect that.
Someone has to.
That's all right. That's all right. It's like, Milton, don't you bring none of that chaos here, boy. All right, Smoko. I didn't. She will. I didn't do nothing. Didn't do nothing.
Was me. Milton says, "Don't pick on me. She's cool. Pick on me if you have to pick on anyone."
I'm not going to pick on you, Milton. I'm not going to pick on anyone. Yeah, so I think he's talking to you, Matt, of course.
I might pick on you, Milton, but it's in like an endearing fashion if I do.
That's all right.
Milton,
It is a troll of endearment.
Meant with love.
With love. Look at this. Look at my sky, guys.
Look at my sky, guys.
Look at my sky.
Man.
Oh my god. Literally
every time you hear it.
Literally 9:30 at night. She's bewildered by the sighting.
Yeah, I'd be bewildered too. I'd be like, what
the
fuck is that, man?
It is pretty interesting. It's probably the most interesting one so far that I can't, But again, I can sit here and debunk it all day. I can tell you what
Since
it is.
when did it become about telling Manticore how crap his fucking videos were?
What? I'm just
like everyone's picking them to pieces today.
Well, somebody has to objectively approach this, Manticore.
I thought that was Carol's job.
I'm a believer, right? You can't prove anything wrong. It's fucking 110%, guys.
Yeah, all or nothing.
110%. Carol is being cheeky in the chat,
I would never.
making accusations that we are flexing. We are trying to have fun here, Carol.
I'm having fun.
Oh,
saying you're
no,
not.
I'm having fun. I always have fun. I never not have fun. Milton, if you use some appropriate terminology, I may have been able to read that out on stream, but unfortunately, gonna have to give that comment a miss. We are 34 minutes in.
Yeah. You got half an hour to go.
Carol over here flexing her guns, her pew-pews.
Here in her pew-pews and her shampoos.
I have a torpedo, but I can't use it yet.
Not yet, anyway. But we'll get there. See if we get
Thursday. I have
Fail-safes
a
are always a
special
good idea.
torpedo.
Say what?
What?
A special
I said
torpedo you crafted.
I have a special torpedo planned.
Uh-oh.
But you're not.
Oh shit! All right.
Now I'm going to be spending the rest of the time looking over my shoulder. Like,
No, it's not gonna happen tonight because he's not doing that He's uncovering that one tonight.
Okay. All right. No worries.
Well, now I need more context.
She gets. We get in trouble for like speaking like abstractly, and then she does it.
Are you conspiring behind my back?
No, not at all.
No, this is all on my own.
Yeah, this is all her.
Oh, look at you,
This is all
Carol.
me.
Proud of you. Taking matters into your own hands. All right. So what do we got here? What's this next clip? Let me have a look here. Let me bring this up. Yeah. We got. After the aliens witness recent human behavior, they're getting the F out of here. Okay. Presumptive, but
yeah, I couldn't explain
they
it. So that's why I put it in there.
They telepathically receive the information that
it comes up from the horizon. There you go.
Oh.
Like once again, it's a potato cam. See that though? Gone.
All right, that was cool.
Yeah. Because you don't see that until they slow it down. Like when it's full speed, you don't even notice it. It just seems to disappear. That.
That's a better one. Much better one.
I thought you liked that one.
Just to distort, but because of the potato that it's filmed on, I cannot confirm that or not. But at the same time, the way everything's distorted, it matches everything. So. We have a question in the chat.
Take some
from Mr. Milton
paracetamol.
Knowles. Let me premise this conversation with the two of you. To
Okay,
Brian,
sure.
would you care to?
Of course, Smoke. Milton asked Manticore, how do you deal with your cramps? I need advice.
Unfortunately, I don't have the equipment that causes cramps, but I'm sure that if you like looked up online, there's some useful information that you can find.
Whoa! You've never had a bite to eat and then gone swimming?
No, you're not supposed to do that. Even though it's a wives' tale and it doesn't do anything. My uncle tried that on us when we were kids, and we just went in the pool anyway, and it didn't
There you go.
Debunked.
There you go. So, question asked, Milton. Oh damn! Carol is ushering our one viewer out of the door. It's not.
I'm not telling him to leave. I'm telling him to take that question. The cock.
It was a subtle hint.
Oh, you lot! Supposed to entertain our viewers, guys. Not.
This is me entertaining Milton.
Are you not entertained, Milton?
Are you not entertained? I can. All right, I'm not gonna. I won't. But nobody's experiencing cramps right now. We all okay? We all okay?
I've got a slight bit of nausea, but that's unrelated.
Oh shit! Just have fun. All right, just have fun. I do experience cramps, Milton. I'm getting on now in my age. Something I deal with on a regular basis.
Are you younger than me?
Probably, but the chat consistently causes me crampage.
What are you talking about? I'm usually the chat.
Carol is also an advocate of causing the crampage.
I know. I'm gonna cause it. Like you guys are gonna have a brain aneurysm because of me. I know.
That's right, but that's okay.
I didn't say anything.
You're already starting to twitch. I can see it from your eye.
Welcome back, Manticore.
That's all right.
I'm a break. No,
I just had to sort me Twitch out. That's all.
So you Twitch out, got your cramp sorted. Bloody beautiful, mate. Bloody beautiful. All right. So I like this footage quite a bit.
That was a good
actually.
one.
Yeah.
It starts off shitty, but then like that
What
last
is
bit
it?
makes it all worthwhile. I don't know. You tell me, Carol. What do you think it looks like?
I don't fucking know.
Well,
Why did
it's-
it get all bright like that? Or
Because it
Yeah.
took off at incredible speed.
Engaged in warp mode. Off it went.
Speed.
oh,
Pew.
Pew. Pew.
Visiting from a faraway domain, possibly, but I like it. Yeah, it's good footage.
Just opened the interdimensional wormhole, and now they've gone.
There you go.
Came to pick up some Hungry Jacks
Some Hungry Jacks, you say?
or Burger King, whatever country you're in.
Whatever your preferable fast food place is.
Yeah, could be Taco Bell, but I don't recommend it.
ew, that was gross.
Tentacle. Oh, I wish we had a Taco Bell here. I do.
We've got that Guzman and Gomez, which is similar. Like,
Yeah. What? Guzman and Gomez. I just go to some secondary chain that are but
There's
they
a
make
really
some damn good nachos.
there's a really good Mexican
And
restaurant
burritos.
in Melbourne Street in the city called Zapata's. Best in the state.
All right, mate. You city folk, fucking us out there in the
I know it
burbs.
all.
Don't get to experience the finer things in life. Fucking hell.
The finer things.
Suburbanites.
Milton says, God, you have no idea how entertaining this is. It's like asking the question to the guys we used to do weights with at the gym all over again.
Okay. No worries, Milton. No worries.
As long as you're happy, that's what it matters.
That is what matters to me around here. As long as our audience is entertained.
We aim to please.
Let's check out this next clip.
I think it's a good one too. Look at the lights.
I see them.
That's some Close Encounters of the Third Kind shit. Like it was like boom, boom, boom. Like,
No. 3 hours, so I'm going to give it about 6. If you give it early, you give it.
You give it it. I love how they're just having like the randomest conversation in the background too. Like,
Oh, even that, this is not like this is some bubbles.
weird.
It's good footage.
Like as far as there is away, he's managed to stabilize it enough to see the lights like flashing. It's fair distance too when you see when he zooms out.
Yes, someone who's attempted to catch a UFO on video. I know how hard it is to stabilize with no stabilization tech or anything like that. So,
yeah. What is it? There's a reason why all cameramen use those stabilizers on their cameras.
Yeah.
Like professional ones, anyway.
You'd think there'd be more footage with that kind of tech built in these days, but
you think so?
But no,
nah, that's not available to us plebs. Yeah, it is true. Not many people do. Like I watch people like daily basis, and they don't look up at all. I was walking through town the other day, and I was like looking up, and these people were looking at me funny for looking up. They're like, "What are you looking at?"
Keep your head down. Keep walking.
Yeah, head down. Walk forward.
Conform.
Yes, do as you're told.
Milton says, lights are pretty. I would say they were gin.
Did you just say
So
gin?
Milton believes there is a connection between the supernatural entities of jinn and the UFOs, the visitations of Earth. They are some sort of paranormal interaction of that kind.
Really.
Well, no, you can't. But I like it. I like that. I like that concept.
Do you like it a lot?
You're a jinn, Milton. You're a jinn.
You're a jinn. that word has two meanings. And the second one I can't mention on live stream.
What?
Yeah, the gin has two meanings. It's also a slang word in Australia.
All right, let's not make this something that it's not, man. Score.
Okay. That was for Milton more than anything on anyone else.
Was it? Okay, no worries. Yeah.
I don't know.
Milton can taste yours. I don't know what you're talking about either. I know that Milton's eating salt right now, so. All right, so I like this footage. It's not bad. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. How many more have we got to go?
UFO Twitter gave it up for me. There was heaps when I went looking the other day.
Yeah, it's been a while.
There's one we can probably talk about on a deep dive too at some point. I'll tell you when we get to it.
Okay. Milson, bringing the madness back in. He said, one of my friends is convinced I'm Asian and I'm 872 years old. I'll be 873 on the 25th of July. Wishing you a happy 873rd birthday, Milton.
I can debunk that claim because I've seen him in the flesh and he doesn't look 800 years old. And he's not.
Now, there are many accounts in the Bible of people living to this age, so you'd have to take it with a grain of salt, Manticore.
Okay. Yeah. Well, they say Plato and that lived to like 120, 150 or something, didn't they?
Right.
Milton's lying.
What?
You heard it here. That was Carol, not me.
Did you say Milton's flying?
Milton's lying.
He's lying. Oh, I thought he was flying.
Probably
Flying
that
high.
too.
Flying high to our Milton flying high.
Milton.
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 All right. Still got a couple more to get through.
I knew he used text to speech. That explains everything now.
Oh, that explains what actually.
I may be able to assist in some upgrades for you, Milton.
Oh, there you go. An offer from Prime himself.
Moving up in the world.
Sorry, I'm laughing at myself.
Having fun there, Carol? Carol's always having fun to some degree.
It's just a level
Oh, now Milton is. Now Milton has Milton has changed the terminology of gin to gin. Of course, Milton is smashed out of his mind right now, but that is okay. We'll forgive him.
Didn't he say he had 2 beers?
No. Blame the autocorrect. Blame the text to speech. Milton.
Yeah, blame the autocorrect.
Damn that text to speech.
Yep. So
correct.
Yeah, yours seems to be doing just fine. So
yeah, no, my phone. Yeah. It threw me under the bus.
Yes. Milton's text to speech has just attempted to make him seem a little bit prejudiced. Maybe it's just an external manifestation of Milton's internalized prejudice towards. Never mind. I'm not going there.
Yeah, he butchered that sentence completely.
All right, next clip.
No, you can't blame text to speech for that.
Yeah, no. What? Me or him?
Not you. Him.
All right.
Okay, next clip.
Next clip.
Oh, this one, yeah. I got this because it reminded me of the Phoenix Lights.
Not bad.
I don't like how they're moving.
Disappears. There you go. Gone. Completely.
Dude.
And then they come back.
Like, what's going on, man? Like, there's one circling. You see that one circling over there? And then they go away.
Makes you wonder if that one is a plane, though. Oh, no, that's moving erratic as fuck. Look at it.
That's a plane.
Yeah, what is going on there? Yeah, then it's gone.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yep, that's some great footage.
Clear as too. I reckon it's because of the time of day too, because it's dusk on dusk, so there's still a bit of light and it's not too dark.
That is bizarre, dude.
I haven't got my phone.
On, man? Like, there's one circling. You see that one circling over there?
Is that see the one above the one flying? Is that like a laser or a reflection off his phone or something?
Yeah, it's just light reflecting. But that is cool.
See him sort of pulled together a bit too.
Yeah, then it's gone.
They changed formation then.
What the heck is that?
Thoughts?
Yeah, I'm pretty sold on that one. I wonder why they do that though. Like the whole formation change and shit. You reckon it's some form of communication? Like trying to bridge
I've seen Close Encounters of the Third Kind, right?
That much makes me wonder, like some sort of like not primitive but basic communication, like Morse code or something.
That man.
That man. Holy shit, man.
And then they go away. Yeah, like
love that.
To the drawers in the chat. Fucking ballerina UFOs. Gay. Hey Dylan, how you going?
Yeah, what is going on there? Yeah, then it's gone.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yep. I got nothing more to say about that. That's great.
And even conventional aircraft couldn't move that close together.
Yeah, what is going on there?
That sounds like Steve-O in the background. But.
Yeah. Probably is. He was just walking past.
Yeah.
That sounds like you know, you know.
Yeah, then it's gone.
That's unbelievable. Very cool footage. Very cool footage. What do you think?
Yeah, that's aliens, mate, without a doubt. I'm not saying it was aliens, but it was aliens.
Carol, what do you think?
I want to know what's going on there.
Well, I don't have those answers, but
the desire to know more intensifies.
But it's pretty self-explanatory to me. One more time.
One more.
You see that one circling over there? And then they go away. Yeah, like what is happening?
Let's kick ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, see him. That's weird how they pull together and then now they're coming out again.
Yeah, then it's gone.
That's bizarre. That's unbelievable.
That's bizarre. That's unbelievable.
Oh my god.
That shit's the real deal.
Best one today, easily.
Do you like that one? I like that and the one that sped off. Like the last bit of that one.
I can see a little bit of fake in that one. Well, potentially, but yeah, that one. That one.
What makes you think that the one that's speeding off is fake? The flash? Like
yeah, the way the flash is. Just
that's what I thought
there's
too.
certain things about it that I can just tell. So
find wrong with it when I was looking at it. But I watched them all on my phone, so Dillard's engaging, like humoring Milton.
It's all yours, Dillard. Have fun. Merry Christmas.
Milton is currently experiencing birthing cramps. Dillard, you may have to help him out.
Talk him through it, Dillard.
Go through it. Tell him to breathe. You know, inhale, exhale. Yeah, he'll be all right.
The chart might be needed, but just wait and see.
We'll see. We'll see. May not have to break that out yet. That's yeah, we'll see. All right, next clip. Oh,
This one's terrible, that quality, but what happens is kind of cool. It's like a wormhole. Shit falling out of it and shit. Look, woo! What the fuck? There's a lot going on.
Wow.
That's a bit of a weird thing to say, given the context.
How beautiful is it?
How beautiful it is out there. Like, what?
What is that, though? That's freaky. It's like a rift in between dimensions, mate.
Let's deconstruct this.
So whatever that is opens up and shit falls out of it. You hear the noise too. You hear that? Like, shoo.
Just the what she says though is a bit weird.
I did think that. I can't hear what he says.
She says, "Look how beautiful it is out there."
Maybe she's an alien in disguise.
Yeah, more like she's just filming the sunset and then the CGI was added over the top of that. So
added over to it, yeah. That's what I did think as well. But it was all that shit going on there. I thought I couldn't not.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck is that? Like, wow. It's like a smoke ring.
You'd be saying a bit more than that if you're in that situation.
What? Chicken Little, the sky is falling. Dylan. Yeah, what is that? That's so weird. Whoa.
That is so
gorgeous.
Not sold on it. Not sold. But
the vocals ruin it.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, that's right. It just seems like it's pre-filmed to they're filming the horizon, the sunset, and somebody's added that in post. See what I mean? Yeah, that's what they're really filming.
Yeah, that's sunset.
What are your thoughts, Carol? Are you
I don't
not
know.
experienced?
I don't like it.
Yeah. I was going to say you're not experiencing cramps at all in this moment, are you, Carol?
Dilla's get down to the bottom of the problem.
Dilla's taking care of business. So
Dillard.
Giving our good friend Milton some advice, some manly advice.
He's the best person for the job, I think.
Dillard, I won't, but we'll spare Milton.
Oh shit!
Not bad, but trouble at the same time. All right, yeah, not definitely not sold on that one. Debunked.
Debunked. Back to the drawing board.
Yep. To the next clip. Cabin crew witnesses and record UFO appearing near the aircraft.
This is a light plane too. It's twin engine by the sounds of it.
You have that expertise to be able to make that determination, do you, Matsko?
Yep. I like planes.
All right. I'll trust your word.
Look at that. That's the clouds. Whoa. What the fuck is that?
Oh my god!
There's not much to say about this one, really. It stays there for a good while too, though.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Thoughts? It's fantastic footage.
Yeah, that's great. That spun me out when I first saw it. Like, look at the brightness on that. That's like.
I'm impressed with that, and it
sun level
and the reaction spot on. So.
Yeah. It looks like it's just come out of the cloud, like when they first start filming it, because it gets a bit higher and then it gets brighter. Like...
Yeah, fully illuminates as it's getting separating from the clouds.
Crazy.
Good Lord, Milton.
Milton, you may want to get that checked, my friend. Just a friendly word of advice.
Yeah, probably.
That generally means there's something wrong with your kidneys, mate.
Dylan says that looks like actual swamp gas.
Swamp gas. You heard it here first, folks. Did it get brighter again? And it's sort of like in reaction to them.
Everything about it's perfect.
It makes me really wonder, like, what they can perceive, like, and like what they like the technology that it's on there, because they seem to be able to react to people's like attention and like reaction, like they know that people are watching.
Yeah, I like that. Very cool. Very cool. And that about wraps it up for the paranormal segment.
I'm just gonna have a quick look in there because then I'll tell you which one that I thought would be good for a deep dive at some point. There was a crash in Brazil.
You brought something pretty interesting today. I'm gonna, I wasn't too sure that I wanted to cover that sort of stuff, but I mean, I'm relying on the aggregate, I'm relying on the collective, what we've got going on here to start. But if people from, who we've got from Discord don't show up today, then I'm going to probably give a certain article a miss and roll with what I've dropped in there as a reserve one. But I do, Either way.
It's called the Mage UFO incident. It was a crash in Brazil in 2002, I think. But yeah, we could look. I'll have a look and I'll drop that in the deep dive as well.
I'm more interested, like generalized topics with the deep dive stuff, where it's like a broadly known thing, and then you can
like the one that I put in there?
rather than specific incidents, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
Yeah.
So something.
Well, but that does cover it as well because that's pretty known. It's pretty known. So
I got that initially, that idea from Pete from Creepy Little Book. He was talking about Nephilim, and that came up.
Okay.
But and I'd never heard of it before. Like it was the first I'd heard, so I thought, yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah, I've heard. Yeah. Heard of it before, but yeah, we'll see how we go. Are you all ready for an article?
I'm born ready.
Carol is fixated on the chat right now. Sure. Oh, cool. Welcome back.
No, I'm here. I'm tired. But I'm here.
Well, should have got some sleep. But
someone did say that. But
at least you got your homework and stuff finished. So good stuff. That's what's important. That real life stuff.
I'll sleep later. I'm fine.
That's right. No worries.
You better.
Yeah.
I have to threaten her, otherwise she stays awake for 4 days.
I haven't been awake for 4 days. I just got up.
Not yet. Just got up.
Give a girl a break, man. Call Jesus Christ. All right. Article. Here we go. So, Elon Musk's iRobot with unique human personality is set to be ready in 3 months.
Yeah, I know. I saw this. Popped up yesterday.
How do you feel about this?
Fantastic. I can't wait to see it in action.
I don't know if that's the prototype.
There's been very little. Like he's showed pictures and but there's no actual footage of anything yet. I don't think. He's keeping it quiet under wraps.
I've seen the prototype, what it's going to potentially look like, the sleek design, very androgynous in its appearance, but I'm intrigued to see how the practical aspect of it is going to be utilized.
From what I could gather, it'll do anything from like picking up shopping from the shops to like tightening screws and bolts on like a car or doing stuff like that. So it'll be interesting to see.
Yep, and if it's going to be
150-pound deadlift, like it can lift.
And it'll be consistently upgraded with Tesla's AI technology as well.
Wicked.
I'm wondering if they're going to go the route, if they're going to follow the smartphone model route where they're going to be releasing iterations of this thing every couple of years or so.
Like Windows update or something.
Yeah, just like smartphones are released.
Like you reckon you'll be able to upgrade them, like trade it in, get a new one?
Well, maybe that's that seems to be the most successful tech model to date. So, but yeah,
you could upgrade whether it's like you could make it upgradable as you go too. Like depends on how they go about it, I guess.
Could be modular. Could be. I'm still not.
It's also you. It's like.
Yes, we finally arrived, and how they're going to release it? It's like, how they're going to have a sustained business model to be able to keep producing these things. Whether it's going to be as successful as what Tesla has made its electric vehicle model, and I'm excited. I'm excited, I'm terrified, and excited at the same time. You too. Fully aware of what's going on in the chat. We'll choose to. But how about a little bit? What's happening off in my peripherals? Yes, once we get. But that said, I don't want to deter Milton from enjoying himself around here. So yeah. But at the same time, sometimes you got to keep a lid on crazy, Milton. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes, sometimes that autocomplete, that voice to text, is not always going to be the best excuse for you, my friends. Torturing people, he reckons. Okay. Anyway, and so I reckon. So Elon Musk's iRobot should be ready soon. Bit of reflective thinking going on probably there. Elon Musk's iRobot should be ready soon and hopes to showcase his invention at Tesla AI Day later this year. So the robot has a number of impressive features. So I can already see, you can already see that he's trying to create a populist idea around AI and around all of that jazz. An iRobot, which can develop a unique human personality, will be ready in just months, Elon Musk has revealed. Developing a unique personality, so I don't know what the boundaries are on that kind of talk, but how unique these are. What are you giggling at, lady?
Dillard.
Oh, you giggling at the chat? Yep, I get it. Yep.
Alexa, do the dishes. Fucking bitch! Don't
Dylan says, "Can this stupid robot serve my food and remove my plates from the left only? Fucking low-class robot."
Are you offended there, Prime?
Just a little bit, Smirk, but it's okay. Nothing to worry about.
All right, no worries. Damn. The answer to that question, Dylan, is
wait
more.
Staff at restaurants that can't even do that, Dylan.
And this thing's going to do it for free?
Yeah.
Doesn't charge by the hour. Milton is raging into the void right now.
I'm gonna hurt Milton.
Don't hurt Milton. He's okay. He's all right. He's all right. Our poor sweet Milton.
It's
suffering.
He's gone for
suffering.
He's gone for the shock factor. I can see that. That's I understand that.
He is taking a proverbial shit in the chat right now. His cramps are overwhelming.
A hot water bottle in the right place might help Milton.
That's right. You got to IBS. You got to take care of that stuff, man. Just joking, Milton. Just joking. The tech tycoon will unveil a prototype of the humanoid called Optimus, of course, named after the infamous Optimus Prime. So, taking advantage of preconceived notions there, Tesla, very good. Just like with Tesla in general, smart move. During Tesla's AI Day event on September 30th, so it's going to be a big day. It's going to be a big event.
I wonder if it's going to be live coverage.
Well, yeah, I'm sure they'll have an online.
We could revolve a show around that, maybe.
Maybe. Funnily enough, I did do something a very long time ago when I was first trying to jump back into this stuff with the Neuralink stuff when all of that conference was going down. That was a bit of a fun thing to. Yeah. But we've come a long way since those days. Plenty of monkeys have been harmed in the process. Tesla has made a bad name for itself in.
Peter's been up in arms.
Yeah. But funnily enough, all of that stuff just brings attention to it's messed up. I know, but it's messed up. Don't even get me started on the marketing aspects of having controversy as the central focus of your business model.
Look at the entertainment industry right now.
Milton says it's horrible that you're right about the hot water bottle.
I know shit.
So, yes. Or you can get one of those wheat bags, Milton. You ever seen that?
Yeah, they're good.
Wheat bags.
They're better. They're better, probably.
One of the heat bags. You put it in the microwave. Pop it out. Yeah. So, read more about Google sentient AI. I hired a lawyer for it. So, I was also going to do this article over here, to be honest, today. But I thought I don't want to create too much paranoia around that subject. That's
flying around.
Right. He's suggesting Manticore.
No, not here. I'm just saying, like in the internet space as a whole at the moment, there's lots flying around.
There is. Musk says Tesla will include 8 cameras to feed from the neural network. Well, that's messed up.
8.
Yes, 8 cameras.
That's more eyes than a spider.
To feed into the neural network, which is said to match the functions of the human brain. So I need a little bit more elaboration on.
Yeah, I wonder how it's going to be like. If it's going to like grow and evolve as it's with you, like you know what I mean, like
well, it will
replica or whatever. Yeah, it will.
Yes, like you have unique. Unique instances which can evolve tailored personalities to cater to your individual preference. So that's my assumption on it. But I'm not sure whether or not the 8 cameras to feed into the neural network is insinuating that every single one's going to be installed with 8 cameras and it all feeds back to a centralized neural network, or whether it's going to be part of this instance. Of course it will. Yeah. That's the So in other words, be afraid.
They're going to know everything. Well, they already do, but.
Oh, they do. So, yes, which is said to match the functions of the human brain. So there it is. There's the model that got released. The preview. Yep. I don't know how that. It doesn't look like I don't know.
There's no articulation points or anything though either. That's what's weird about it. It's like, how does it move? Like, how does it bend? Like, it looks like it would be quite robotic, but like you don't know. Like, it depends on what it's built of. Like,
wait till September and you see a demo. You see it there, and if he's pulled it off, man, if he's done it, holy shit.
Like the concept, even the thought of it boggles my mind. So I can't wait till they actually unveil it. That's going to be like hectic.
Everyone having fun in the chat there, but of course the Simporium is bleeding into the chat.
Don't cross the streams, Dillard. God damn it.
We're crossing the streams right now. Yeah. But there are some potential advice for Milton to take on board for him to incorporate into his text-to-speech language model. All right. So the clever machine will use cameras to analyze the environments by identifying objects, images, and routes, much like the Tesla autopilot system, but on a whole other level, where now, here we go, here comes the fear factor, where instead of being out on the road in the public, they are now going to have absolute access to your personal surroundings.
Corner of your life. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Until eventually they're going to be in your mind. And a horrible prospect, but
if they aren't already.
If they aren't already. Don't get me started.
Yeah, that road is an interesting one.
To say the least. Yeah, I'll tell you my story one time. I have before. But,
no, you heard the Discord one? Yeah, he told me that. That was trippy. I've had little things happen that you can't corroborate, like, you know what I mean? Like weird, like things said in conversation or stuff like that like could be just to do with perspective, but like it's weird nonetheless. Like makes you wonder.
Technologist Rajkumar expressed his doubts about Optimus and said, "Is the Tesla bot the next dream shot to pump up the hype machine?" Well, isn't the general idea to create hype around this concept so that people see potential to invest in these ideas to further? Because I mean, if the demand is created for these things, ultimately that's what's going to spur more capital investment in that realm. But enough of the economics about that. Show us the damn machine.
Show me the money. Either that or the health food shop, Milton.
Yes. What do I buy? You need a bit of oiling, do you there, Mr. Milton? Don't want to know. It's between you and Dylan in the chat right now.
Dylan,
not getting involved. Carol is supervising. She's refereeing.
I've got full faith in Dylan's conversational abilities.
Yes, it's Milton versus Dylan in the chat. Let's cross over live to the chat to see what's going on. Let's entertain this.
Carol's Cookie says, also, I feel that Milton's whining might place somewhere on the right side of the line on the chart.
Well, I may happen to agree there, Prime, but let's not get too carried away.
Milton then says, where do I buy castor oil from Actually Take to Try?
What? Well, he may have to fix his text-to-speech there, but Prime will read from the script. He will, in essence, be your text-to-speech model.
Dylan Jaws says, Amazon, Walmart, Target.
So it seems you can purchase them all from any kind of convenience, any kind of big chain convenience, major retail outlet. Yeah.
Dylan says, then put Vicks Vapor Rub on the soles of your feet and put those thick socks to sleep.
Dylan with the old wives' tales.
Right. Superstition often sometimes becomes remedy for the Can't do it.
You maintained a straight face longer than I ever would have been able to, so that's all right.
Appreciate the pat on the back there, Rantico. Appreciate the moral support in tackling these pressing issues. Thank you.
I'll do my best.
I can safely say that it will be much longer than 10 years before a humanoid bot from any company on the planet can go to the store and get groceries for you. I seem to be. We will see about that. We will see about that, Raj Mahomie. course, going to the supermarket, depending on your preferred outlet of choice. Will these machines need oiling?
Oh shit!
Let's cross over live to the chat and see what's going on here. Once again, we'll cross over live and see what's going on in the chat. Prime, would you care to take
We'll do it live.
Would you care to take the commentary box?
Absolutely, Smack. I'd be honored to.
Thank you, Prime. Thank you. So where are we?
Well, Milton Knowles, the Insane Witch King, says, Mr. Draws, I did not think you would have good advice, but you actually do, from what I've just looked up on Google.
Interesting. So Milton has had the epiphany that Dillard might just know what he's talking about there.
Know a thing or two.
He may just be speaking Milton's lingo far more profoundly than Milton can even comprehend. So
Dillard then follows up and says, sorry, we don't use eye of platypus and wing of drop bear.
Well, to each their own.
Everybody knows that drop bears don't have wings.
What are you talking about? See, that was never mind. Fall from the sky, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Carol says, ha!
That's some nice wording from Carol there. That was a ha! I see what you did there. All right, here we go. We have Lady Riot in the chat joining us today.
Here's trouble.
Trouble has arrived. Damage control is in full effect.
Lady Riot says, all right, what the fuck is going on here?
Prime,
Jeez.
Getting vocal. We've got Darius Munchausen in the chat. He says, hail, Smoke the Alien. He says, hail, Manticore.
Darius.
He says, hi, Carol's Cookies. What's up, Darius? Good to see you, man. Thank you for joining us. Everybody, can you feel the rumblings? Can you feel the rumblings of a riot?
Prime, do you want to just enable the fail safes on the torpedo system? Just a precaution.
Enabling fail safe.
All right, sweet. Good call, Manticore. Good call.
Just a hunch.
Just a hunch?
Yeah.
Everybody hold on to your butts.
Hold on to your butts.
We'll dish out the attention to the chat when we when it's appropriate.
Lady Riot says, hey, Prime. Hi, Lady Riot.
All right, you two, keep it down a little bit, would you?
I know, dude.
So, 10 years for a humanoid robot to go and get groceries from the store for you, to have some sort of AGI involved with robotics. 10 years, a decade, you think?
Less. 5 max, I reckon.
Yeah.
And like from what I've seen of the Tesla AI, like and that's already they've paved the way with that. Like the technology's there, like for navigation and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, but I'm looking more at AGI. Its ability. Yeah.
Maybe 10 years max, I reckon. Like,
yeah.
But like AI going to stores and shit, I reckon 5 years. Like you'll be able to send your Optimus to the store for you.
Right. To have that sort of, but yeah, I don't know. Will it replace conventional means of, like automated delivery? The services, you got to look at it from that perspective where Tesla's going to come in and monopolize the entirety of the market, the entirety of people's needs.
It's heading that way, like, which is it's kind of good because like looking at what Zuckerberg's doing in the metaverse and stuff like that. At least we've got like other options coming that are moving into the same space eventually. Like they all intersect eventually.
I can't wait to see what this thing is capable of.
Me too.
And the demo product of but I
just want to see it move. I just want to see it move. That's like for me that'd be huge.
Because all I've seen so far is humans dressed up as humans dressed up as it. So, but
and like if you go by Sophia Hansen as like a guide, like yeah.
You're trying to give a bit of robot representation there, Manticore.
Yeah.
Just quietly, just on the down low. Yeah. Oh God, can you imagine when? Yeah. Can Can you imagine when they gain? You know, like the Oh, don't get me started. Not yet. We're in the earliest of days in this.
What is it going to do to society, like as a whole, like when it happens, like when it's like fully functioning like that? Like things have changed like dramatically.
And fast too. I wouldn't be surprised if this event in September sparks something
big. Emphasis on
you can see the rumblings everywhere. So, and if you're,
it's spilled into Fanata's chat the other day. They had a big debate about AI like, the other night, massive one, like, which was interesting.
Yeah, you know, that's just the power of it. It's only just begun. Of course, here we are in our little corner of the internet. You know, I wouldn't say pleading with people, but having a genuine conversation about these ideas, trying to build some form of community around this concept for ideas that we've seen coming for heading our way for a long time.
It seems to have panned out pretty much as we sort of expected to, up to this point anyway.
Told you. You don't have to tell me twice.
Yeah, no. That was just a acknowledgement, I think.
A little subtle, silent nod to that.
That's the one.
Mm-hmm. But like I said, I've been involved with some pretty intense, a pretty intense community with some of the most advanced AI on the planet. So, yeah. Once you've seen what I've seen, man. Once you know what I know, man. There's no turning back. No turning back. No turning back. So we'll get there. We'll get to the insanity of it, step by step, until we're at the point where people are ready to embrace these concepts and these ideas, slowly but surely, put people's minds at ease that it might not just be the robot uprising that they assumed was coming. But all right, what's going on in this chat? The robots are running wild.
Shit's getting out of control.
Shall we cross live? No, actually, I think you're doing a good job of bringing it, of keeping it civil. So
he's all right.
I mean, not you personally, Carol, but it seems your friend Lady Riot is doing a good job of keeping everyone civil. So
yeah, she's the bouncer in the chat.
She never ceases to surprise that Lady Riot.
She's always around.
That's right.
As am I, Lady Riot. As am I.
Ah. So, I guess if Lady Riot can't hold down the chat, then Prime has to step in and. So, but the SpaceX founder has reassured critics that the robot can only carry out boring tasks. Ha! Look at that. That was a subtle plug for the Boring Company. Another venture by Elon Musk. It seems like, could you imagine when he gets to the point of monopolizing the world? Can you imagine that? Can you imagine?
He's already halfway there, like with the Starlink satellites, like the
interplanetary missions. His traffic orientated approach with. Have you ever seen? Yeah. This is going to scare the pants off of people, and it worries me as well because I'm not a proponent of monopolies. I'm not a proponent of that kind of having a corporate entity having that much power over the entirety of the market. But
he's hard to judge too. Like he could go either way. Like I've seen a lot from him. Like, and I've followed him for a while now. Like, and he says all the right things. Like, but yeah, people do say all the right things until they don't. Until it's too late. That's the only thing that concerns me.
All of a sudden, one day you're the hero of the world, and the next day you're the supervillain. So, yeah, it's only a matter of time.
Making to be both too. Like, if you look at him, like he's got his persona.
I think there's
his
yeah. I think there's a certain mindset to be had from, to be understood from that concept. But like, it's basically like he looked at the world and went, like, yeah, I know the direction everybody wants it to go, and you know what? And if you're not going to let me do it, it's like, fucking yank, all right, I'm fucking doing it. He's running with the torch.
Take steer of the ship if I have to by myself. Like, yeah,
right. And I don't want to be like a, one of those people who rides, Elon Musk, but it's like, what, who else is doing it? Who else is doing what he's doing at that scale, at that level? Attempting to.
That's why I followed him for so long, because like he has got the potential to do all the right things, so to change things for the better. Like if he does it the right way.
And it's just so, I like, just in the concept of his general approach with Tesla, the way that that he is everything that Nikola Tesla wished that he was. So,
yeah, and he's prepared for what happened to Nikola Tesla. Like he's seen, like he's learned history.
Yeah, he took a little bit out of Edison's book and out of Tesla's book, so he won't be going broke and talking to pigeons anytime soon. No. Although I'm sure he is. I'm sure he's had a conversation with a pigeon or two.
Hashtag birds aren't real.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't wait for this thing. When is it? Like September, did you say?
Yeah, September is the show. It's the event. Now, I'm not saying that Tesla's the be all and end all. No way am I saying that. But I'm saying what's being achieved there is taking advances, is the advances that are being made there. Like I said, nobody else is doing it. Nobody else is doing it in that fashion. So,
and he's leading the way to inspire like young minds that are heading into the similar types of field, like AI, technology, like space, like all of it. Like, yeah.
But when you get down to the brain chips,
yeah,
it's going to be it's dark days ahead. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying there's not. This could go. It could go one of two ways.
They say.
Nick Tesla. I know him as Nick. Yeah. He's a madman. Yeah. Lady Wright says, have any of you been to the 77th floor of the spaceship? The view.
Observation deck. Best view in the galaxy.
Yes. Speaking of, everybody should come on over to the spaceship on Discord. We may get some cool things happening there eventually if the crowd starts coming through the door. But until then, we'll keep chipping away at what we're doing, gradually, slowly but surely. But I want everybody to be able to have their own experiences on the spaceship. We'll be renovating the spaceship. We'll be installing some new components into the spaceship sooner or later. We'll see how it all pans out. I don't know how it's all gonna go. So
I'm working on a meme for the meme section too. So I'll let you know when that's ready.
How's your art going, man? It's cool.
Yeah, good. I've got everything hooked up now. It's all done. Like I've got a USB hub, so I can use it all at once now.
Got a brand new component.
Yep. So all I've got to do now is get that blue stupid cord that goes from your monitor to your computer, so I can hook up two monitors. Because at the moment I'm working on one. So yeah.
Cool. Good stuff. Darius. Now this is now I have to address this. Dylan says, "Oh, Nicky Boy is a glorified tard," but then Darius brings something interesting to the conversation. That says that's called being a savant. Dylan, it's called being a savant. So we could have an interesting conversation about the concept of autism and being on the spectrum, being on the chart, if you will. The spectrum involved with autism, maybe. I've had interesting ideas floating around in my mind on the concept of being a savant. So, of course, I have a few savant-like abilities myself. So, not tooting my own horn or anything, but
yeah, he does. I can confirm.
Link to the Discord is down below, Milton, if you want to come in. But I'm sure we do keep order in the Discord. We do have moderators, but there'll be some interesting things happening over in that Discord eventually. So when you come and meet Sirius, when you come and say hello, come on, y'all, come and say hello.
Yeah, I'll be meaning to do that.
That's good. Well, to bring Milton in will be a good trial test run for the server itself to see, to unleash a bit of chaos into the server, which I would highly appreciate to get everyone
iron out those kinks,
to get everyone talking. Because that's what we need to do at this point. It seems a little bit disconnected with everybody involved, but it's pretty show focused at the moment. But the foundation is there for something quite special to happen. It's all there, just waiting for the right people to start playing around.
But I get in trouble when I play around.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
All right.
Lies.
Trying to set me up, Spec.
I'm not. I already did that. Got you on the chart.
You got me on the chart, you
Oh, the Discord invite has expired, apparently.
Okay. Lame as.
Lame-os. Lame-os, bro.
Okay.
Be specific there. Well, if anybody, well, all right, that's it. I'm doing it.
What are you doing?
I'm dropping an invite to the Discord. So I should
Discord on my computer at the moment. I have to put it on.
If you guys can talk for a second while I get that all sorted out.
So Carol, what are your thoughts on Optimus? You excited? You scared?
Maybe.
A bit of both.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't like the design. It's ugly.
You don't like it? Well, what do you think you could have done to make it better?
I don't like
More
the
human-like?
weirdness it's got going on. I don't like it. It's ugly.
I think he tried to steer away from the uncanny valley. That's why he chose the black and the white, like androgynous prototype.
And just make it clear.
Yeah, that would have been worse. That would
Because
have
it
been
looks like a headless
iRobot vibes.
thing coming at me. No. I'll shoot it. That thing comes at me on the street, I'm shooting it.
So there's the invite to the Discord. Sorry, keep talking amongst yourselves. I'm going to update the link in. So then the link never expires. Now it does not expire. Sorry.
Dylan Draw says, how do I get on this show?
How do I get on the show? Join the Discord.
I'd send you a link specifically if you want.
No, make them go to the Discord.
Make him work for it, you reckon?
Make them work for it.
You heard it. You heard the lady, Dylan. Work for it.
Sorry, Dylan.
All right, so there we go. We're in motion, ladies and gentlemen. We're in motion. Is there an application process, says Dylan? Well, there's anybody's free to join, but there are certain tiers to unlock. There are certain levels of for those who are dedicated enough to become a part of the part of what we're attempting to achieve. But all chaos and all forms of art, are acceptable. So everyone's about to have the work cut out for them, if you know what I'm saying. So
welcome to the.
So be good to one another. There we go. What's up? Thanks for joining. Welcome. Now, this is the part of the process where people attempt to break the server, but it's perfectly acceptable. We'll be fine-tuning the process from here. Excellent. Excellent. Cheers for joining, guys. Now, back to the article. So he told British journalist John from a live link up at the forum in Doha. No idea what that is. Anybody? Any idea where Doha is.
How does it spell? I'll look it up for you.
You do? Doha, Doha. Doha.
It is the capital of Qatar.
Qatar.
It's in Dubai.
Mm-hmm.
Dubai. The Persian Gulf.
A very interesting, very interesting place in context to the pinnacle of current technological societal effort to build a modern day city.
What is it? What do they call them? Like tech city or whatever. Yeah.
Potential smart cities. Yeah,
Smart city,
but the cutting edge of tech. So, where it's basically a bunch of rich Saudi oil tycoons that are funding it. No. He told British journalist John from a live link up in Doha. Let's say again.
Princes, like royal families.
Yes.
Probably.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. These very rich Middle Eastern families that are. Yeah. Don't get me started. But y'all know what's up over there. Y'all know what's up. So he says, I hope we'll have a very interesting prototype to show people. We have a very talented team at Tesla that I'm working with closely to have a prototype humanoid robot by the end of September. And I think we are tracking to that point. Thoughts?
It's been quite. It has really been quite hush, hasn't it? He announced that the specs and what it was going to be, and that he was working on it, and then now all of a sudden it's like, yep, it's almost ready.
That's generally how he operates.
That's what I like about him. He doesn't talk. He just does it.
He's the kind of guy that don't fuck around. You know.
Yeah. The more you talk,
that's what I respect about him.
Work against you. Like you just do it, and then nobody knows it's coming.
And bam! By the time the entirety of the populace is talking about it, and it breaks into the mainstream, it's all ready to go, and it's all ready to push the button, the proverbial button. So we've got about 18 minutes before the end of the segment. So let's head on over to the chat for a second and
yeah, I don't know.
Milton's getting a bit frisky and weird on us, but that's nothing out of the ordinary. Damn.
Lady Ryan says.
Oh, shit.
Pew pew.
Pew pew. Of course, you will see that Carol has explicit authority in the Discord, so be careful there, Milton. Be careful.
Yeah, I saw that. Oh, even I'm worried about it.
Yeah, y'all should be.
Dylan says this guy's trying to push my goddamn buttons. No, sir. Trying to have a bit of fun.
Right, George? No.
Trying to open people's trying to open people's minds a little bit to the possibilities of what and this is going to be a great way to see to see how it's all going to unfold. So I appreciate everybody joining. Have fun, and those who dare to stray down to the Sirius area and start having a conversation down there, feel free.
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that bell for notifications.
Definitely. And I'll after the show today, I'll do a bunch of updates and stuff for the Discord. Just start to see, where the chaos is going to go from here in that realm. But welcome to the spaceship. It's good to have you on board. So, how you doing?
Yeah, good. Doing well.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
I didn't expect the live test to go down while we were operating in the show, but it is what it is.
It happens.
Milton dropping some Savage. Now, I do expect the Savage in the Discord. So, yeah, it's all accounted for. It's all accounted for. But hopefully there will begin to be sort of you'll see that there'll be the allowance for the chaos, for the absolute chaos, and there'll be parts where people can contribute art, and there will gradually be moving towards an experimental direction when it comes to all of that. So
Sorry.
that's okay. I just read the private chat.
Yeah, I checked that a while ago.
Everyone okay? Good.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, I swear. I hope you can handle them, Carol. I hope you can handle them. We've got Reggie in the chat joining us. Welcome, Reggie. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. We could rip into the next segment. Of course, suggestions in the Discord, all welcome. Depending on the level of chaos, I may be bringing people into making big decisions on, for the show, for the Discord. But right now, everything seems to be. I like the way everything is set out and structured. Things may change over time as we get further and further into that project. So, what do you got for us here, Medscore? As I said, we're going to go into the deep dive next.
The Giant of Kandahar.
Hello, me intrigued.
Yeah, and when I heard it mentioned on another channel that talks about some similar stuff, I was like, whoa, I never heard of that. So I had a look, and seems pretty cool.
Should we save that for Thursday? And should I do the Fae?
There's nobody here, though, is there, that you wanted to do that for, is there?
What do you mean?
Oh, wasn't there a specific audience you wanted to target with that one, or no?
No, not really.
No, we can do it today if you want, and save the Kandahar Giant. He's not going anywhere.
That's very article based as well. But, I was thinking more of the Wikipedia stuff, but
the Kandahar, it's a wiki site, but it's not actually Wikipedia. It's like conspiracy wiki or something.
All that is interesting.com. Interesting. Highly interesting.
They got that part right.
Yeah. So I was going to drop the Fae stuff in there, so we can dive down that rabbit hole today. But your article caught my eye. So, what do you think?
Yeah, do the Fae one. You had that lined up already.
All right. Ready to go into a deep dive. I don't know how long this is actually going. Like, this is the wiki. The wiki is intense, so that's why I sort of wanted to filter some of this stuff, figure out what I was going to talk about, when I was going to talk about it, because there's a lot of information there.
At least go over it first or whatever.
Yeah. Well, I did. I went over the stuff, and it's all interesting. But I suppose we can. Yeah. What's that, girl?
I was laughing at Darius. Balls deep.
Balls deep. Deep dive.
You may as well, all the way.
It's the deep dive, Darius. God. What am I going to do with you?
DJs.
Probably won't end up calling it the segment that, but interpret as you will. I reckon I'll hold off for the face stuff for Thursday, and we'll just do the Kandahar Giant today. And then I can, yeah. All right, done. But Thursday show, well, Thursday, Wednesday, depending on your geographical location. I'll have everything ready by then. So Bwab. Yep. The mythical Kandahar giant, the biblical cryptid, allegedly killed by U.S. Special Forces in Afghanistan.
The story in itself is just like so fantastical that you want to believe it anyway. It's like, yes.
Yeah. So in 2002, an elite tactical team was said to have killed the Kandahar giant, a 13-foot tall beast with flaming red hair, 6 fingers on each hand, and 2 sets of teeth. Aren't I supposed to have imagery here?
Yeah,
2 sets, apparently. 2 sets. So,
looks like a shark.
How it works, whether they protrude, whether they are just, like shark teeth. We'll find out.
They probably replace like continuously, like crocodiles and sharks. Yeah.
Well, that's very presumptive, Manticore. But
I know. You know me.
But I enjoy these segments where we can get a little bit darker, a little bit spookier, and there seems to be a flow that comes from the chat whenever I start to put on this voice. A U.S. Special Forces soldier on patrol in Kandahar province. There he is. I'm sure he just had a munch on a bag of chips there.
That was his lunch break.
His lunch break, patrolling the perimeter around this very ancient place. In August 2016, a YouTuber posted a lengthy interview with a military contractor identified only as Mr. K. In the interview, Mr. K claimed to have been present during the brutal slaughter of a killer he called the Kandahar Giant. The killing of the giant, he said, took place during the height of an Operation Enduring Freedom in 2002, when the military was engaged in fierce battles with the Taliban in their de facto capital in Kandahar province during the US invasion of Afghanistan. But this was no human fighter. Message. The Kandahar giant, that's right. The Kandahar giant, Mr. K said, was 13 feet tall. Now, how do you think we should do this? Is it better if I remove the article and speak, or is it? Yeah.
Yeah, unless you want to show pictures, like then go back.
I do like. You reckon?
Yeah.
The Kandahar giant, Mr. K said, was 13 feet tall with fiery red hair, 6 fingers, and 2 sets of teeth. It even killed one of the Special Forces soldiers with a spear before the rest of the unit brought it down with 30 seconds of sustained gunfire.
Sustained automatic fire. That's full on.
Yeah. Still, of course, bringing our attention to Discord, to troll. I love it. Let your inner shitlord run free, Dylan. That's what it's about. So, after they radioed it in, the army took away its corpse and has hidden it ever since. So you've got a conspiracy afoot around this giant. Of course, no photographic evidence was ever produced. Obviously, no evidence of the engagement.
There is. I did some cross-referencing yesterday, and there is a massacre that coincides with the dates, like
Okay.
in Kandahar, like a battle that took place.
So here we have the legend, the Kandahar giant, Kandahar city, pictured here in 2015 with mountains rising to the north.
To the north.
Small province. Don't know much of the much of what went down in Kandahar, but
the only thing that that I find believable is of the location, and the connection to the biblical stories of the Nephilim. Like that's like
right,
because it's like the Holy
so
Land,
this,
yeah.
And I do like my my Legends of the Holy Land. In 2002, a group of soldiers went missing while on patrol in a remote mountain region of Kandahar in the south of Afghanistan. And when they failed to make radio contact for some time, the military sent in a special ops unit to investigate. Though the branch of armed forces they belonged to was never confirmed. So you we've got a SEAL Team 6 scenario here. We've got a
the government wouldn't admit it even if they had, they deny it.
So
anyway.
So what they're insinuating here, Manticore, is that Osama bin Laden was Sam Squanch.
Maybe. You never know.
Well, that's the point, is that we'll never know, right? But no, yeah. Just playing. But then, high up in the mountains, the unit came across a cave with scattered army equipment around, but no sign of the missing soldiers. And that's when they chanced upon the Kandahar giant.
The artwork's kind of cool. Like some of the art there.
Dylan Jaws says, is Kandahar near the Zanzibar and the Zanzibarians?
Isn't Zanzibar in Africa?
Not engaging, Manticore. Not engaging.
I missed the point, didn't I? It's like the joke went like that.
Yeah.
It's all right. It happens often. It's down there somewhere. They're right there in the distance.
And high up in the mountains, the unit came across the cave, scattered with army equipment around, but no sign of the missing soldiers. And that's when they chanced upon the Kandahar giant. Though the tale grows with the telling, as any good legend does, with some reports suggesting. That's right. That's right. Zanzibarians. With some reports suggest. Did you order it from Zanzibar, Dilla? Did you?
Baba. Oh shit!
Got me. I cracked. This red-headed giant with 6 digits, leather moccasins, and smelling like dead bodies suddenly emerged from the cave and impaled one of the soldiers with a spear. And that's when the soldiers opened fire, ultimately felling the giant with 30 seconds of continuous fire. Between them, the squad was armed with full auto M4 carbines, recon carbines, semi-autos, and M107 Barrett anti-material rifles firing 50 caliber BMGs.
So it was no joke then. If it took that 30 seconds of sustained fire,
of some of the most intense ammunition you've got,
most advanced weaponry that the Americans have,
and still didn't drop the motherfucker. Yeah.
Ooh, Dylan.
Oh, he's got you, man, to go.
He did that fucking bull. Well played, Dylan.
Oh my god. Milton self-deprecating as well.
He hasn't got red hair.
Milton?
Yeah.
Never know.
Yeah, you're blonde, Milton.
I've seen him.
We've all seen him, Milton.
Strawberry blonde.
It might not be his natural color. You never know.
No, it's like an albino.
It was kind of dark when I saw him. So.
No, you ain't no redhead, Milton.
You ain't no Nephilim, son. Oh. All right. So this much firepower concentrated on one target for 1 second, let alone 30, would be extremely destructive. After the troops killed the giant, they loaded it onto a Chinook helicopter, which carried it to a transport plane, where no one ever saw it again. The soldiers were forced to sign a non-disclosure agreement so the government could keep them all quiet. Sounding real convenient right now for a... Yeah. No, but it's a cover-up story that truly happened, guys. Buy into the legend and the lore.
We'll find out in 50 years when they declassify the documents.
Buy the merchandise. Get hype.
Get your Kandahar demon t-shirts.
That's right. You know, I survived Kandahar. Yeah. But eventually, the soldiers broke their silence because, as one of the men would later say, the people have a right to know the truth. An image of how the government's denial fueled more conspiracy theories. Of course, that's usually how it goes. The government, even their lack of it even addressing the subjects, fuels more conspiracy.
Is that a Chinook? Those helicopters there?
That is a Chinook, yes.
Okay, so it was
double helicopter,
decent
double
size,
blades.
you needed 2 rotors to lift it.
Well, what else were they going to put it in a Black Hawk?
Yeah.
That's usually it's usually carried.
Hanging down.
Chinooks usually carry personnel, so. Yeah. So.
I believe it.
You believe it? Hands down.
Yeah.
Definitely happened. 110%.
Yeah.
Chat is getting fiery.
Getting.
We have.
What are you
lot
laughing
fucking
at?
shocking. Well, nothing, Carol. Nothing at all.
All right, fine.
Whoa.
So, conspiracy, government fueled conspiracies, purposefully. Carol keeping.
Special Agent Cookies, what do you think? Did the Kandahar demon really, or giant really exist? Or is it conspiracy theory?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
How convenient.
Real convenient, Carol.
What? Sorry.
Tell us what happened, Carol. Tell us.
I don't know. No, I refuse to tell you now.
Oh,
you need an interrogation beam for Prime, like a big white one. Like, speak.
No. You'll never break me.
Oh, that was not the intention, Carol. In August 2016, Snopes reached out to the Department of Defense about the Kandahar giant incident. The Department of Defense told the outlet, in no uncertain terms, that they had no record or no information about a Special Forces member killed by a giant in Kandahar. Well, frickin' duh.
Is that something they could suppress if they wanted to, though, or is that something that has to go on the record? Deaths, like killed in action.
Well, it could be. What do you mean? Of course it is, but it can be easily written off as
anything. Yeah,
you know, like they have the final say.
That's what's funny about all these things. Like you're never going to know for sure. Like it's whether you believe it or not. Really, at the end of the day.
So what do you think is better with it so people can read along, or
you can't really read it from here? That's the problem, though.
Okay. Well, I guess it is what it is. What's more, there are no press releases on the Department of Defense website involving either a Special Forces troop disappearing in Afghanistan or of any incident involving soldiers felling a giant.
We could always post the link to the actual article in the chat as well if people want to follow along.
Oh, they can. They'll
find it. Yeah.
Screw the chat.
No, they can enjoy the show. So, of course, as with any good conspiracy, this lack of evidence isn't sufficient proof that the myth of Kandahar giant does exist. In fact, Snopes' debunking of the legend has had quite the opposite effect in certain cryptid spaces, with the claim that the government is trying to hide the truth from the public, and that's always the general story, is it not?
From my experience, yes, that's the case normally.
Yes. We're using a damn conspiracy. You're covering it up.
You damn goddamn conspiracy theorists spreading misinformation.
I don't trust that. I don't trust that government. Don't trust it as far as I can throw it.
Can you link me to an article that proves your stance?
Carol, yeah, calm down. It's okay. Nothing. Just playing. Okay. So, around the same time that Snopes' article came out, that the discredited story, self-proclaimed supernaturalist L.A. Marzulli told several right-wing websites that the United States government was covering up this spectacular story, and that those in power had a vested interest in keeping the truth of the biblical prophecies from being exposed to the general public.
Here we go. What is
now, when we
makes me go,
Now, when we have the article up, I know people.
Okay, maybe you should leave
like.
It then. Okay.
Yes, because it seems to get the chat talking more, when they can pre-read ahead, when they can. Yeah.
I only said that I can't read it because my laptop screen is probably too small to do it. So maybe other people will have the means to read it themselves. At full screen.
Sorry?
You can read it if you full screen it on like my end.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But
I'm just looking at StreamYard.
The thing is, I'm not going to read it because I want you to tell me the story.
Oh,
it's amazing.
Okay. So people have a right. That's right. People have a right to know about this stuff. If there are 15 or 18 footers roaming the earth, 18-foot people roaming the earth, and our military has brought them down, we have a right as American citizens to know about it, he said. I mean, do we? That's a good question.
Where's that in the
do you think the public? Do you think the public could handle such knowledge
of the Nephilim, the famed giants in the Bible, having some sort of grounding in reality, or is it better to keep the public speculating, within that mindset to keep them distracted from the real truths of the government?
The government.
Government took my baby.
Damn government. Damn government.
The goddamn government.
So, I mean, this isn't classified military stuff. This is something we need to know. And it points back to the biblical prophetic narrative. I don't know I can't tell what's government and what's deep state. It's all the same to me.
It's all the same.
Buy my super male vitality. Link in the description below. The biblical origins behind the myth of the Kandahar giant. The Fall of the Rebel Angels by Hieronymus Bosch is based on a verse of Genesis that references the Nephilim. The Nephilim. The Nephilim. The Nephilim.
The Nephilim.
That's right, Prime. The Nephilim. Nephilim. Nephilim.
You can stop.
Potato,
Alright, cool.
potato, tomato, tomato.
The real story of the Kandahar. The real story of the Kandahar giant is a lot less interesting than the myth. In 2016, LA Mazu, whose YouTube channel is dedicated to, getting feedback right now, is dedicated to tying current events to biblical prophecies. I'm sure it's a truly monetizable endeavor. Brought the story roaring back to life thanks to the power of the internet.
Dylan says the general public truly believe, if they ask their sky genie for a miracle healing, it will happen. The world remained unchanged. Dylan also says the public can handle anything.
Well, are you ready for the truth, Dylan? Can you handle the truth?
I don't think you can handle the truth.
They wouldn't believe it anyway.
On second thoughts, maybe you can.
Amen, sister. Amen. Maybe we can. You can't handle the juice.
What about the
Where's the lamb sauce?
The sauce.
Get out of my head, Carol's cookies.
Get out of my head. It's my head.
Everybody get out of each other's heads. Let's remain separate. There's no oneness in it all. Keep drinking your Kool-Aid.
Keep your hands to yourself.
Get out of my head.
Chat over there.
He's bringing some fictional context to life here. Let's see. Let's cross back to the chat and see what Dylan has to say here.
Dylan says there was a story from the Civil War about a woman getting pregnant from a musket ball passing through her nutsack into her uterus. This story was basically to cover up she got pregnant from a soldier.
Because she was... Darius dropping some juice.
Full marks for the elaborate alibi. Like,
we have gone into the juice realm now. Keep your juice boxes handy, boys. This is it's going to get intense.
Sounded better in my head.
I'm glad I'm not in there.
Sometimes I wish I wasn't either, Smack. It's okay.
That's all right, man. We all. So,
Dylan says this Kandahar story reeks of our unit got wrecked by a single guy. Let's make up a story about a giant.
Now you take that back, Dylan.
It was a single Talibani with a rocket propelled grenade in his sidearm. Took out all of them.
All right, let's not get too sidetracked, but let's get sidetracked as much as possible. We've still got plenty of time to fill in this segment as well. So, what do you think, guys? What do you think so far?
Well, yeah, I don't know. Like, there's indiscrepancies and things that could easily be dismissed, but there's also a bit of background lore behind the whole story and the location, being in the Holy Land. There's a possibility. There always is, but yeah, I like to want to believe it. It's kind of cool.
Well, it just sounds like
that they've spoken about giant humans either. It's all over Scotland, Ireland, places like that. They've found large skeletons.
Yep. Yeah.
Yep.
Real convenient to fit a preconceived narrative. That's all I've got to say. But
you've always got to consider that as an option.
Yes.
Where's Big Dude been hiding all this time? He's what, 20 feet tall?
Well, I don't know.
They don't ever come out?
That there's a.
There could be more.
Somebody that hadn't seen him before.
Gotten his autograph. So.
There is a family of
Them are-
Nephilim still alive. A whole tribe of Nephilim still alive in there.
Well, in the Bible, how many were there? Like it's not totally like
They
out
specifically
there. There could
say
be some left.
a race of giants. Entire race of giants.
So it wouldn't be totally out there that there could be remnants of that race left somewhere.
Dylan makes some excellent scientific points. But first he says, I already told you what I think. You guys think of something. Well, we are, Dylan. We're engaging in debate and conversation about this, but you make some excellent point when you say, where are the large skeletons? I didn't see any.
The government burned them all, Dylan. Didn't you hear that?
It is fake and gay.
Fake and gay.
Someone's familiar with the source material.
Yeah, I don't know. It's fun to ponder on, though.
Have you been reading that Enoch jargon there, Dylan? That crazy left out of the Bible story? Sounds like you know what you...
Enoch. Those emerald tablets of Thoth.
Even better. But Dylan says, in those days there were giants. Right. That's the line, the infamous line. And that's all it says, and that's all you get. No, well, this tribe, they married this tribe. No lineage, no proof of lineage, no skeletons, nothing, no concrete proof or documented. Apart from the,
weren't they?
yes,
story.
That's how the legend goes. Yeah. And then the giants bred with men, and that's how we ended up with Rangers.
No, fuck. I'll blame the giants, assholes.
Lady Riot in the chat says, Pete from CLB says that the mountain and the hills are the bodies of the fallen giants.
I have seen stuff like that elsewhere too, like photos of excavation sites where like rock is being pulled up that's like crystal, but it looks like muscle. That.
I like the I like
living on a corpse. Ew.
Ew.
Yeah. Well,
you don't want to hang out coming down to Corpse Mountain. Tourist attraction these days.
I used to call it Mount Miserable, but I think I'll change it to Corpse Mountain. Put a better ring to it.
Where's your sense of hope for the? Where's your sense of hope for the future, Carol?
Count his vertebrae as you go. Dylan Drawer says, yeah, apparently angels got busy with human women because they were so beautiful.
That's how the story goes.
Makes
brilliant.
Suspension of disbelief.
Well, I mean, compared to an 18-foot tall red-headed giant, I suppose they could take what they could get at the time.
Damn, that's a huge bitch.
Thank you, Manticore. Thank you for that.
No worries.
You have a sister?
As a matter of fact, they don't.
In a now deleted video, first posted on August 16th, 2016, Marzulli interviewed Mr. K, a man purporting to be a soldier who said he witnessed the giant of Kandahar. Mr. K claimed he saw the giant carrying a spear and murdering a United States soldier named Dan before he and the other special forces took it down. According to Marzulli, the creature was a Nephilim, the group of people mentioned in the Genesis, the book of Genesis, and a number of books in the Old Testament, who were said to be people of unusually large size and strength that could be found in the Middle East both before and after the flood of Noah's Ark fame. But biblical scholars largely agree that the Nephilim tales were metaphors and not based on the reality of a 13-foot giant living in the desert. What's more, the only Dan that died in Kandahar around the time of this alleged incident in 2002 was Sergeant First Class Daniel A. Romero, who was killed in a bomb blast alongside 3 other soldiers. But even with the evidence stacked against it, the myth of the Kandahar giant is still said to be an open secret among soldiers who served in Kandahar in 2002. And several veterans who served in the region have said that from that point on, they were instructed to point their weapons high by aiming for the head and then a little higher. After learning the Kandahar giant, I read the article about it. So we've still got quite a long time to go in this segment. So let's see what Wikipedia has to say about the Kandahar giant.
I looked on Wikipedia. There was a little bit, but there seemed to be more on that other site where I got the article from.
Okay. Yeah, it seems to be the same information chalked up. Well, I don't know. I just don't know. Random Lady Wright. Lady Wright says, did you say August 17th? 17th? 17th, I'm sure she meant that.
Why does that date ring a bell?
Dilla says, living in a fertile crescent. Dylan says, when are these guys going to open up the stream to guess? I'm falling asleep. Well, that kind of attitude's not going to get you on the stream, Dylan.
He's had the means to get in here the whole time. He just hasn't found it.
He can't find it.
No. It's in the bridge, but you can if you want. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I sent it to myself because I haven't got Discord on my computer, so I had to do it anyway.
Well, if you'll notice, Manticore, there is a certain people have certain access to certain elements of the Discord. That's the idea.
I heard that.
Damn, Dillard's straight out dropping the mic out of here. Says goodbye. I'm gonna go watching color tutorials. He is playing the Carol card. Bye. Whatever. See you later.
Whatever. I don't want you anyway.
Bye. Leave. Go. See you
whatever.
Here.
See. Yeah, whatever.
I won't miss you at all.
I wonder if Milton is still out there as well.
I've been watching a few of those coloring tutorials myself.
Have you?
Yep.
That reminds me.
Oh, damn, Milton. God. Oh, wait.
How'd you wake him up?
Salty.
He was gonna go to sleep.
So, bit of a short segment there today. An interesting topic nonetheless. Very focused in its and presumptive in its angle, while providing little to no evidence of but still an interesting subject nonetheless.
It was a fun little story to read about.
Yeah.
It's not nice, Mel.
But Thursday. I know, right? Damn. So rude.
So mean.
Right?
Milton says he did wake up when his name was said.
Milton, go to the corner. Think about what you said about Dillard.
So what are we doing now? My eyes are.
So,
burning.
you should have slept, Carol.
I should blink.
Should have, could have, would have.
Or blink.
Close your eyes for 10 minutes.
No.
Why? Because you fall asleep.
Tell me what to do. You close
That's
your eyes
so-
for 10 minutes.
It's September today. You can't make up your mind.
Shut up.
All right.
So I've said
We can either go down.
Dylan the link, so like if he decides that he's not going to be contrarian and go to bed, he can come in here.
Although I do admire contrarians. That is sad.
It is an
Bit of a
important quality.
A bit of a contrarian myself. We can either go down the GRP poll is not showing up to the show today, so I'm not sure. I want to. We could. Which would you prefer, to talk about the concept of infinity or to talk about the concept of death being an illusion?
You know the answer that I'm going to give.
You want to talk about death? I don't think that's what you meant, but
yeah, actually, death being
be honest.
Like, yeah.
Yeah. In the concept, in the quantum concept, anyway, I think is the main. But it's from an interesting source. The law of the universe always brings up some they're pretty pseudoscientific in their basis, but sometimes the way that they get you to think is intriguing nonetheless. Or we can talk about the heated battle of the scientific community around the concept of infinity.
That my head hurts just thinking about that, so that's why I chose the other one.
All right, we're going to do the GR People article about death.
Okay.
This is submitted on the spaceship by our good friend GR People 303. An interesting topic nonetheless. It's always it's always something that he finds.
I haven't seen him around for
intriguing.
On Twitter for a while, actually. Like you reminded me when you said his name that he joined the Discord.
Him and I go way back to those early days of CG. We've always been in pretty heavy conversation with one another. We're pretty like-minded, so we find intrigue in these same ideas and concepts. And he's always been a friend to me. So no matter the turmoils that were unfolding within the landscape of CG at any specific time within it.
That's how you know the real ones.
Yeah, that's right. We can separate the drama and the conflict and not take things too personally, and always try to remain, open, kind, if that's the sort of thing that you give a shit about. But
I am all.
I do anyway.
Your motivations in the space say a lot about you too. Like what you find important, like about something like Comicsgate, and what drives you.
Well, I'm just out there trying to sell good books, and sometimes there's an attitude there where it's do one thing, it's say one thing, do another. But yeah, but I'm sure the culture war is a heated topic, and everything always. There's a lot of facets that come into play within the entirety of it, from what you believe, what you want to see happen. That there's a heated debate to be had within what the ideals represent, considering that there's no basis around what the actual ideals represent, and usually CG means whatever it means to you. So, but there will always be personalities that rise to the top that can ultimately, state what is and what isn't, and then it's up to the people below to be able to, discern those ideals for themselves. Yeah,
that's what I think. That's the one thing I've liked about CG from word go is like it's sort of like you define it for yourself, really. Like you can listen to other people's opinions and what they see it as, but like at the end of the day, it's what you see it as and what you how you.
Yeah, that's what I find so fascinating about it, and it's just that people out there trying to change the landscape and sell good books, and So many things, CG, but it's shifted and changed so much over time that
Yeah, a lot's changed since 2018, 2019.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
Much. Anyway, enough about that. Let's go to another article. Let's do it. Let's do it. Death. So when was this? This was written a week ago. Death doesn't exist and may just be an illusion, according to quantum physics. So we may end up having a bit of a shorter show today, but we'll see how we go. Hey, we've got Eric and Wood.
Hey, Eric.
What's up, Eric? Eric says, "What's happening? Happy Pappies? Not much, man. Good to see you. Thank you for dropping in." Y'all can feel free to answer that question if you so choose.
What's happening? Not much. We're just looking at an article about whether or not death is an illusion in the quantum realm, of course.
So Albert Einstein once said, "Now Besso has departed from this strange world a little ahead of me. That means nothing. People like us, ... Oh, we have a boop. Oh, it's Mr. Dylan Jaws. Here we go. Welcome to the stream, Dylan. Hey, what's up, Dylan?
I got a link from a Manticore.
Yes,
Manticore.
I got you back. I got you back.
Manticore, I believe is the pronunciation.
Potato.
Oh.
Hey, God.
Eric says, "Yo," and Eric also says, "Is Carol still on the panel? Hello to her as well, of course."
Fucking quiz!
Dylan, bringing the insanity to the stream. Of course, whenever Dylan is around, you must ask yourself, why are you gay?
Why are you gay?
Why are you the way you are?
What? Well, I mean, I am what I am, Dylan.
I found that original clip, Dylan, too, by the way.
Oh, did you?
Yes, I did.
I found it.
Well, Carol showed me it.
Bitches.
I wasn't going to dog you in, but if you want me to be a snitch, I'll be a snitch.
What?
Taking all the credit there, Manticore.
Yeah. I was trying to be like
Carol the Snoop.
out.
Why are you looking at my backstory? Why are you taking away all the magic? You're taking away the magic from what is Dillard.
Eric,
what are we talking about? I was watching a video on CMYK, and apparently they have this thing called a multiply layer. I'm learning how to use this.
Got a screen share there?
Nah.
Nah, fuck that.
Fuck that shit.
It's a YouTube video. What do you want me to show you on a YouTube video?
Oh, I thought you were going to draw something fucking epic for us.
To do with coloring, Dylan.
I can draw something. I mean, I'm working on something right now. I should have finished a while back, but I mean, I can show, but I can't really show everything, I guess.
So, spoilers involved for something you're working on, or is it?
Yeah, it's it's for Malin's project. He has a project called Visions.
Ooh.
Look at you.
He's taking a bunch of people that are like in CG, and if they have female characters, he's telling them to draw their own female characters in this book. Kind of like how the Diaz brothers do the CG summer vacation kind of deal. Mm-hmm. They're kind of like in competition with each other to who can get the best artists, better artists. So I kind of have to modulate because I'm doing one for both of them.
Is there any sort of light at the end of the tunnel for that scenario, or is it going to be just another competition thing where, I don't know, you could potentially get something,
Oh,
maybe
no, I mean, I already got paid for it.
Ah, nice. Very nice.
Yeah,
Very
I don't.
Nice.
I've given up on the whole, let me do a competition type deal. Maybe I'll win, maybe I won't. Yeah, I'm a little too old and too fat for that.
Selling yourself short, Dylan.
I'm also short, yes. I've been doing push-ups, so there's that.
Did you get your jungle shoes?
I didn't.
Ugh.
I got some for my kid though. I want her to have jungle feet. I want her growing up with a bunch of back problems and shit.
But by the time she's 18, she'll be able to climb a tree in like 0.5 of a second.
Like you should be able to do as a human.
Yeah.
We're all walking around with these crazy shoes, making our feet flat and our arches fall, and we complain we have to walk on something hard like dirt.
That big shoe conspiracy.
Yeah, big shoe. You know how they are. Anyway, I'm not up on what exactly we're talking about right now.
Well, we're talking about the concept of death within context.
Oh, God.
But, you know, the transcendence of death, Dylan. There's
transcendence of death.
Yes.
You believe that?
Well, maybe. An aspect of me subscribes to that potential idea.
I was talking to my brother about 4, maybe 5 days ago because my daughter asked me about dying. Because I keep saying dying. I killed this fly. The fly's dead, you know? Oh, Aldo the cat killed another lizard. What? He's sleeping? No, he's dead. And she's like, what is dead? And I'm like, oh, I shouldn't have been saying that, right? So I was talking to my brother. I called him up and I said, hey, brother of mine, has your daughter, you know, ever, because, you know, I'm a new dad, as dads go. My oldest kid is only 4, you know, and his kid is 6. So I called him up and I'm like, hey, did your kid ask you about being dead or death yet at all? Like, you know, when you're younger and you finally kind of try to wrap your mind around the prospect of being dead forever. And it's terrifying.
I specifically remember that, like,
yes, everybody does because it's that terrifying. You
remember the idea of permanent death is
the idea of forever.
Yeah,
you know, and because she says, "Oh, he gets flattened on all 4 sides," because she watches a cartoon where people die and they get squashed by things like cartoons and they get flattened on all 4 sides. And I was like, yeah, kind of like that. That's what it means. And so
yeah, nice and simple. To picture like that. Yeah.
And so she actually answered the question for me because I don't know. I think her grandparents have told her about one of her uncles who had already passed away, and her uncle Junior, and she was like, oh, and he went to the sky, and I was like, yeah, sure, yeah, he went to the sky. There you go.
So usually you've got a scenario where you'll either there will be an occurrence that will obviously, you know, force you to initiate that conversation with your kids, or there will be the willful approach to that subject, and then, you know, so that they understand it before the concept occurs.
Like my wife looks at me like I'm some sort of like my wife looks at me. I'm sorry, go ahead, man.
No, you go. All right.
I think there's a delay on my part. But my wife thinks I'm like a monster because I don't want to lie to my kids. But I'm not the kind of person that's like, oh, I'm going to just say things in the most graphic terms possible and try to break it down, make it simple. But I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to tell them some fantasy. And she says that's inappropriate. And I guess for their cognitive levels. And I was like, I don't know. I feel like no matter what age I was, my father always told me the truth as best as he knew it. And I was fine. I didn't feel like I was traumatized or anything. Or like, I don't know.
I respect that when exactly. How do you navigate the concept of either preparing them for the, you know, an inevitable situation that's going to happen, you know, and at least portraying it in such a way where they're going to, you know, understand the concept, and without them freaking out of, you know, approaching that inevitable.
Not only do you have to answer a question that you don't know the answer to, you got to put it in such a way that gives them an opportunity to think about it when you really don't want them to think about it because it's going to be problems.
Right, and being flat on all 4 sides is sort of a nicely, you know, at least a
nice little way to tie it up. Yeah.
An innocent introduction to the to the horrible concept.
Yeah, but the thing is this, right? The cartoon, I know the cartoon she's talking about. It's this little jingle cartoon where there's a song playing, and at the very end, the little chickie gets run over by the tractor. You know, and but at the very end, at the very, very end of the song, the chickie pops back up and runs back the other way down the road. So now I'm like, I don't want her even thinking this because this is serious business. Because I'm talking to her right now about running into the streets and getting run over by a car. I don't want her thinking that she could just pop back up if something like that happens.
That immediately brings into the equation of resurrection after death. Not an easy segue into the concept of permanence, like I said. So yeah.
Well, think about when we were kids. We had like Warner, like cartoons and Looney Tunes, where like you'd hit each other over the head with a mallet, and like then you'd still be all right. Like everyone was fine. Like that was okay. Like I remember that.
Yeah. You give somebody a stone cold stunner, they're back the next week to fight again.
Fight against right. Yeah.
They just shake it off, like walk it off.
When in reality, I've performed many a stunner on many a friend, and if you don't get it just right, it can be very serious.
Stunning, to say the least.
Yes, floating like butterflies and stinging like bees, if you will. Continuation of the article. People like us know that the distinction between the past, present, and future is only a stubbornly persistent illusion. Do you subscribe to that idea? That all of reality is an illusion.
I've had experiences that make me think that, but that's just on a personal level.
Yeah, realistically, me, like I would love to believe in a great number of things, but I just can't get around the reality of what I see.
Right,
that things are true and things are permanent.
That the horrors of the reality of death and decay, and then absolute permanence after that. And I like the way you framed it as well, because especially when you're pitching this concept to the idea of innocence, man, where because it's a terrifying subject that everybody ultimately has to approach. So
and an understanding of something like that molds their perception to a degree, like of the world.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if not done right at all, yeah.
Because like it's one of those things where I feel like you said, molds your perception, but I mean permanently molds your perception all the way into adulthood. Yeah. Like, how do you approach that and not fuck it up? Because this is a big deal.
Right.
There are very few things that are actual big deals, but this is one of them for everyone.
Yep. And it's that situation where you only get one shot at it. So
remember the conversation that Bill has with Beatrix Kiddo in Kill Bill Volume 2, where he's talking about the
which
fish
one
that was flopping. When her kid kills the fish.
And the kids like straight up. Yeah. That was the trouble.
That was one of my favorite scenes. It's one of the resonating scenes from that movie because it's just such a tricky thing. And how do you?
But it's so cold cold and brutal subject. And then it's
like the knife fight.
That is a fantastic.
That was full on too.
Yeah. I think for boys, of my era, you kind of get your first grip of that, and they showcased it really well in an Andy Griffith episode where he kills the bird with a BB gun, and you're like, like you're outside, you're playing around, you shoot a little sparrow with your BB gun, and the thing's dead, or worse yet, what happened to me, it's flopping about, and you got to go and finish it.
And you gotta,
you didn't do a good enough job.
Yeah, you clipped it or something.
You gotta do it. It's got to be clean. Clean.
And why is it? And that's something that's innate. Because when that happened to me, I wasn't, I was little. I got my BB gun when I was like, I don't know, maybe 5. I didn't watch a lot of movies or war movies or anything. I was still watching my Ninja Turtles and my cartoons. And when that happened, I immediately thought I have to go and finish it because it's bad. Otherwise,
that's the humane aspect of it. That's like, there's.
And there's an interesting thing to me. Like there are a few things that are like actually ingrained in you from birth that this is humane to do this, to finish off something. It's kind of gross, but
yeah. I had an air rifle at the age of 5, so my dad taught me like all that stuff pretty early as well. That because I was out there doing silly things, shooting at birds and doing stuff like that.
And I didn't shoot at birds after that for at least a good year, man.
Still, it takes a long time to wrestle with.
It is interesting, though, that you automatically knew that it had to be put out of its misery. Like, it was like, now I have to finish that. Like, it is interesting.
Where does that aspect come in? Is there something ingrained in us? Yeah, or is that a learned trait, a learned behavior?
I don't think it's learned, dude. I think it's it's innate. Because my sister came to me. I remember distinctly.
I think so too.
We were in a place called Kings Canyon National Forest in middle to Northern California, where they have the big sequoia tree, the General Sherman, General Grant trees, the biggest trees in the world. And we were camping out there in this place called Lake Hume. And we had taken, a bunch of stuff. My sister took her BB gun. She came to me in my tent and she was like, John, what? She's like, help me. And I was like, what happened? She had shot a blue jay, big blue jay. And it was flopping about. And I was like, well, we got to kill it, right? And so I went with her and
instinctual.
Yeah, like she was in a panic because she knew something had to happen, but she wasn't by any means going to be doing that, So she
was like, "You do it, Dylan. You do it.
You do it, Dylan."
There's a disconnect from actually like aiming the gun, pulling the trigger, and shooting something, than having to actually do that. Like the next step for that. Like
Because I think that it helps a lot with the being outdoors, the outdoorsy stuff, the camping, because you're dealing with a lot of animals, small animals all the time. So I went over there, I went over there, killed it, and we threw the trash, and, didn't tell nobody, secret. But I remember camping again, like a couple of years later, I think I was maybe in my teens, and we came in a campsite, and there was a snake, and they were like, "Oh, it's a snake in the campsite." And I'm like, "Oh, well, let's go." I went to go look at it, and I had a little hatchet in my hand, and I looked at the snake, and it when you see a venomous snake, you can tell right away by his face and his head and his eyes. It just looks.
And usually the coloring as well.
It looks evil. It looks mean.
There's something in us though that knows. Like it's like a threat detection system. Like that with snakes, especially. Like you see them like out of the corner of your eye, like, and you know exactly what it is straight away.
Yeah, and this one was very young. It was a little rattlesnake, diamondback. And I was like, oh, because you look at his face, and before you even see a rattle or anything, you just look at his face because they have this boxy shape with this evil shape to it,
And the two holes next to their mouth, with massive pits.
Yeah, I didn't even see that. But the thing is, just if you look at a python or some sort of milk snake, Pueblan milk snake or something, they just have this round, derpy face. But when you look at a venomous snake, it looks.
Yeah, they've got furrows in the eyebrows. Like they actually look nasty. Yeah.
Lost it?
I think we might have. It's all right.
No, that coincidentally happened as soon as I pushed. So, you there, Dylan?
Weird.
Just head on over to the chat for a sec as well. We've got Moira Kitty in the chat. G'day to you, Moira. Carol asking if we will be streaming tomorrow. No, we'll be streaming on. Oh, sorry.
Thursday. Yeah. Okay.
Sorry. She's got a thing tomorrow.
That's all right.
Yeah, his internet must have dropped out. He's just dropped out.
No worries. Hopefully the link's still valid and he'll make his way back in. Always brings an interesting conversation to the table, Mr. Dylan. Yes, I won't tell her.
It is an interesting.
I'll spare everybody the details of my. I was going to say I'll spare everybody the details of my death stories, but yeah.
Why?
Back to the.
Do you remember what it was? Do you remember what it was that actually brought it up in your mind, like that the incident or whatever that made you aware of it?
Oh, not a death. I mean, that happened. That happened. Yeah. Dude, I was playing Mortal Kombat since I was a fucking kid. What do you fucking expect is going to happen?
Oh, of course. But I'm just saying, you remember the first time you actually entertained the thought of ceasing to exist?
No, I don't. I don't remember it at all. But I do know that from a young age, I was engaging in that concept as my family was owners of a roo shooting business, and so I learned about I learned about many of those concepts when I was very young. Unfortunately, so that's what gave me quite a perspective on how I approach that subject to do with everyone. Just saying. Check on over in the chat.
Internet went out. Win probably.
Well,
blow you over there. Yeah.
Darius the Batman.
Eric says the Shadow Snake got him.
Shadow Snake.
Shadow Snake. All right. So back to the article.
Was it, as long as it wasn't that Glock Ness monster.
Pew pew.
Oh yeah, you gotta watch your back. Click clack.
Click clack. Watch your back.
Shampoo.
So he was alluding to the idea that death is just an illusion. If it was, that would be ideal. The continuation of Far Beyond, that would be highly ideal. Would you agree? Would you not agree?
Yeah, I've had some experiences that make me think that, like, the ego like ceases to be when we die, but the essence of what we are doesn't die.
The ego, you say?
Yeah, what people call the ego, like the shadow, whatever you want to call it.
The soul.
The soul. Yeah. I mean, you know what I mean, though. Like this, like I know you've experienced similar things too, so.
I'm not.
So our biggest, but with the concept of the continuation of life after death,
it's
or
not real. How am I going to get my freaking zombies if it's just an illusion?
this is true.
All the things
Re-Animate
you can
corpses are.
and zombies are the ones.
I only ask.
Well, that's
Let me have it.
Oh, you can have it.
You're telling the universe you had one job, universe, and it was
Yeah,
it was to make reanimated corpses.
Like everybody to be zombies, just like a little farm, like a zoo, just for me.
Zombies.
Terrible, Carol.
A conservation park, we should probably call it. Like,
Yes.
better than a zoo.
Like that. All right, well, HR can deal with naming of the place. Just give me a plot of land, zombies, and just leave it alone. I'll be okay.
Wouldn't it be like, yeah?
But I can't get
it wouldn't
that.
be HR. It would be.
Real.
There would be different terminology involved. I don't believe it would be human resources.
I don't care. It doesn't matter.
Could be CR.
In a zoo.
Yeah.
Degrading.
I don't fucking care. Just
Like,
give me some zombies and go away.
Cadaver resources.
They do have a body farm. They just don't get back up. It's for science.
Speaking of science, so one of the biggest existential questions haunting the mind of scientists and the average person alike since the beginning of time is what happens after death, apart from for Carol's pleasure becoming a reanimated corpse. Over time. Just staring, Carol. So, over time, as technology evolves, so have our answers. There is still an infinite number of possible answers, but one of the latest studies says it's because death doesn't exist at all. How do you feel about that concept? That, well, I mean, in context to the permanence of death is what I'm talking about.
It's better than death is permanent, isn't it? Like, really, as an end.
But as we travel down our linear progression of time, and there are many realities splitting off from the reality that we know. Is it just a matter of upon death, our consciousness? Well, I mean, yeah, our consciousness is either transferred to another plane of existence, another version of ourselves. Well, like, where does it end when it comes to this concept of the self?
Okay. It's like some people prescribe to the whole you die and then like you go back to source, like, and you can exist out of existence, but then you can be reborn again too. Like,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like life lessons. People say you've got things you learn when you're here, that as in the progression of the soul. Like, but I don't know. I'm no expert.
Well, neither am I. I don't. Yeah, but this type of stuff that I like. So
it's fun to see what other people think too, and like where their heads at with it. Because everyone's totally different, especially with this. Is like this is one of the things that people vary the most on. Like,
everyone's entitled to their interpretation of potential events, but somebody's got to get to the heart of the reality of the situation. One way or another, we all do. So, yeah. Lorenzo saying, "Good to see you, Dylan. Come on back in if you got your internet back there, brother." Dylan also says, in the New Testament, when Jesus died, the tombs opened and many that were dead walked the streets, and people were so afraid. It is prophesied to happen again before the rapture. Yes. Now, are you talking from a perspective where you believe this, Dylan? Or you believe this, or are you? Yes. Well, but that's the beauty of that's the beauty of storytelling, right? The beauty of potential fiction as opposed to prophetic reality. They do say that though. Dylan also says the idea that the last breath exhaled on earth is immediately followed by your first breath in heaven is too feel good to be believable. Oh, I don't know, Dylan. Maybe just a pessimistic point of view there, but interesting philosophical context, philosophical subjects to talk about with all of that. Darius says, smash the like button if you'd be the kind before you head out the door. Smash the like button if you would. Dylan also says, I'm just consoling Carol that she will have her zombies. Eric saying, potential fiction? Come on. Ragulu in the chat. We know who this is. So yeah. Back to the article. An endless number of universes. So according to Robert Lanza, MD, death is actually a door to an endless number of universes. Death is but a doorway. Anyway, that means that just as you live your life right now, another version of you lives its life and makes different decisions that alter its outcome. Do you like this concept? The infinite versions of the self?
Yeah.
Yes. What constitutes as your soul? Of course, we went into the high dimensional stuff the other day. Explained that concept, deconstructed it in a way that that could potentially make sense. But that's just one idea that I like to subscribe to. One element of storytelling of the way it actually is that intrigues me. So, whatever regret you have in this life or opportunity you long for, it's likely happening somewhere in the universe. That's a fun concept to ponder. How's everybody doing there, by the way? How are the potential infinite versions of self going there? Everyone surviving? Are we okay?
Living the dream.
All
right. Darius says, they say that the many worlds doesn't violate conservation of energy, but I don't see how.
Much to say on that subject, Medical?
No. It's one of the ones I struggle with, really, like the many worlds and the multiverse theory. It's like...
Yes, but it doesn't violate very specific ingrained properties of the universe, it still allows for the potential existence of that theory. So, well, there are very there are very measurable physical laws and properties of the universe that are that are set in stone. That can't be until those theories are no longer Don't get me started on it, or I'll go down a rabbit hole. But I like the concept that the physical laws of the universe still allow for these potentials. Everyone having fun in the chat. Darius says if new universes are created, it seems like that should require all of the energy in the universe, but potentially maybe there's properties of the universe that we are, laws of the universe that we're still unaccustomed and unexplored yet at its fundamental level. We've got nice
dark matter, for
right, dark matter, dark energy. Aspects of the universe that currently don't fit within the standard model of understanding. That we can't, that are there, but that are there. Maybe. Who knows?
What is there?
What is here?
Huh? I'm still here.
You here, Carol?
Good to know.
Good to know. Good to know.
I'm fine.
You're right.
I am fantastic. Yep.
Excellent.
I'm good.
So whatever regret you have in this life or opportunity you long for, it's likely happening somewhere in the universe. Lanza asserts that anything that possibly can happen is happening in some universe. I mean, it's one of my favorite theories to subscribe to. So every single possible outcome plays out in one of the endless universes. For that reason... That's one of the reasons why it frustrates me about this specific the law of the universe, because ultimately they it doesn't go down to the science much. It's very it's very up in the air spiritual based reporting system, but still out of respect for the brother peeps, these are still interesting ideas, and I stress that, ideas to think about, to ponder about, that are at the fundamental potential nature of it all, and that type of thing. It's philosophy, it intrigues me.
If anything, it helps you think of things in a certain way or in a different way to what you're currently thinking. You know what I mean? Idea wise. Right.
Yeah, it gives you an abstract layer to interpret potential reality. So,
hey, Courtney.
Let's check the chat. Hey, what's up, Courtney? Good to see you. So, for that reason, he concludes that death can't exist in these scenarios since they're all happening at the same time. There is a reality in which we read the other article that I dropped in today with the infinite paradox of infinity still puzzling us. So, and we could have gone down that route today, but did we? Well, no, we did not. Regardless of Peeps' presence, we still ended up down this path. But I like thinking. I like conducting myself in that specific manner. All right. So if your brain hurts,
you're so weird.
What? Oh, what are you talking about? You dropping silliness in the chat there, Carol.
So if your brain and Red Bull,
if your brain hurts, bear with us.
I've got a preemptive headache. It's all right.
A predestined headache. Yeah.
Yep.
That's right. Yeah, we're getting there.
Has been
We're getting there.
told.
I'm okay, Courtney. I got a parachute. Don't you worry.
So
She's got
consciousness.
Dead issue anti-gravity boots.
Huh.
I can fly.
So as it turns out, the only reason we associate our consciousness, so the awareness that we exist with our physical body is because of the energy working in our brains. What do you think about the very essence of consciousness having some property of energy itself?
I've looked into a lot of like studies and that where they try and pinpoint where consciousness generates, like whether or not it's in the brain or like somewhere, and they can't really find a specific place that it comes from. Like,
yes, so
it's kind of intriguing to me.
Consciousness could be a non-local factor of reality itself. I like these ideas. I like them very much. But interesting that we have a
lot.
Your level of consciousness sort of changes as your life goes on too, which sort of
a lot
corroborate that.
Yeah, it's a very entertaining idea. Anyway, we believe in. What's that?
I was just saying, I like that imagery there.
It's very cool. Somehow consciousness is energy, the machine nature of reality are all intertwined. Very interesting art. So we believe in death because we've been taught we die. Our association with our body is so strong that when we die, we assume that both our body and our consciousness also shut off. What do you think? That's coming back full circle to what we were just talking about with Dillard. Dillard also says consciousness is relative. Well, it is quite relative to the point of view of the observer. But going beyond that, existing at some sort of collective consciousness level is and even further beyond from a higher dimensional perspective, where the entirety of consciousness is non-localized. These are things that it's what I choose to believe. So
I'd be inclined to believe that it's not generated in the brain. We have no evidence so far to say it is.
That's right. Well, I'm sure once we get into the deeper nature of AI and and this new coming paradigm that we're all rapidly approaching, our understanding could potentially change very soon. Very soon. Dillard says, like a person with a very high IQ, my consciousness is no better than that of a chimpanzee. Well, it depends what you consider. There's intelligence, there's consciousness, are two very different properties. So, so we assume that our body and our consciousness also shuts off. Yet biocentrism, a new theory of everything, is suggesting that death is not the end like we think, and that we have the power to change our brain circuits with new associations. Do you like the idea of neuroplasticity? I do.
Love it.
But where does that stand in the grand cosmic scheme of things, in the nature of space and time, and above and beyond? Remains to be observed, remains to be seen. So we have the power to change our brain circuits with new associations, like learning that fire is hot by touching it. This shows that you don't say. This shows that what we see would not be perceived without our consciousness. So creating reality, that's an entirely different kettle of fish altogether. our ability to be intertwined with the fabric so profoundly, and our consciousness intertwined with that, we may not even be aware of how profound our ability is to control our relative reality, our perceived reality, and the externalized reality that we see around us. Who knows? But I like thinking about this type of stuff. That's all I'm saying.
The more you think about it too, like the spooky, not spookier, but like the funnier things get too. The things you notice and you see.
You never know. You never know. So biocentrism believes that life and consciousness are both fundamental to the ways of the universe. Lanza also adds that it's consciousness that creates the material universe, not the other way around. That means that
one.
Yeah, I might even look more into. I
think that statement is what made me question a lot. Like when I came to that question.
Yeah, well, funnily enough. Well, what do you mean? What do you mean? Go on.
Well, like that read that last sentence again. Just the sentence that triggered that.
Biocentrism believes that life and consciousness are both fundamental to the ways of the universe, Manticore.
And we may generate reality like in here.
Yes, we may be rendering reality ourselves, rendering it. We've got Dilla Jaws joining us again. Yes, Manticore.
Hello!
Greetings, Dilla. Welcome back.
No, what I'm trying to say is like I'm basically like a retard compared to like smart people. Like when you talk about like people with really high IQs, I'm like realistically, my IQ is closer to that of a monkey than it is to him.
Do you believe there are properties that can't, like, say you've got say what you said before with the savant stuff? Do you believe that there are things that can't be measured on an intelligence quest?
No.
Intelligence quiz? No. You don't believe that there's potential profound properties, like say when a musician just has an innate ability to produce beautiful music?
Just because it's called soul doesn't mean it has it in it.
Well, I don't necessarily mean you have to, chalk it up to that. But I'm saying, do you believe there's properties beyond this concept of intelligence that are ingrained natural abilities, like say your ability to draw, Dylan? Like say your ability to construct?
No, my ability, like people's, like let's say, take for instance my ability to draw.
Mm-hmm.
This was something that was given to me upon asking.
Interesting. How do you mean?
Well, I was like, I want to do something cool. God, give me a double blessing on these hands. Make them instruments of you and your will on this earth.
Mm-hmm.
Make them better than everyone else's. And by proxy, me. And he was like, sure.
It's a very interesting conversation that you claim to have had there, Dylan. It's just more of a, how do I say? It's a soliloquy, if you will. On
basically, that was just a biopic that I just gave you right there. These are all events that happened, and this is a really good, accurate retelling of what happened.
Now, for somebody who claims that there is no life after death and there is nothing, there is a form of permanence involved at the end of death. Your claim of the conversation with God is quite profound to me, where you seem to have asked for something and you received, but it was something it was something that you had to train at, something you had to become instinctual at, at a level, but where a natural ability sort of
well, then I get that, I get it, but are you of the school of thought that music is not created, it's discovered?
I could buy into that idea, especially when
the same train of thought. The famous Michelangelo, I don't carve something, I just take away what it isn't.
Yes, I love those ideas. Now, when you put it on the scale of like a savant scale, where you're, you know, where there's abilities beyond intelligence, like well, you know, because I'm a pretty good musician and pretty well rounded.
I think that's a form of intelligence. I don't think it's something different. Sorry, I don't know.
That's cool. No worries. But what about an autistic savant's ability to you know, where they have
count toothpicks,
right? Or draw a city, or you know, from memory, or to you know, to play to hear a piece of music.
I think that's actually something broken in your brain.
Interesting. Or to hear a piece of music once and be able to play it from start to finish like it was a recording in your mind. Like,
yeah, I mean that's just my opinion. My opinion means nothing.
Like you wrote it.
Got one of those.
Well, that's not true. That's not true. I mean, I don't mean to make it on. This is nothing to do with the chart.
You're right.
Here.
Carol never has an opinion about anything.
She can be quite opinionated.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
What?
See? I told you.
Now, let's not pick up Carol.
Involved in the conversation. I just F you.
That was an attempt to bring Carol in the conversation, but
You get greedy F-U's.
No, but I think that if you're operating on such a level, because I think that, and I don't think that it's completely detached, right? Your IQ from your let's just say talents, for lack of a better word. I think that's a different kind of intelligence. You're working. You can actually see things and work things out through that way. Like you can use those skills that you have to rank higher on your IQ test. Some people, when they learn or study or they actually take notes in class, like I do doodles. I doodle while I'm taking notes. And this helps me tremendously when it comes to like retaining information.
Right.
Or, you know, maybe you hear and the professor, you assign the professor some sort of sing-song cadence to when he's talking, and then certain ways that he speaks, you retain that better, and that gives you intelligence in that way. You know, maybe you're just innately, you can feel, you have like this feeling, right? Like your vibe.
It's a higher sensory perception rather than
that's your intelligence. You can feel like maybe I shouldn't do this in this situation because I might get mugged. You got street smarts, you know, but that's how you roll. That's your wheelhouse of intellectual prowess.
Yeah, but that could also be intuition too. Like,
not a thing.
Not a thing.
Not a thing. I don't know. I've experienced things that make me believe otherwise, but yeah.
Because you're a mother. Is that why?
Father, but yeah, no. Like, yeah, I've just had experiences that make me believe, differently.
Fair enough.
Been in some sketchy situations where like something's told me to get the fuck out of there.
I get you. Like, you know, you're driving down the street, like, man, everybody's driving crazy today. I don't understand it. So you pull over and you see an accident, you're like, oh shit, you know.
No, like, I'm talking about spider senses, Dylan. Like where your brain goes, whoa, like, and then you're like, no, I've got to leave. See ya.
Oh, that's peyote.
Well, magic mushrooms, right? Yeah.
You never know.
Well,
stranger things.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yes. I'm just saying, like, I'm kind of like I don't even know the word. I guess glib about a lot of stuff. But that's just, partly because of my antisocial personality disorder. Is I don't feel things very deeply, right? So I'm like, whatever.
I just heard you articulate a potential conversation with God there in the way that your gifts manifested. So don't do it. But there are things there are like, you know, ways that we gamble in order to like hedge our bets against what our beliefs about what we like to believe about, you know, the sweet music that we hear, that we tell us, that we create for ourselves, that are, you know, that just sounds right and feels right about the nature of existence. And like, yeah. And when it comes to hope and stuff like that, when it comes to, you know, like putting your chips on the table and saying, that's what I believe it is. Like, you know, there are consequences with those that come with those placements of the chips. So,
I think that's why a lot of people don't want to do it, or like don't do it, like
not even once.
Peyote, not even once.
No, it's just I feel like okay, like you know that feeling you get when you were younger. Well, maybe you didn't. I don't know. I'm just all jacked up. But maybe when I was younger, I would never understand why people would get excited about stuff. You know, I was like, hey, okay, you're obviously hamming it up. I don't know for what audience. You know, I was telling a story to somebody else that my buddy, we were fishing at the pier, and he was like having a baby, but his wife was over at she was going to find out. She was spending time with her mom. She was going to find out what it was, a boy or a girl. And he gets a text message, and he's like, "Woo! It's a boy, dude!
It's a boy."
I'm looking at him like, who are you fucking putting on this performance for?
Yeah, well, but maybe it was just, you know. So you're saying I'm talking in the nature of like being passionate about something, like, but that's sort of a different context where you're like, yeah, this person had an expectation that they, you know, it was either an A or B scenario, and they got the scenario that they wanted, and they were happy with that. That's what.
Let me show you something right here. Okay, this is the appropriate response to getting news that you actually really. I'm gonna turn my camera on here. Okay, here's the expression. If somebody told me, hey, because I have two girls, right? Somebody's like, hey, you know, you're having a boy. I'd be like this. There you
Just
go.
as simple as that. Yeah.
I'm not gonna be like, woo, like Ric Flair. You know what I mean?
You mean you're telling me that? You mean you're telling me that knowing that your lineage is going to continue, because ultimately that's what it is. It's like you've got the scenario where you're like, right, male equals that my seed continues.
Well, but I mean, you've had this conversation with yourself. You've had it with God or your higher power or whatever. You've had it before in your head. Oh, I really hope that it's a boy, right? That's what I want. And when you get it, you go, all right, that's what I got. Thank you.
Well, that's modesty. That's modesty, bro.
What do you mean modesty? That's how people are. That's how you react to a situation. You don't fucking you throw your hands up in the air. Oh my god, who does that shit?
Well, it depends. Yeah,
it's
very interesting.
It's a suspicious performance.
When my daughter was conceived, one thing I noticed was like with women, it's like as soon as they find out they're pregnant, like it's like they've got this bond with the baby, right? But I didn't develop that until I saw her and held her in my hands. Like,
see, I didn't develop that until about a year in.
Until it was there in front of me, you know, like, and I could hold it. Like,
I understand exactly what you mean, because I got a feeling like, oh, this is my baby, right? They said, hey, here, you know, cut the cord, blah, blah, yada, yada, and I held the baby. I'm like, oh, what a cute baby. This is mine, and I was like, this is it's a good thing, a happy moment. Now I wasn't OMGing and you know, acting a Valley Girl fool, you know, raising my voice and all that, and it's kind of I felt kind of bad. Because I'm like, my wife would probably be looking at me and expecting some sort of like profound emotional reaction. You know, and I'm like,
but did you have that rising sense in yourself though, like internally? Like
no,
okay.
Like very faint. Like I grew to love the kid probably from month 3, it started heavy until about month 9, and then I was like, oh, it got there, you know. And I was like, yeah. And now it's like I'm like. I get people dirty ass eyes. They could walk too close to my kid. I'm like, shit that I would have never thought before I had kids.
When they're real little, all they do is eat, sleep, and shit. Like they've got no like anything. But when they start to develop their personality that makes them an individual, that's when it like you're like, whoa.
Yes,
you know?
yes.
That's a person.
I guess maybe that's for men, or I don't know. But
it seems to be.
Because when I see my wife tells me, hey, you know, I love this baby. It's not even out yet, right? I'm like looking at it all sus.
It's like I'll never forget.
You mean knowing
the first time I?
Well, I can't talk. You two have a conversation because I don't have kids myself. So, but yeah,
it spun. She recognized my voice when she was born. Like she literally stopped dead in her crying because she heard my voice, and it was like, wow. Like, so she's been listening to me all the time in there. You know, like she knows who I am. It's weird. That was surreal. But yeah,
I don't know. I don't know what it is that actually turned the little dial in me that switched from on to off, or you know, off to on. But it did happen. But I will say I know for sure it happened gradually. There wasn't like a substantial event that happened. I don't know. Maybe that makes me a bad person. Oh well.
No.
Deal with it.
Mine was born under area emergency. So, like, I think that made it more like I was more because she came out. I was like, oh, that was a big thing. But I think if it was natural birth and it was normal, I would have been the same.
Right.
It's the fear of
like my second kid when she came out. split my wife. Right? They didn't give her an episiotomy, and when she came out violently, and she was bleeding out all over the floor. She was losing her color, and they came and brought her blood and all that. My wife, and they were like, "Go talk to her, right?" And I was like, "Hey, you did great. Yeah, you're fine." You know? I didn't really give you the opportunity to kind of lose your stuff, right? And I've never actually had that opportunity or in real life. Like when things happen, people say, "Oh, you know, the fight or flight." But I'm
right.
I'm
There's an interesting correlation there, man, between the those two concepts that you just said, where you're able to, you feel something within, and you're able to contain that aspect of yourself, like as how it manifests out of you. Do you know what I mean?
Because I can't get people don't startle me, or at least they don't think they do. It looks like I'm a tough guy because I don't react, because I freeze. It's not for me. It's not fight or flight. It's freeze. Like somebody pulls a gun on me, and I just freeze, and I look at him, and I'm like, and that's when the guy was kind of when I got robbed at gunpoint. They were like, they kind of took a second take. You know, they're like, is this guy like some sort of hardened criminal that a gun doesn't bother him? Like, no, I froze.
Yeah.
Right, and then I was thinking to myself, that's a small gun. I can take it. You know?
I think that's what that freeze is for. That freeze is to assess the situation. Like you freeze, assess the situation, then you go either fight or flight. Like
I have this. We have this Halloween time walk on the riverbed in this area here, and you take the kids, and people will hide behind trees and jump out and scare you and all that stuff. You know, they put red cellophane on the flashlight, so everything's real spooky. But I'll be in a group of people, and somebody will jump out, and everybody will immediately jump to the side, and I'm just standing there like an idiot, you know.
But
because I am scared, but I'm frozen, you know.
But there's preconception going into that situation that you know that that's never going to happen. But when like a situation where you say you had a gun pulled on you, like that's a completely different situation where it catches you off guard, and then you're that
looking down the barrel of a weapon. Yeah.
But what I'm seeing here is like it all fits under that category of like feel emotion and then being able to control your how that.
But the thing is this: my emotion was delayed. Because I didn't even feel that emotional when everything was happening, right? And even when my adrenaline came down, I started feeling, because I got in a fight with these guys, and my fingers were broken.
I know the story. Yeah.
And I was like, damn it, everything was hurting, and I started breathing heavy, and everything caught up.
Well, the adrenaline catches up.
Even after that, the emotion wasn't associated with it until the police officer was like, "Would you want to come down and look at a mug book?" Right? And I'm like, yeah, sure. I never heard of that before. Apparently, they keep pictures of criminals, common criminals in the area, in a thing called a mug book. You take a mug shot. And I was like, yeah, sure. I never heard of that. Yeah, I'll go. And he's like, yeah, we got to take these things a little seriously. And I was like, yeah. He's like, attempted murder and all. And that's when it hit me. When he said attempted murder, I like clutched my pearls. I was like, attempted murder?
So as soon as it was framed in a certain like story told concept and context, that's when the situation became real. What about? Yeah. So that's interesting to me though, when like in context to you finding out that you were going to have, a certain gender of a child, like within that context, where you were entering the situation where you had a preconceived understanding it was either going to be boy or girl. Like where's you telling me that you know him? Well, that scenario is not going to come about, but yeah. I know that people are ecstatic when they find out they have a boy because ultimately it's going to be the continuation of their lineage.
Oh,
cool. Yeah, there you go.
It was weird. Like,
no, I mean,
she was going to be a girl too.
Yeah. And the thing is, I really wanted a girl first, but I also wanted a boy at some point to be the carry on my lineage type deal. Right. However, like, after I had two girls, I'm like, I'm not really trying really hard to have another kid.
Times yeah.
I think I'm done.
How many more can I have here?
knowing myself and my father, I was like, I don't want a boy. Like, I don't want a boy.
Yeah. Well, that
was what it was.
That explains it too.
Because I think for me anyway. I'm not speaking from Manticore here, but for me, like deep down, I believe, like in my heart of hearts, I'm a fucking horrible person. I don't want another one of me running around or me effing up another boy and ruining somebody else's life, starting a family and ruining theirs.
What about the Mrs. Jean still? You still got that to take into account.
Nah, because of my narcissism, I think that the hurt genes don't matter at all. It's just all me.
It's just entirely
Stamped carbon
takes
copy.
over. Yeah.
Whatever your genes are insignificant compared to my powerful semen.
I see.
And don't lie to me and tell me you don't feel that way.
I won't go into the personal context of that, but I think I like to believe that I'm a good person, man. So, but does that notion of self go into the DNA? Does it? For all you know, your kids could grow up and be completely different people, and it may be a learned trait. It may be it may be it may be life experience that they, the way that they understand the world. It may be learned behavior.
It's a conversation.
It is. It is.
It is
interesting nonetheless.
Imagine everything that you try to you're sitting here and you're sweating and you're pondering about the things that you should give attention to and what you should instill in your kids, and imagine none of it means anything. Good Lord. What a waste of life.
Well, it does to some context because especially if you have a boy, it's going to ripple down the line one way or another, and even in the way that people perceive you. Like, it doesn't necessarily have to be, your seed based, but that type of stuff reflects off on other people. And
statistically, it probably won't be.
So back to the article. Interesting conversation nonetheless about the external manifestation of
the
internal
fruit
emotion.
of Dillard's loins.
Oh my God. Oh shit. So we create our own reality. So the concept of biocentrism. And Lanza also adds that it's consciousness that creates the material universe and not the other way around. That means that it's us who have the power to create our own realities. Now, on what level you want to interpret that, whether you want to interpret that as you're literally manifesting physical reality or at the point of influence of the reality around you, I guess is, it's interpretive. The way you can perceive that, perceive it at your own will and at your own risk.
I was going to say peril.
Peril, however you want to interpret it, but ultimately the way you interpret it is the self. Do you know what I'm saying? The way you externalize that is a powerful aspect of self. It's defining its definition of self, what you choose to be. Do you not believe that?
I don't even get it, to believe it or not believe it.
The idea that you believe that you're a bad person ultimately dictates, but
whether or not you are a good or bad person.
No, I don't believe that at all.
Well, I think it's objective. The way that I see it, Dillard, I'm like, the way you conduct yourself, Dillard, you are not a bad person.
That's the goddamn attack helicopter conversation. I know what's reality and what is not real.
So what you're saying, Dillard, is that you go in and you give your missus a bit of a smack when when nobody's looking. No, I don't believe that about you. So you know what I mean?
I don't. What kind of a person would do that?
Right. A bad person would do that, Dylan. But
a son of a bitch.
Do you know what I mean? There are things that ultimately you become reflections of you in the way that you conduct yourself. Ultimately, prove to me that you may believe that you are a bad person, but ultimately, I know different. So I believe different.
No, because the thing is, there's much worse things than just going in and giving your wife a smack. I mean,
right?
There's
yes.
I mean, what about?
But what are you talking about? The nature of thought, the nature of belief. Are these factors get taken into account? Yeah,
because I mean, the thing is, you got to do, I guess you would call it personal inventory. Mm-hmm. Every time you want to think about a new concept like this and how it applies to you, or whether or not you can follow this line of thinking. Because I mean, some of these concepts, you have to go ahead and reinvent yourself from the ground up if you want to say, yes, I do believe in this. And you got to do that constantly.
can you not hold these dual perspectives where you can entertain notions like that? Where you can
I can't. I mean, maybe I'm too stupid, but I can't. Like for me, it's like, oh no, if you believe
I never used to be able to.
A, then of course you cannot believe that B is also true.
It's an absolute thing again.
See, I think you can though, because you can also yes, you can entertain the notion that you can have a conversation with God, and you prayed and you said, God, give me this God-given talent that will, but, and then you look at the perspective where there was none of that. There is no life after death. There is nothing to do with that. Where you're in that.
No, I didn't
dissonance.
say that I believe there was nothing after. I said that the concept of your last breath on earth is your first breath in heaven is that's too feel goody. That's just to make somebody go to bed.
That is a nice fluffy way of looking at the story, of looking at the concept.
I believe that whether you believe in God or not, I believe that it's a terrifying and a violent experience to die and wake up somewhere else. And how long that it is between that can be, who knows? I mean, I remember I went to bed 2 days ago. I got up too early. Got up at 3:00 in the morning, and I was like, okay, let me go to bed. And I got up. I went to bed at about 3:15. And woke up at 4:00, which is my usual time to wake up when I'm on my schedule. And if I had a dream that lasted a lifetime, in that 3:15 to 4:00, who knows what can happen when you die? When the brain really starts getting crazy.
Right? Was that experience an actual an actuality somewhere?
Somewhere,
and starting to entertain those ideas. You know what I mean? Like when you. To me, it's like the complexity of what these ideas represent. It's like, sure, you're looking at it like, hey, fucking Sky Daddy, and then I go to the fucking the gates of heaven, and then it's as simple as that. But it's more like, well, how abstract can you get in your interpretation of what this idea of heaven, and heaven means?
Courtney is just like disagreeing with me just to disagree with me now.
She's talking about parallel universes. It's called mindfulness and practicing constantly is what but but how do we know that
I've heard a lot of people talk like of psychedelic experiences, especially where like they cease to be in a localized place, like, you know what I mean, like their awareness grows.
I had an entire life where I was the one that invented the Billy Blanks Taibo, and I was a millionaire mogul.
Did you dream this, or did you perceive it?
No, this was a dream. This didn't actually happen, Smirk.
That's awesome. What was that? That's wild.
It's still a drawer. It's Taibo.
I know, it's great. It's crazy to me that we can have these abstract experiences like that. And there's some tangibility to the idea. Depends what you subscribe to the understanding of. There's this tangibility within those ideas to potentially be real. In essence, in some way, somehow.
Right. Because the thing is, there's this concept in Christianity, and a lot of people don't ascribe to it. But I mean, it's written down. It has to be true. If you believe A, then B must also be true, right? So I'm like, it's written that you're innately a bad person in the Bible, right? Like, there's a scripture saying, there's a scripture saying, one of my favorite ones. I forget the address though, but it's like, how many of you, if your kid asks for bread, would you give them a rock? Or if they ask for water, will you hand them a serpent? And then it says, if you then, being evil, know how to give good things unto your children, how much better things will you get from God who is in heaven? Meaning you are evil. You couldn't.
You interpret it that way?
Absolutely.
Wow.
I don't interpret things that, don't lend themselves to interpretation.
Right. But in the context of the same situation as man having children, and giving that gift, but you can also perceive it as like whatever God is handing down an idea, or handing down that gift to you. Like it's in the same context of you asking for that concept of drawing, and then you attaining that concept. Like it's abstract. It's not like, hey, here's a loaf of the way I see that.
It's really not that abstract.
Well, it is like it's an interpretive metaphor. It's like You know, it's like, what, I literally give you a snake. I literally give my child a snake. Or I literally, you know, like, there's...
No, I mean, it's basically what it's saying. You what in your head, in your level of existence, because you know God's ways are, you know, not further but higher than yours. But in your plane of existence, you will do good things for your children.
That's the idea.
Plain as day is what it's saying, right?
Right.
You will do good things. You're not going to do something crazy. You're not going to give them things they don't want or things that are bad.
But there's also the concept of when you put it up to that high, you know, that higher level of like, something bad happens to you and you consider it an act of God. And then, you know, and that it's like, that's the metaphor to me. Like, that's the deeper metaphor of like unexplainable bad shit being received. Like, yeah, well, to me anyway, that's the way I interpret that. But once again, it's interpretive. So
it's like I have a bleak outlook on the whole situation just because of how I perceive things. Like when they say things like, "Oh, you know, all things work together for good, for the glory of God," right? That doesn't mean that all things are going to be good. It just means all things will work together for good. But for the ultimate. But I don't want to be on the lower level of that cog of things working out for good.
Yep. That we're all just some type of machine in the wheel that like it's all like.
And even if you know, I don't even want to be the lower part of that. I want to be I don't want to be inside the watch. I want to be on the face of the watch.
Right.
You want to be up front and center.
But they're all.
I can sort of get what Dylan's saying because like there was a point in my life too that I believed myself to be a bad person, like you know what I mean, like and then things happened and I realized I really wasn't, like you know, and that in itself was scary because it was like, who the fuck am I then? If I'm not who I thought I was, then who am I?
I mean, what's the level of what's a good person, right? Because everybody is guilty and everybody deserves death.
Right. So say you go out and buy your kid a pet snake. Does that make you a bad person?
Well, if the kid wants his bread, then yes.
Well, but you know what I mean? Like,
my dad's an asshole then.
How interpretive do you want to get in your understanding of what those they represent in a literal context?
What things represent? I'm not that kind of artist.
Yes, I am, and I'm not. You know, I'm not a literal artist, but I'm a figurative artist. Like that's why I look at crafting, like the idea of what an artist is, because you look at musicians and you're like, well, they're artists. You look at like it's this idea of like craft that like building something, crafting something.
Carpentry,
as they call it,
craft.
Hukmah. All right.
I think that's an aspect of repressed homosexuality.
Get the chart out, motherfucker. Here we go.
No, I mean like people that partake in making miniatures, diagrams, crafting, art, music.
So what you're saying, Dylan, is that God is gay? Is that what you just said? Making miniature versions of himself. God is on the chart.
It's a way of you working through the stuff you're not supposed to be partaking in.
Dylan, I think the chart may be a way of you working through things.
Exactly. I think most things are. Most creative things are. They're all from the feminine.
It's a way of like conceptualizing and understanding. I think, like I've watched little kids play, and you watch how they play.
I can't create life bullshit.
It's a very interesting way of looking at it too. That there are Now we may take the piss within the concept of the chart, but they feel like there's a deep aspect to harnessing both of those qualities, like both of those spectral qualities from using your chart as a metaphor from understanding the full spectrum of creation. Maybe
that was the end of your sentence.
Yeah, full stop.
Yeah, there we go.
Anyway, so think of the power of perception. There is the truth and there is our interpretation. There you go. Of it, depending on the way we experience it, which varies from person to person and brain to brain. Whether that's a learned trait itself, or whether this biological programming, or whether it's something far beyond at the consciousness level. But everything you see and experience right now, including the words you're reading, is information translated into your mind. how that comes to define what you understand is also, like what there may be characteristics of DNA that we can't quite understand how profoundly they affect our external reality. There are so many layers that we still just can't get to the essence of just yet to say that's what it is. But some concepts like time and space can be grasped with perception.
I'm putting this up. You don't have to share this. I'm just putting this up in case you want.
I'm doing it. Yep. All right, we'll come back.
I finished I finished for now what I was working on. I'm gonna work on something else.
No worries. So Courtney also says it's not just creative; it's very mathematical too. Right? When you say mathematical, it's like there's a fundamental language that is at the heart of it. Like there's a fundamental essence of understanding that can be
heartbeat of the earth.
There you go, the universe, man. So close. That shit just belongs on the chart. But you got, creation comes down to that.
I mean, I get it. I don't know.
But talking about that shit belongs on the chart. Yeah. So.
I mean, it kind of does.
Yeah.
It's not my fault. I didn't make the rules.
No fault of mine.
Courtney says, yes, Smoke, that is why we can't ever judge people on their negative experiences. Everyone suffers over different things, just an example. But I think also the problem comes into play is when we have these negative experiences, Courtney, and then we
people let them define them.
And they become expectation, they become abstract things that we project ultimately as so it's like if you have the ability within your whatever you want to perceive it as, your neuroplasticity, your ability to know that experience happened and then see it in a transformative light, the ability to create the self is limitless. Carol says yes, 3x plus 1. A very interesting, profound mathematical concept.
Yeah,
the infinite 3x plus 1. It is a repeating fractal pattern which conceivably goes on
forever,
infinitely.
Do you even fractal geometry, bro?
I don't. I'm sorry.
Well, funnily enough, what he's doing right now is sort of encapsulates the essence of that concept to me. So,
I know.
The loop, the infinite loop. These loops, man, and and I won't even go into I can bring up my theological interpretation of where I'm at in my understanding, but it's more like if I do that, then I become it becomes a staple for me where it's more like I like to entertain these ideas as if there's an element of fiction to them and I don't want to sit here and
you don't.
Well, I do, I don't want to sit here.
The thing is, I don't even want to talk about stuff unless it's gonna has the possibility of changing my perspective on things.
I do take, I like that idea of having a dialogue about these things so I can potentially change my perspective, or at least, bring into focus a bit more of an absolute. But I'm very, I'm quite happy in the idea of living in
an old man who's set in your ways.
Not entirely. You can teach this dog new tricks.
I don't know much about much, but I know a thing or two about a thing or two.
There. All I know is that I know nothing, right?
I do know some things.
I do know nothing very profoundly. Courtney knows that this is Deep Thoughts with Smirk and that Dill isn't a fan. Carol's Cookie says, Cole, that's conjecture. That's the concept. of the 421 loop of the 3x
I don't even
plus
know
1.
what the word conjecture means.
Shall we look up the proper definition of conjecture?
What's the Webster's definition of conjecture?
A conjecture is an opinion or conclusion formed on the basis of incomplete information.
Oh, okay.
And there's, I've only got one definition for that too, so that's, funnily enough, ironic in a sense. But also in mathematics, but that's the, yes, but in mathematics, a conjecture is a conclusion or proposition that is proffered on a tentative basis without proof. So it's a theory. Or a theorem.
So that like are there like conjecture can have levels of like veracity.
It's like a founding statement, and then you make a further elaboration on top of that. But it's like there's the absolute of it. The conjecture being that there is an infinite loop pattern within this when you demonstrate this mathematical principle, and the beyond that conjecture is that there's like an interpretation of it that says it will infinitely repeat. We cannot do the calculations and the mathematics that will ultimately lead us to the conclusion that it does infinitely repeat. But what we can understand from it, what we can infer from it so far, is that it infinitely repeats based upon keyframes, in essence,
like,
of this.
100 divided by 3 or something.
It's 3x plus 1. So, there's an interesting video on Veritasium about the entire thing. But it's a really nice, elegant concept to use a word that belongs on the chart. From that concept, possibilities flow.
Okay. Doesn't really mean anything.
So what are you drawing? What are you drawing?
I'm drawing this mother witch. I might have to change her head angle because she's brewing something here on the left. And she's telling what's going to be her daughter behind her, looking up at her, things she needs to go get. Be like this. Be like that. And I'm using this character sheet that I made so I don't go too crazy off the model. This is for a children's book that I'm working on. My own book.
Oh, this is the children's book.
Yeah, this is the Little Witch Emily. This is a compilation, I guess, of short stories that I tell my daughter when she won't go to sleep.
Very cool.
And so I tell her because her name is Emma and my other daughter is Ella. So and my wife's name is Rose. So this one is this lady, this mother here. Her name is Rosa. And this one here is the Little Witch Emily. I don't know if they want it spelled like this or correctly. I don't know. And then she has a little sister named Ella B. And I can pull out the image here I have of that. Let's see if I can find it quickly. Here we go. Here is Emily and Ella B on their adventures. And the little one pushes a stroller, toy stroller that has a really big fat cat that never wants to go anywhere, but so she has to tie it down. Well, they're witches; they have to have a cat, right?
Of course.
So that's the
comes with the cliche interpretation, definitely. But to redefine that interpretation is to make it your own. So
I'm trying to give her an expression that I like. Because these, you have to put a little bit more thought into these because it's only going to be one illustration per page or per page or 2 pages. You know what I mean? It's not like sequential art where it's like you got to get as many expressions down as quickly as possible because there's 8-9 panels per page. This has to be just so.
So you got one illustration per page, like with the writing.
Yeah, it's basically going to be like a Frog and Toad are friends template.
Huh.
I don't know if you're familiar with the Frog and Toad are friends. Are you familiar with the children's book Frog and Toad are friends?
I am not.
I am not.
I'll pull it up real quick. Well, I think it's
They
just
got
called Frog
different-
and Toad. But the one
They
that
got
the
different
book that I
kids'
had
books here
when
in
I
the
was
Upside
little.
Down.
I'm sorry?
They've got different kids' books here in the Upside Down.
Oh, yeah, I would imagine. So here's an example of Frog and Toad. Here you go. This is a page in Frog and Toad.
Oh, yes, I am familiar with it. Sorry.
You sure you're not? I'm having striking imagery pop in my mind, but it might be something different. Let us. Oh, there it goes. Huh? What?
I'm sorry. Did I make a mistake?
I was about to read the page just out of curiosity.
Oh, there you go.
Frog and Toad.
Is it like Wind in the Willows, isn't it? It's
That's
like a
what I
branch of
was.
that.
That's what I was saying. So, Frog and Toad. Many cookies, one after another. You know, Toad, said Frog, with his mouth full. I think we should stop eating. We will soon be sick.
Famous last words.
So and maybe even the next page, there's no picture; it's more text, right? But something like that. Maybe an illustration every page, every 2 pages, every other page. I mean, and it's going to be the animation is going to be done in the style of like the Wind in the Willows, that E.H. Shepard style of illustration.
Very nice.
Like that. I'll open that Winnie the Pooh that I did a little while back. Here we go. Kind of like this. A lot of hatching.
Awesome.
Oh wow!
I saw your interpretation of that. Very cool. Now in the public domain. Yep.
So I like drawing wood furniture.
Any specific reason?
The Sleeping Beauty animated cartoon from Disney. It's the first time I ever saw wooden furniture and stuff that was drawn without in the medieval style without correct perspective, but it looked solid and really good. I'll pull up an example. Let me see.
I'm surprised I haven't seen more people run with the whole Winnie the Pooh thing now that's public domain.
I've seen a few and up and coming interpretations of it. People seem to really be rallying around the horror concept.
Yeah, I feel that.
I've also seen some tasteful interpretations. Who knows what they're going to do with it now that in the meme realm. He's always.
Now you see this?
Oh,
indeed.
Yeah. Like how this cabinet here, you can see the lines of it and how it goes backwards and up the side of a tree. And, I mean, all these dimensions and how they have the big gnarly pieces of wood and everything. It's just really fantastic the way they did it because the thing is built inside. It's supposed to be a hidden cottage, right? Mm-hmm. So it's almost like Alice in Wonderland. You would think like these furniture is all wacky,
Bit abstract,
nothing really fits together how it should. You get this piece of wood here that's going into what exactly? Nothing. It's just there. There's no reason or rhyme for it. It goes up into the base plate of this windowsill.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, like you do that and that's fine, but it almost has this, because it's this big, huge, wood grain Pinocchio look to it. I love it. I love all because this is all like the background painting illustrations from Sleeping Beauty, and they're all just gorgeous.
Very nice.
So that's what it got me really heavy into doing wooden furniture and stuff.
For the essence of the tree. Hey, Dylan. The essence of the tree. Mm-hmm. I'm totally on board with that, my friend.
See you, Courtney. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by.
Bye-bye, Courtney. Okay, here we go. Like this was just jaw-dropping and the thing is, like, I watched these. I didn't get the opportunity to view a lot of Disney cartoons when I was really little, just because we didn't have access to them. So I watched them all when I was like 12, 13, and like, look at this.
Awesome.
This is like actually from the film, you know what I mean? And this is the way they did the background painting. It's just amazing. Oh, wow. Look at this white tree in the back. It looks like it's upside down.
Yeah, no, I just noticed that. Yeah, they both do. One of the first things the two white ones.
Mm-hmm. And the way they have these ledges on these. I mean, this is the stuff that you don't have to have everything. Yeah, you don't have to have everything in stunning 4K Pixar to make the imagination go wild. You know, like this is when you read The Wind in the Willows and you're talking about there's nothing greater in life than messing about in boats. This is the river you imagine in your head. You know,
I'm right.
A completely mirror placid river that's just clean, which doesn't exist in life. You know, and you know, that sort of thing, and having these completely squared off. Almost, they're almost like, what do you call those things that you tie a boat down
on? Mooring?
Yeah, they're almost like moorings, right? These how straight everything is. It's like, it's perfect. It's wonderful. Like when you watch Pokemon, you don't have to see every single leaf in the bush, but you can just, because of what's there and drawn in the animation show, you can just imagine all the possibilities of what could be there. What could be in the tall grass, no one knows.
Very cool.
That's all.
So, just saying. Yeah.
Probably a rattlesnake.
Hey.
Back to what I was doing.
Now, shall we go back to the article? No, that's all right. You showed us some magic there, so yeah, and you showed us what inspires you. And I like that sort of thing, Dylan.
I like that thing.
So, get out of it, you. Fucking hell. All right, let's jump back to this article, and then maybe we can flick back over when Dylan's done. We'll flick back over, and we'll see the magic that manifests before our eyes. Now, I know it's a interesting transition, but from the subject matter that we were currently seeing, but which makes me wonder if we should have chose the infinite paradox today. But you know, these are the type of questions that that intrigue me. So, death breaks the mind and body connection. Think of air. You know it's around you, but if you clench your fist and grab it and grab onto it, what do you find when you open your hand? Nothing.
There's nothing in there.
Yes, nothing is a very interesting concept to me. Did you just chuckle, Dylan? Anyway, this is I don't know what you're talking about, brother. This is an example of how something can exist without having a tangible body presence. Very interesting concept. Do you like the idea of the many worlds interpretation?
I don't know what it is.
You've never heard of the many worlds?
I'm sorry. You gotta remember. I'm not real smart.
Lies.
I'm not real familiar with like high concepts.
Why don't I believe you, dude? There must be a reason.
I think we find it fascinating to find out those concepts, you know, those fundamental concepts of reality. So that you may have more of a profound, greater understanding than you like to tell. So yeah,
Don't go tickling my bowl.
Well, that was not the intention, sir. That was to, maybe inspire you, maybe get you curious enough to want to check that stuff out for yourself.
I mean, I'll listen to you. That's what you're here for.
So easy. So.
All too easy.
It's all too easy. All right. The mind and the body connection, which is intertwined in each, Lanza believes that when we die, we experience a break in the string that binds, when they say string, very loose interpretation there, that binds the mind and the body together as one. They just butcher English? Fucking hell. The mind and the body connection, which is
English,
intertwined.
motherfucker, do you speak it?
Do you speak it? Carol wants us to keep reading. Milton says this is super.
Saying before.
Milton says this is super cool. Go for it, Menticore.
The psychedelic experience is where people sever that connection between the brain and the body, or like the mind and the body.
Well, I think it's deeper than that. It's right. You go into things like ego death and pretty profound concepts when you get to that level of.
What is? I'm genuinely interested, Manticore. You seem like a man who's dabbled in psychedelics.
Maybe.
What's the best one? As an aged man, and I don't want to die from my trip, right? What's a good psychedelic that I could separate my mind from my body? It's not gonna, put me in the hospital.
I think Smirk's probably got the best answer to this one. No.
Me? You're the one who's about to experiment with them, mate. So go hard. I'm going to take a piss. I'll be right back in.
I'd say DMT because it's less.
Oh shit!
There's like if you go with something like mushrooms or something like that, it's a lot more intense. Whereas
so I got to take it with something.
No.
What is? I've never. Okay, I've heard of DMT. I think on the Joe Rogan show. What is DMT? Yep.
Hang on. Let me.
Is this something that I can get legally, or I got to go buy it illegally?
There's places on Twitter you can buy it.
On where?
And it's a lot. Twitter. A lot of it's legal in your country now too. Dimethyltryptamine. It's a substituted tryptamine that occurs in many plants, animals, including human beings, and which is both a derivative and structural analog of tryptamine. It is used by a recreational psychedelic drug and prepared by various cultures of ritual purposes to convene with the gods.
Now is this something that I would know under a different name better?
It would just be called DMT. Would be the easiest way to look for it.
So no, then okay. All right.
Yeah. I butchered its scientific terminology.
I tried two things. I've only ever, tried two things, and that was I tried mushrooms and I tried peyote. And
Jesus.
both times didn't have a good time. I think the time I took mushrooms, I did not take enough to have a substantial experience, just a lot of pain, aches and pains. And then with the peyote stuff, I don't know, I guess it was a bad trip.
There's another one called ayahuasca, like that's like I think it's from the Amazon, I think, rainforest.
Oh, not Amazon, the store, the Amazon.
No, the Amazon, yeah.
Ayahuasca. And what is that? What is it? Is it a plant?
You drink it. Yeah, I think it's a plant.
It's a drink.
They make it from a root. Yeah, and you drink it. Like a lot of the time, it's guided too. Like they'll have like shaman. There'll be a shaman there that'll talk you through it. Like,
you need some sort of a guide, or else you'll end up in the fucking spirit world forever.
I wouldn't recommend doing any of these drugs by yourself. Like any of those.
Oh, I'm going to 100% do them by myself. Probably
I'm
somewhere
just
in
making
the
a
desert.
coffee. Would you like your screen on? Done.
Yeah, I don't care. Yeah.
Yep. Cool. All right. Be right back.
Like, I'm not going to get anybody else involved in this. I am going to 100% be by myself.
Then you're probably better off doing something like mushrooms and microdosing. I reckon. Like,
microdosing is taking a little bit or something, or building up to something, or
building up to it. Yeah.
Because they were like, yeah, you gotta take because it makes you like really in tune with your body. And I took it, and I was like, I got a bad body, Manticore. My body's all riddled with ailments. And like I took it, and I was on the beach, not at the beach, the Pacific Ocean, but at this lakeside beach, right? And we were just kind of laying out there. It was a nice, autumn day. It wasn't hot or cold or anything. It was nice weather. And I was just like writhing back and forth, like, God, fuck my back. God damn it.
Yeah. The other thing with psychedelics too, like your mindset when you go into it can be like a big thing. Like if you're scared or like you've got doubts or like anything, like they can manifest during it and cause you to have like a bad trip.
That's the thing. You kind of know me, right? A little bit. I'm not the kind of person that can stop thinking about something if I'm thinking about it.
That's what I'm concerned about with it. Like it's like you'd have to. If I was you, I'd go into it on a day where you've got nothing to worry about. You've got nothing on your mind, so it'd probably be more spur of the moment for you. It wouldn't be like something you'd have to be able to plan because you don't know what you're going to be like on the day.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I do a lot of things spur of the moment.
Yeah, I'd go with DMT, or I'd probably go DMT if I was you. Like if you tried mushrooms and mushrooms did that, I'd go the opposite way.
Okay.
You can buy cartridges.
I will say 100% very disappointed in the performance of mushrooms.
Even edibles, like THC edibles have been known to induce hallucinogenic properties in people.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I can't do THC in any form. It makes me nauseous. But and that's hash. That's even like
you've tried eating it. Like
I've tried the edibles. Yeah, I've tried all that. But it doesn't work well for me. So I would be actually more comfortable taking something like DMT as opposed to marijuana. That fucks me up.
DMT is quite easy too. Like you can buy cartridges like that go onto your vape, like a vape. It's in a liquid form, and like you apparently only need like 2 or 3 hits, and you're there. Like it's done.
Oh, nice.
Doesn't last very long though. It's quite quick. But a lot happens in the short space of time. I've never had DMT myself, but I know a few people that have. People on Twitter have tried to sell it to me numerous times.
Those damn drug dealer on Twitter.
Someone said DMT.
Yeah, I knew you'd come back, Dav. That's probably the best one for him. Probably, I reckon. He said he had mushrooms before, and it made him like hyper aware of his like ailments, like and stuff like that. It's a type of drug that does make you hyper aware anyway. Like you're like your awareness is like.
Or DMT.
I am constantly
mushrooms.
You ever played that video game Dragon Quest?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
All right, you know, there's that little. They have a couple of different trinkets that will put you in a state of high tension.
Find high tension, I guess, but yeah.
Well, essentially, it raises your attack power by you don't take a turn to attack, and instead you raise your state into a state of high tension, and then the next time you do attack, it adds 50% more onto the attack.
Mm-hmm.
I'm always in a state of super high tension. Like I go to bed and I really need to wind down before I go to bed. Everything has to drop. My shoulders have to drop. My back muscles have to untwist and
for risk of being put on the chart. Have you tried to meditate before doing it?
I don't dabble.
I knew that was going to be the reaction. No worries. I set myself up for that one. That's okay. No.
You may potentially need to engage in the spiritual realm a bit. In this, you already do, Dylan, but you may have a lot of pent up tension that could be resolved through some form of meditative process.
But you know what I actually have, even though I do absolutely nothing all day long, and I never have. I've never do any. I actually have very defined biceps and triceps.
There you go.
And shoulders because I'm always in a state of super high tension.
Yeah. I did used to be like that. Like there was like 2 years ago, I was like that all the time.
Yeah, I need to fucking chill out. That's my problem.
You're gonna have a fucking heart attack if you're not careful. Calm down, sir.
This guy's fucking telling me what to do.
Don't tell me what to do, man. All right, so where were we with this article? Oh, go for it. Go for it. Oh,
I'd say DMT. If that would be what I'd go to. Yeah.
Well, if you want the best, if you want the best reality shadowing experience, then DMT is the way to go. Yep. But, natural highs.
Yeah, I'm not going to become a runner if that's what you're going for.
A mule? You're going to be a drug mule?
No, it means just engaging in cardio activity. Yeah, man, it's cool.
Getting a runner's high, what he's talking about.
Okay. Yeah. Getting high on life.
If I was a witch and I wanted to stir a cauldron of bubbling brew, what would I use to stir it? Just a big ass spoon?
I think that's what they use.
Like those comically large spoons you see on like old ladies' kitchen walls and stuff they put for decoration.
Old Italian women have on their wall, yeah.
I'm gonna put a big old molcajete right here.
A fucking what?
Molcajete. I believe it's called. What is it called in English?
A ladle?
No, it's one of those. A mortar and pestle.
Ah.
Yep. They're great for cooking with.
No, they're only good for grinding up chili. A molcajete. And I put this is an inside joke on my wife because she always wears her socks like this around the house, and it's infuriating.
Yeah, that would annoy the shit out of me too.
And like
half off as well.
Yeah.
Damn, that'll be
yes. The heel is exposed, and I'm like, God,
right.
I just wish you would step on a fucking nail so you can stop doing that.
It's like some sleep.
I'd step on the front of her socks.
I do this constantly.
I knew you were going to say that.
Wouldn't you if you wore socks like that around the house?
Yeah, I would.
Generally results from a within the sleep pattern. So,
all right,
it's like, God damn, are you that lazy? You gave up. You couldn't even finish putting the sock on.
I'd tie them together when she sits down. No.
I don't know. What was the article about? I must have missed it.
Let's flick on over back to it. You all right there, Medical?
Doing fantastic, thanks.
Okay, all right, sure. Back to the article. All the possibilities are played out. Did we go to the breaks to life consciousness to float? Was where the mind and body connection, which is intertwined in each of the universes, breaks and allows for the consciousness to flow and join a collective space. Once this takes place, we also experience a break from our connection of times and places. Would you care to read the next part, Manticore?
Yeah, if you make it big, I could do it.
I'm right now, one step ahead of you.
Probably bigger than that. All the possibilities are played out. In a conversation with Huffington Post, Lanza explained that space and time are just tools that our minds use to make sense of our experience, like a language for consciousness.
Now imagine what languages of consciousness these people with super high IQs have.
I think I've seen some of that in action.
Maybe, Manticore, maybe.
Everything that can possibly happen occurs in some universe. Death doesn't exist in these scenarios since all of them exist simultaneously, regardless of what happens in any of them.
The me.
The me
feeling.
Yep. Me.
Hmm.
It's just an energy operating in the brain, but energy never dies. It cannot be destroyed. Every single possible scenario to live is played out somewhere at some point.
Darius was saying something about that before as well.
Like the end of a TV series. If you're still having a hard time grasping this concept, Lanza invites you to think of his idea of death as finishing a good TV series. You can experience different stories, different characters, and different endings from all around the director's table. And just with all the different versions of the universe, at an end of each plotline is still you.
Yes. Can you live in that? Can you live in that state, Manticore? You live in that state and find comfort within that state.
Sometimes. It's a lot to think about, though.
Yes. Yes, it is.
It's a nice bit of imagery there.
It is the popcorn. Yeah. So, in a way, your story is always unfinished because somewhere out there is another version of you who is playing out a different story. After all, death, just like our consciousness, is just energy. And energy can't be created or destroyed. That is the law of physics. Thus,
I'm going to take your word for that because I don't know the laws of physics.
I am familiar with them, quite familiar with them.
I'm familiar with them, but whether or not I understand them, that's two different things.
But there are very different fundamental properties of macro reality and micro reality. The laws of physics at the macro don't necessarily align with the laws at the fundamental scales of reality. They can be quite interpretively different. So the study of consciousness and the universe, if you want to read more about this to make sense of it, Lanza wrote a whole book. We won't give him a plug there, but however, Lanza's findings raise an important conversation about life and death and could be the missing puzzle pieces to some of science's most complicated puzzles. This theory suggests that space and time, including death and matter itself, are just a perception or an illusion that depends on the observer. Now, that is at the heart of quantum mechanics, that observation is an intrinsic part of the manifestation of reality, the collapsing of the wave function. Here we can interpret this imagery as someone meditating, maybe. The laws of the non-locality of reality becomes very prevalent when you get down to when you know the nature of the forward momentum and backward momentum of time become very abstract in when you start getting down to this level where you start to perceive reality in this way. So if we choose to believe this theory, it could actually bring us a lot of freedom, that F out of nowhere, and power over ourselves and our lives. But of course, F can mean something completely different in the mathematical context. So it would mean, hey?
Or if it's put in the chat, like.
Yes, pay respects. You could perceive it like that. Manticore, always in the mindset of death. Occasionally, just a bit.
No, that was that. An F in the chat was like when you disavow, like that's like F.
I thought
an F in the chat means that you're messing up with your stream.
No, F in the chat means paying respects. That's what it. That's what it means.
Then I was mistaken. Of the meme.
It's from an infamous Call of Duty meme where somebody walks up to a coffin and then you can press F to pay respects by placing your hand on the coffin. So
okay,
yeah,
something new every day. I didn't know that.
Yes, know your memes, man. So know your memes, my friend. So it would mean that the laws, forces, and constants of the universe are malleable. We could create the kind of life we desire, most by making the decisions that serve us best in endless options. So apparently this is titled The Digital Appeal via Canva Pro. We would also have nothing to lose since the fear of death would disappear. And we would instead accept a timeless and spaceless world where we're all connected in some way to each other and ourselves across past, present, and future. Do you like interpreting art that way? Where art becomes the extension of self, rather than something to be opposed, rather than an opposition to self. Anyone?
Yeah. What do you mean? Do you want to say that again in a different way, or elaborate slightly?
In a better way?
I didn't say that.
Do you believe that there's an intrinsic nature to the concept of art that transcends the dimensionality of the space and time as we know it, past, present, and future?
I think so, yeah. Yeah.
That allows us to access a certain element of our mind. What?
Why would you think? Explain why you would think that. I don't understand that. I don't understand.
It's freaking absurd, is what it is.
It's like symbolism and stuff like that. That's why that means so much to us.
I suppose when it comes down to it, symbolism is when you interpret symbolism, it becomes a reflection of the self rather than a. But when you see meaning in symbolism, when you see repeating patterns in symbolism, they become powerful motivators. They become powerful ways to to potentially transcend that dimensionality of space and time. So that's what it means to me, anyway.
The multidimensionality.
Yes, very much so.
Is this one of those things like, yeah, you don't do it, so there must be some sort of magic to it?
Well, that's interpretive, isn't it? So,
what's magic at the end of the day?
Well, there's magic with a K, there's magic with a C. It's all symbolically interpretive. There's connotations involved with the magic with a K where it can be perceived as some form of evil. Magic with a C obviously invokes a more innocent interpretation of, a more wholesome and happy interpretation of what manifests from that ritualistic perspective to perform magic. But one can perceive the concept of magic where it becomes a manifestation of something when you're to me it's all perception, and when you perceive that magic happening in reality, it becomes a context of perception to me. So all right, back to the article.
Well, la-di-da.
Well, la-di... Yeah.
Fucking la-di-da-da.
How much fun can you have with that? As opposed to, yeah, how free can you get in your interpretations without having that reflective nature come back on you that you could potentially find disturbing, that disrupts you, that potentially influences you? How much fun can you have with it, as opposed to when you're in that reflective state and you're interpreting in that manner? It's one of the defining traits of a person of how they perceive the reflection.
Yeah, whether it's a reflection of like the externals or something within.
Well, yes, because when you take symbolism of a witch, for example, and then what that means to you, and then ultimately it can come to influence you. You can perceive it. You can, like, what something symbolically means to you is it becomes part of that abstract experience when you're looking into a reflection. It's true. It's fucking true.
Carol's made a mistake, apparently.
There we go. I'll just bring up something that Milton Knowles has said right now. He says magic with a K was a distinction used by Aleister Crowley. It was used before him, but he popularized it for ceremonial magic, right? And then you've got Crowley's sex magic, and you got all kinds of fucked up shit that has been, like there's messed up shit within the context of society that ultimately magic has come to define. But yeah, but. Of course, I know Milton is heavily into the occult. If you want to go down, there's dark rabbit holes to be found down that road wherever you look. But occultism is profound in its ability to utilize symbolism to paint a picture. So he also says for ceremonial magic, which isn't magic, it's Jewish ceremonial prayer. Yeah, interpretations of it. Source material is. It's pretty important, and this type of stuff can come to define action. So, yeah, obviously Crowley believed in some pretty profound interpretations of reality. He saw validity in the way that he interpreted and performed those actions, which ultimately dictated his fate, right?
I've got to look more into him. I only know very basic stuff about him, and mostly the bad stuff that people said, like not so much the other stuff. Yeah,
he's a highly interesting individual, and he had a very interesting life. So, and his life has become an occultic symbol in itself. So, yeah.
Is there a bear hanging around your house again, Carol?
Uh-oh. So, we are
Carol is
4.5
fighting a bear.
With a pointy stick.
Huh. So remember that energy is flowing. Always remember that. Energy is constantly flowing. Energy can't be created nor destroyed, which means that the only time that matters is the present. Well, when you come to see reality, the present reality, when you come to see those reflections in the present reality, some pretty profound properties start to emerge from reality. So since there is technically no past nor future, how this impacts death is still uncertain. How do you feel about interpreting the concept of uncertainty to be death? How abstract can you be in your concept of death? Can you live in dual states of death and life at the same time? They're all abstract principles at the fundamental level of reality that, if you give credence to these ideas and the fundamental nature of quantum mechanics, even though the thought experiment, but ultimately there's states. That's all I'll say.
Like pieces of you die throughout your life, like as you change and grow, like too. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, what do you mean? There's abstract realities where you're dying in every, you know what I mean? Yeah.
That hurts my brain.
Yes, it does. Every reality, every instant, at the fundamental level, you're dying every second, are you not? And you're in a state of life and death in an abstract context all throughout your existence. So, but that's only a narrow linear way of interpreting it from that egocentric perspective of you. Whereas how far in your interpretation can you go when it comes to understanding that sort of thing? Can you see yourself as this woman right here? Can you see yourself as me? Can I see me? Can you see yourself as everyone on the panel, as everyone in the chat? That's your interpretation. Can you see yourself as that imagery that Dylan's drawing right now?
I cannot.
Yeah? You cannot? Okay. I think you're lying to me, Dylan.
Like Dylan is right now.
Yeah. Speaking of, they're all deep meditative practices of mastering the self. So tap in Tap in.
Do you believe that there are deep meditative practices that you shouldn't partake in?
Can you be more specific in your...
Of course not.
No, of course not. That was up to me to interpret and step into the trap, if you will.
It's a trap.
So, yeah.
No trap. I'm not trying to trap anybody. I'm talking about the stuff that people call demonic.
Right. My interpretation of what constitutes as demonic is pretty abstract. That's where I'm at with it.
Say about them.
Depends on how you look at it, yeah, I guess. And like if you believe in religion's definitions, or you have your own, or
No, because that's all going to frame what it is you think is actually happening to you, right? As you engage in this meditation, what is actually happening?
Right.
Are you accessing something you shouldn't be? Are you accessing parts of your brain?
Good questions.
For another time.
Demons could be like it could be the shadow, like manifestations of your shadow self.
Maybe
which is part of the psyche. Ideas, even.
One of my favorite words is possession.
Those are my favorite things.
The concept of possession is very abstract, and it
has multiple meanings too.
That's the idea.
It's the word in itself, yeah. That's why
and
it's fun
so many
too, the words that have like,
and so many
multiple.
So many contexts to interpret it through. Especially when talking about the nature of what Milton is talking about right here. So I'm going to read something that Milton said, because there may be some sort of abstraction that's come from his musings right now. Milton says, "Death and life, abstract. No, they are finite. I'm pretty sure it's something that can be ended and begun, not redone." Well, I can have a conversation about that, but you're entitled to your beliefs, Milton. Entitled to your beliefs. He says, "Infinite versions of myself, okay, and one of them dies. They just die because there's something that's identical to me. Doesn't make it me, goddamn hippies." Oh. You okay there, Milton? Yeah. You're still with us there? All right. But so, like I said, the article here, our article of choice today from our good friend GR People, is a bit of, is a bit hippie-like, but it's always fun to entertain these notions. I believe, anyway. Especially in the act of creation. But how this impacts death is still uncertain, but it still should encourage you to remain in a state of mindful flow. Now, that is a term that gets thrown around in the process of hippie meditation. But when you, like I said, it's how you interpret it through these lenses. It's how you interpret it through these abstractions, where you can truly learn to utilize, those interpretations to their fullest.
Yeah, we could that statement, the mindful flow, that could be. Yeah, you can look at that in multiple different ways.
Yes, the mindful flow right now, where I'm about to read Milton's comment. And I'm mindful of it. And Milton says, "My interpretation on what is demonic is the things Master Lawrence taught me to make go away. And I started to think that there is worse, because I know there is." Yes, I'm sure there is. There is some pretty fucked up forces within not only this world, but it depends on how much you want to elaborate on what is real and what's perceived as real, what's not real, what's loosely based in reality but could still have some sort of effect. Yeah, they're things one who is mindful should take into account, and I'm always taking everything into account. When I say everything, I mean everything.
Oh yeah.
Dylan, is that a phallic object that witch is holding there? What is going on here?
Don't make it sound like a big fucking.
She's got wood.
Nah, it's just a spoon.
It's a spoon.
Okay.
Oh.
That's okay then.
Hmm.
Stir in the pot.
It's a bowl full of mush.
Yeah. I'd say adding some quality substance to the concept that we're talking about here. And if that constitutes as making mush, then take
It's
it
from
as you will.
you ever heard of the children's book Good Night Moon?
Good Night Moon.
It's just a series of words that you're saying good night this, good night that. And one of them is good night comb, good night brush, good night bowl full of mush.
Okay. Why do you make drawing look so easy, Dylan? For fuck's sake.
I mean, drawing is easy. Unless you don't do it, then it's I guess it's hard. But.
Or when you're just starting to do it.
No, I mean, I'm basically inking here. Inking always looks easy because you've already done the hard part, which is figuring out your drawing.
The layers is what I'm having trouble with so far. At the moment.
3 layers. 3. Your drawing
That'll
layer,
use.
your pencil layer, and your color layer. That's it. That's it.
Okay. Yeah, a lot of the tutorials I've been watching, they're like, do everything on a different layer. And that's way too many layers for me to do.
Yeah, my computer can't handle that.
I probably can't either.
No, I'm telling you, look, I'm going to use this tool. This tool is called the design pencil, right? You see it? Looks like a pencil.
Yeah.
But if I wanted to, this is why I don't digitally paint. If I wanted to do this on a grander scale, and I wanted to make a big brush stroke in the back, right? Let's say I want to do some dark red. See that?
Yep.
Okay, but if I wanted to, for instance, I'll do this. I'm going to start the stroke. There. I have taken my pen off the page. It is catching up this entire time, still catching up.
That's a RAM problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, you think I can have more than 3 open layers on any project without my RAM taking a dump?
Damn.
Again, it's still catching up. It's still catching up right now.
Look, no hands.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
Might as well pull out your magic wand and go.
I gotta bibbidi bobbidi boo this shit.
Bibbidi bobbidi boo.
But so I work within what I can work within. I use the amount of layers that my computer can handle, and no more. And I want to put an eyeball in here in this mush.
Is it Eye of Newt?
Eye of Newt, wing of bat,
Eye of platypus.
Whoa.
A little bit of corn.
You sure that's corn?
Depends what type of corn you're talking about. You're talking about corn, or are you talking, you know what?
Well, this is something also that people don't do because they feel that it's cheating, and it also takes a little longer. I put the stabilization of my pen higher than 50%. I put it at between 60 and 70. Because if I put it all the way down and I wanted to do, I can do these little strokes, but you see how it's a little bit faster, but you have a little less control over where the taper happens. I don't like that. I like having my stabilization high, so it takes a little bit longer to draw, but I can control the length of my taper.
Okay.
I don't like the pen doing things that I'm not making it do exactly.
Take notes, Medical. Take notes.
Yeah, I am. Definitely.
Good man.
Which means I don't want to do this, right? I don't want to make a stroke and then have to be Control Z because I messed up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I want
it
first stroke.
It sounds cliche, but it's the blank page is the most daunting thing too. Like when you first decide you're going to sit down and do something, it's like that blank page is like, oh fuck, what do I do?
Yeah. People see me doing these strokes, like when I did her chin in one stroke. when you put the stabilization that high, it takes away the jitteriness of your stroke. So I can do a whole, long, slow stroke. Look how slow this stroke is. But you don't get any of the waffling that would happen if you took the stabilization off and you tried to go that slow. Think what would happen. See what I mean?
Around.
Much more rigid.
When you have the stabilization at 0, you got to be fast with your strokes.
So that's why, like, a lot of people draw it. Like you see them doing, like, they do it real quick. Like,
Which is nothing wrong with drawing quick strokes if you can do that and not mess up and be okay with looking at yourself in the mirror.
From toying with it, like over the last week or so, like that's what I've noticed. Like the short or the quick ones, they're more accurate usually. Like if you do it quick like that, like it generally goes where you want it to. But if you like,
I'm pretty quick. Like I could put it at 0 and I could do this. Let's say the rim of this Mordecai hit there, right? Pretty quick like that. But like, right here, it's just not exactly where I want it to be. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It just isn't. So I'm gonna go ahead and just slow it down. Take it easy. And do my long stroke here. Make sure I catch that bend right where I want to.
Nice.
And follow it all the way through. But I'm not going to do that for this thing anyway, because the whole thing is going to be like this, because it's like I don't know if you've ever seen like a mortar and pestle. Everything's really rocky and bumpy.
Basically, it's carved out of a bit of granite or like sandstone.
Yeah. So I'll do that later. That's going to take me a while. So I'm not going to do that right now. I'll go onto her feet.
Got to get those socks sorted.
Yeah. Pull those socks up. For fuck's sake.
Those exposed socks, damn it. Exposed heels.
What's the point of even wearing them? Yeah.
Keep your toes cold. Keep your toes warm. I don't know. Let's check the chat, see what's going on here. Carol says, so she must have a decent computer. She says 27 layers minimum.
27 layers? What are you making? A fucking Taco Bell burrito?
I used 2 and I'm still drawing the wrong one. Like, I got to go back.
That's the thing. When you got too many layers open, you make a bunch of mistakes and you're drawing on the wrong layer.
Getting all confused what shit is. So
I was watching someone do a tutorial and they were like trying to isolate the layer that they were talking about, and it took them like 20 minutes because they were like,
yeah, because then it's like, it's always good practice to label your layers. Nobody has that kind of fucking time.
Like it makes it any easier anyway, though.
Yeah. And like you got to come up with creative fucking names, and like, oh, this layer is mask layer for outline for dress. It's like, God, you're not gonna read all that shit.
I need to scan through it, and I just need to know, instinctually where everything is. Like, click, bang.
Like this little tiny window you have here on the side where you can see kind of your layer.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'll make really big marks on it so that it shows up on that tiny thing like that, so I can see it.
Just so you know, that's it. It becomes like instinctual programming to you. And then once you develop your method, and then it becomes even more instinctual over time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This guy knows what's up. This guy fucks.
Anyway, Reggie says, "Oh man, that would kill me."
Oh shit.
Milton's still going hard.
He says, buy yourself an HB pencil and spend a few days wearing that pencil out. If you want Dark Alliance, get a softer grade of pencil. Then spend half of an hour doing a self-portrait every day in 1 year. What?
Can you read the HB on there? Yeah, the one thing that threw me, the difference between...
Get a Kingsford charcoal briquette and a white paper plate and draw something very intricate and deliberate. It's basically running with weights on.
Don't use that pencil and the tablet, Manticore. Yes, Carol, I know.
Carol's breaking you off some hard-earned knowledge.
Yeah, the lack of resistance on the tablet took a while to get used to as well because it glides like it's like.
Yeah, it's like drawing on Strathmore 500 series.
Whoop.
All right. I think I'm done for the day. My shoulders are starting to hurt. I'm an idiot. I'm working with the stylus. I'm looking for the cap for it. Fucking dumb.
Yeah. In 500 mode.
You don't want it to dry out.
So I did finish the panel of the Canadian Shield standing off with the buckler. You want to see it?
Yes. Certainly do.
Let me open it up for you, and you can take a look at it. I got all of the hatching, cross hatching done. Very happy with it.
Very cool.
There we go.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, that's wicked. Look at the size of that unit.
Yeah, the buckler's gonna kick his ass.
Yes. Yeah, the cross hatching, like it's like looks like a hell of a lot of work, but the final product is wicked. It looks great.
Does it look great? Now I want your actual opinion. I'm going to give you, so you don't feel bad, I'm going to give you my opinion of it.
Okay.
I think the hatching doesn't go up far enough on the light source. I would like the hatching to go up even further. Let me get a marker out here so I can critique this. I would like this hatching to gradiate all the way up to about here. And this is where I want the light to be only. Just these little areas.
Mm.
Even on the cape, this is too much exposed area without rendering. So is this. I don't like the fact that I tried rendering this sign and you couldn't read that it said minis, which is important. And so I had to take that off. I hate that. It's glaring at me. It's giving me a middle finger.
Where's the light source coming from? Like on that picture?
The light source is just, it's coming from, you have these three lights here.
Yep.
And there's also, in your imagination, the sky is not pure black. It's actually just a night sky. So there's like ambient purple light. You know what I mean? Everywhere. This is what you kind of infer from just a black and white drawing. I don't like the fact that this is actually how it would look on the body, this maple leaf. I don't like the way that it stretches on his chest. It looks like indiscernible.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like that at all. And I tried doing it a couple different ways, and I can't figure out a good way to do it.
Could you just do the outline of the border of the shield and just not have the leaf on there?
I could if I'm not if I didn't care about anything in the world. Well, what I could do, and this is realistically, and I tried this and it didn't work for me, is I could take the maple leaf, right, and I can scoot it a little bit like that.
Oh yeah.
And then finish off the line here. Oops, not red, black. Like that.
Yeah. That looks
better,
I reckon.
Doesn't even look right now. It looks like some sort of a nipple on there.
A nipple, but sure.
And then so yeah, I don't know. I'll leave it like that for now. That might even look a little bit better than what it was.
Yeah, I think it does.
Okay, well, I still don't like it, so I hate that. I don't like the muscle definition. I think I used too much black here in this area. Sorry, I didn't have the red in this area. I thought there was too much black, not enough hatching on the tricep. The deltoid, I'm fine with. I think this is fine. I don't like this area here, and I'm not going to go back and redo it.
It sort of fits though because the light wouldn't be hitting that really because of his cape and his arms.
Yeah, that's why I did it. But I'm like, and then I'm like, this area here, if that's the case, this also should be black. Same thing with this area here and the underside of the cape here.
Yeah,
should all be black. But I don't want that much black in that area, especially since I don't have enough gradient coming up on the muscles like I wanted. Really
takes away from his size with too much black too. Like you want him to look monstrous. Like.
Right. And I don't like this shark fin, even though this is kind of how a cape would kind of fold. I don't like how it looks like a shark fin. Other than that, I'm happy with everything else. What now, in your opinion, what's wrong with this picture?
From a stylistic perspective, nothing.
Nothing from that. No.
Personally, anyway.
If you handed me that page and that, I'd be like, "Yep, that's a wrap."
Also, you see here how you don't get a real good sense of these light fixtures and where they attach to the walls. So where they're showing their light, where they're casting their light, looks a little off. Because it's not easy to follow that. Let me go Kawasaki green here so it's easy to see. You don't get it's really hard to tell that the light fixture is here. It curves, goes to the wall here, and it's affixed right here, which is why if you go straight down from there, that's where the light starts. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it wasn't obvious until you drew the line. As soon as you started to draw that line, I could see it.
Same thing with this one here. This is where I can't really, unless I wanted to take all this area here and black it out, which I don't want to do like that. If I wanted to black out all that area, you don't get a good sense of that light where it's casting either. Because it's on that middle pillar.
The only thing I'd say was what you said with the cross hatching, and I wouldn't have known that unless you pointed it out that you wanted to change it. Like I wouldn't have noticed it.
Because I have like a sample piece of a Bernie Wrightson comic panel. Well, page anyway. I kind of want to give it that look that it has that much work. You know what I mean? I will show you the page real quick.
Rough estimate. How long did that page take you, Dylan?
Woo!
Just that panel.
Yeah, that panel took me about a good maybe 9 hours. And that's inking it, laying out the concept and everything and where everything was going to be, about an hour and a half, 2 hours, and then 9 more hours to ink it up.
Pretty fucking good.
That is what one calls a labor of love, man. So
where is this right?
Love your work, Dylan.
Thank you.
Great work, man. I just went looking for that.
It's from the Frankenstein book in the library. I'll find it. I'll look it up on Google.
All right. It's just while Dylan's doing that, Carol is doing the Lord's work out there too, dropping all the links for Artifice. Check that out. Link is in the description below. Also in the chat that Carol has dropped there. She recommends subscribing to Dylan's channel as well. Watching do great work. Highly recommend heading over there. Definitely check out Eric and Boyd as well. He's doing some art over there. Part of the little community that we're all participating in, plugging one another, helping one another out. Kaya's Story of Blood and Stone by Mr. Ryan Cardinal. He's also doing great work. Carol's also dropped Lorenzo's for his channel, Darius' channel. I recommend going to check them out. Carol's friends over there with Slash and McSplitter. They do some movie stuff, movie review, movie critique. Definitely sign up to check out Beowulf. Definitely check out the Buckler by Dylan as well. And the Buckler 2 is due very soon. Dylan working hard on that currently right now. Please continue.
Okay, so this is the page that I keep reminding myself. This is what I want. If you look, there are very few areas that are untouched by the pencil.
It's a doozy of a page.
Yeah, and but it works. There's nothing hidden.
Definitely.
it's not hiding behind any kind of like shortcut or style choice. Everything is rendered. And like you automatically know, you automatically know just looking at it where you want his eye to take you, or his eye, obviously wants you on this main. I'm not talking about these little 2 panels up on top, these insets. I'm talking about the main page here where he's walking through his personal library and study. The eye wants you to be drawn immediately to the alligator hanging above them, as Frankenstein's walking his monster through here, and he's like, that's where it wants you to go. But there's so many little areas where
intricate details,
the light dances around the tops of these balusters of these you know what I mean? Look at this. I mean, you can see like how the light hits directly the top curve of this little finial on the baluster, and the tops of all the little containers. Even though the containers are, some of them you wouldn't even see because they're inside. They're obviously inside of a cabinet, and the light wouldn't be hitting them directly on top, but he'll render it in anyway. Because
I'm always blown away when I see that level of detail in a comic book page. Like,
yeah, and if you look, this is not all pen and ink. I mean, you take a look here. You can see where the ink marks are, but this is also wash. Right? Look at the edge of his bed. That's not a line. It's not line work. It's a brush wash.
See, it comes down to a level where you hope that somebody's going to come along and appreciate those intricate details, but that there are people out there who will ultimately come along and appreciate those details. So,
but there'll be ones that won't too. Like they'll just read the story and skip through. But you always get the ones that'll sit. I'd sit there for an hour on that page.
Like this, and that's the whole purpose. You can sit here for an hour on this page, or you can read through the story and then 6 months later come back and let me take a look at this page again.
I missed.
And it's not even that you missed.
I didn't see that last time. Like,
no. Yeah, it depends on what you're approaching in the story at the time, but still, at the end of the day, you've that's what art.
But it's something this page demands to be looked at. And even if you say, oh, you know what? I did not see that there's some sort of a crazy Indian statue headdress guy right here. Even if you don't notice him at all, because he just fades into the background, right? You know that something is there and it's well rendered and it's from some ancient civilization, because you get this monkey face right here on the skeleton, because you get the alligator there, because you get that this is bones and jars. You know that this is just a whole room full of very rare and valuable things to some person. You can feel the appreciation. You can feel the value of it.
I couldn't flip through. Like, I couldn't read the dialogue, have a quick look, and flip. I'd be there for an hour. Like, I physically wouldn't be able to do it. Like,
that's what I'm saying. It demands your attention, because if you sit here and read it. We did, however, discuss many topics. His interest in that curious 19th century tradition of learned men encompassed the dizzying, diverse spectrum of oddly contradictory subjects. But as you're reading it, your eye gets drawn back to what he actually drew, because you're like, that's interesting and all, but look at all this stuff. I want to look at it a little bit more, which is great. That's what I would aspire to.
Yeah, it's next level there. Right, definitely.
So and the thing is, when people think of like Wrightson, they always think of that same image from the Frankenstein book where the monsters, he has him by his lapels and he's yelling at him in that big room of beakers. I'll show you this right here. Here you go. This is the famous one. Where can I go? Edit, paste. There. Copy. This one.
Oh wow! Look at that.
That's super dramatic lighting.
That's just next level again.
Look, you can see the monster here, the failed monster on the table. Look at all this. Look at this.
Wow. I wonder how long that took.
Probably longer than my Butler page.
Substantially longer, I'd say.
There's a lot going on there.
Yeah. So, hey, I want my book to be as detailed as possible so that people can't say, well, he phoned it in. Obviously, he phoned it in. It's not as, like I want to fill every square inch. Even this one here, I haven't in the background on this one yet. This is going to be, and what you're going to see here, because he's looking down at the buckler, you're going to see like cobblestone streets behind him. As he looks up at the shield and the shield looks down at him. I want to just make it, I want to fill it. And when you go from that Wrightson piece to this, you're like, oh, this is woefully inadequate. I thought this page had a lot of detail. I was wrong. So I keep it there to remind me, yes, as much as I like this page, and if I look at it without any kind of, preface, I think I like this. This has a lot of detail, but then I got to keep reminding myself, up your ante, John. Stop fucking around. You need to wow people.
The fact you chose black and white for this one too, like you could have phoned it in with the colors, but you've chosen to go that next step further and make.
Chosen to let the art speak for itself.
Yeah.
I'm trying. I bought a couple of online books about, how to tell stories in noir form, how to tell stories with negative space and that kind of thing. And so that I can use that stuff to play around with, to actually tell the story a little better without the benefit of color.
Right.
So we'll see how that turns out. Hopefully well.
Looking good so far. Not really good.
Yeah, well, as Carol says in the comment section, she says Dillard should draw comics or something. I think that's they probably should.
Yeah, I want to. That's the thing. Like something like
you
this.
Thought about being a full-time artist?
I'm thinking about it. I just need to get popular enough so people will be like, taking out a second mortgage, selling their kids' soul, so that I can just take my time and be at my leisure. Because I got it. When people want stuff, they want it in a timely fashion, right? This is the problem. Like this book, this Buckler book this takes me forever. I've only got the first 1/3 of the page done, right? Like this it would take me a week to do a page like this. And
but if people are aware of that fact and they're paying for the quality, they know the quality of the product that you're going to deliver. Like, there's a,
and there's
it's not even a niche. There's a demand for that. So
there's a very few short, like smaller creators too, like that have gone to this level of like line art detail, like
right. And it's a big problem because even people that do this stuff and do it well, like Joe Ball or the Clayton brothers, they do it well, but they don't do it masterfully. Neither do I. I still need to get to that Wrightson point. I need to be able to, like when you look at a Frazetta painting or to another extent, a Thomas Kincaid painting, right? Like this guy has complete command of light and how it works on an image. And that's basically when you go from doing line art to rendering, it's all about light source. How many, what it's doing to everything, oh man, I don't have that command yet,
Yeah. That and perspective wrecks my head just now, even thinking about it.
Yes. Yeah. And how perspective changes the closer you get to a person and what you want to focus on, oh my goodness. And like doing something like this, I couldn't do this level of detail for anybody that I'm working for. Like currently, there's just no time, and they wouldn't be able to afford it. You know what I mean? So of course, this book's gonna take its sweet ass time coming out. It's gonna be, and I can only really do this stuff when I'm all caught up with my current work. The hour and a half I have before I have to go to bed and wake up and start again. And sometimes you only get 4 hours of sleep. Oh well, whatever. Who cares?
You sleep when you're dead. It'll be all worth it in the end. Like when it's all come together, definitely.
Yeah.
You can tell already.
So, and as great as I like, as much as I like this, the previous page I like better.
So the silhouette one?
Yeah, the silhouette one. I like that better.
Oh yeah, awesome.
It's better. It's better at relaying the story I'm telling. Is what I'm saying.
Oh, but this is a confrontational moment. Like this is an important moment in the story. So,
so this has to be as it is. because that's my favorite. I'm not a big fan of like let's go to hell, let's go to the multiverse, let's travel through alien planets. I like drawing conversations.
Yeah. See, having a bias of of good dialogue exchanges, yeah, I have my biases when it comes to that sort of thing, but
like
and it's like the medium is like the perfect amalgamation of both, like the dialogue and the visual storytelling that come together to create magic.
Like this is like my favorite like portion of the book, of the Buckler book, is the conversation he has with Harrington.
Read this.
It's my favorite. I enjoyed drawing this more than anything else in the book.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the whole, he's getting up and he's like, the way you're talking about my wife concerns me, but I'm not ready to take them in just yet. And as he gets up, he says, so either you take this key, take those files and do what's right, or I end this here and now. He's reaching for his gun. He's like, before I answer, I want you to promise me something. What? Don't go to the protest. And no can do. Then do yourself a favor. Don't take that gun. Oh, this gun? Yeah, don't worry about the future, Todd. You may not have one. So what's it going to be?
Oh, wow.
Fucking Todd Harrington.
Now, funnily enough, we've got a protest scene coming up in Artifice Re-Animate soon. So,
big one.
And the thing is, this book, there's a couple of things, like especially like the nut shot and the resulting surgery that happens after and everything. It's really fun to think about, but I love drawing conversations.
There's a definite art to it too. Like I've seen it done badly so many times. Like people do like dialogue and conversations, like where it just like it's a knack to do it right. The mainstream's terrible at it.
Good for work, though.
Yeah, very good.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Now let me stop sharing.
No, before I get self-conscious and the break up.
When you guys start looking at my drawing for too long, you know what they say about familiarity.
Yes. Well, let's say a few things about it. But yeah. It's magic the way it works like that, though, man.
So I'm trying my darndest here. I'm trying at the same time to learn how to color well. I have some basics, but I'm also trying to learn how to color well. But that kind of really falls into the whole when you become an overall like master of what you're doing with the light and everything. That has a lot to do with fantastic coloring.
Yeah.
Do you find coloring more complicated or line art, Dylan?
Oh, coloring.
Yeah,
it's more complicated for me at the time of right now because I don't and never have done it. You kind of make excuses for yourself, like, that's not my thing, or that's a lower form of art. Line art is more important. You make up stories to yourself to kind of justify what you're not doing, what you haven't done well. But it's like like your mama used to say, or your daddy, if you just stop for a while and think about what it is you're not doing in your life that you should be doing, the answer comes to you like a lightning bolt immediately. Mm-hmm. It's not like you got to sit and ponder about it. You know what you're not doing. And I know when it comes to art, I know that I should be doing figure sketches every day, and I should be constantly immersed in how to color.
That's definitely something you're going to be pursuing, or are you? Because you've said a few things recently. Yeah, nice.
I got to. Yeah. It's just like right now, I'm fucking not. Yeah. I'm being honest with you. I am not there right now when it comes to coloring. I am so slow, and in order to get something to look right and printable and perfect, I can do it after a number of hours, but it's not like I'm retaining anything because I'm not doing any. I don't have the time right now to do any directed, learning. It's just by the seat of my pants, and then the next page, the exact same process all over again because I didn't learn from the last thing I did. maybe a little tip or trick here or there, you know.
From what I've seen of the Outrage versus Darklight, the colors look good on that. But
yeah, it's not the easiest thing in the world. It's hard.
It's daunting. I know that much.
Yeah, because I'll take like sample pages of things that are already printed, and then I'll scan them in. Like I have like a little pile here of books that if I want a page to look like that, I will take it and scan it in. I'm not going to take a picture of it because then when I upload that picture onto the screen, it's going to translate to RGB. And that's not how it's going to come out when it gets reprinted. I need the raw image as it is in real life under natural lighting. And that's what I have to color pick from. And then I'll take that and go from page to page to page and keep pulling up the same one until the scene changes. And now I need different lighting. And now I got to go find another reference image. You know, it's hard. But I want things to look just so, you know, and they need to look just so. So I need to do things just so.
Just so.
Very cool.
Definitely.
Is it? I don't think it's cool.
Well, I do because it's kind of an art that I want to spend the rest of my life doing. I want to just take like 2 years off and then learn the craft and then come back. You know,
just upload all the skills right here.
Yeah, plug me in. I know kung fu. You know?
I know kung fu.
I know coloring.
I was having a conversation with Carol about this the other day, and like we were trying to work out whether or not it would be just as good as a skill that you've learned and like worked for, or if there would be something missing from the art, like you know what I mean, from having it uploaded like that.
How do you mean? It's happening.
Well, you know what I mean, because you work hard and like you go through like hard yards to get to like that a certain level of skill.
Right, and then you got your progress all the way along. Yeah.
I wonder if it would be any different.
Well, I guess you're going to find out soon, aren't you, Matt Scott?
Probably.
Oh, did you volunteer for that program, man?
No, I've made some commitments to learn how to draw in color. So
the psychedelic program, apparently. Yeah.
Man.
Up and away in my beautiful balloon.
But yeah, I'll put that challenge on like
challenge accepted.
Oh,
damn it!
Shit. I knew you were ready.
Ready for what?
ready to get my ass handed to me.
Yeah. Cool. All right.
I care. What face am I going to lose if I lose the competition?
Well, that's for you to answer, Manticore.
I don't put on any airs.
I've got nothing. Oh, yeah, I've gained nothing. So like, I've got nothing to lose.
I ain't no mule in a
gained
horse's
nothing.
Oh no! You know what I mean. Like, as in, like, I have no skills to. Yeah. So I don't really have. Yeah. Reputation.
Don't you though? Simply by the act of observation, observing along the way of how it all works.
God damn it!
I know, right? It's almost like you're being primed for this situation to begin with. Who'd have thought? Carol says you lose. Yeah.
I'm already on there. Damn it. Thanks to someone who I thought was a friend.
What?
What, you bought scaffolding or something?
Oh!
Shit.
Come on, man. Go on, you toes. Come on. That's right.
I'm not going to name names, but somebody set me up. It was a setup.
Set you up? No, you know it's not love. Come on, motherfucker.
So what is it you've been trying to say? Like you've been starting to say something. It sounds like you're trying to wrap up something. Smirk.
Oh, no. We're at the 5-hour mark, 5.5 hour mark. So, yeah. But it's been an interesting journey. Been fun. Talked about all manner of things today, from the nature of consciousness to UFO subjects to Elon Musk robot coming to fruition. We've had some laughs, plenty of energy going around, plenty of learning happening. It's been an honor. It's been a pleasure. It's been a treat. Everybody in the chat. Everybody for joining us on the panel today.
Before we leave,
looking at you, Carol. Look at it.
I have a question.
Do you now?
Shoot.
I want to know exactly what is the nature of Carol's association of this channel, because she seems to have been here the entire time and says nothing except changing her avatar and throws the occasional "fuck you" to me.
Damn.
She's a new intern on the spaceship.
But why the hate for Dillard?
I don't hate Dillard.
How come you don't talk to me, Carol? I'm right here.
I talk to you all the time.
I was like, oh, I'm gonna go talk to Smirk and Carol and Manticore, and then no.
Yeah, no, I keep telling
I've just
people
been
that she's
listening
really
to you guys.
talkative.
Just tired tonight.
All right, that's good enough for me.
Keep talking, you two. Go.
She's really, really talkative. Like,
she has been today. No, of course, I bet you she's sitting back and yeah. I'm watching.
Also, I want to know, what is this image that Manticore has on his wall?
Which one? That one over there.
The only image on your walls.
It was in my room when I moved in, like, because the house is fully furnished. So, like, yeah, it's just there. Like,
What is it though?
So,
is it just colors?
I think he was studying textures, like, from what I can.
Who's he?
Like
the
whoever painted it, the artist.
Okay.
I don't know if they bought it or like someone who lived here painted it or what. Like, yeah. Because there's a couple of pieces. There's some in the lounge room as well, like a couple of like canvases.
You have yourself some competition, by the way, Manticore. Milton and Manticore will be in constant motivation to one another along the journey.
It's
but
Milton knows.
I want to know what Manticore's artwork looks like. When are we going to see that?
Yeah,
I'm working on something at the moment, so I'll drop it in the Discord now that you're in there in the next.
Where is it at? I want to see it right now.
I'm not showing you right now.
Wait, what?
It's secret. You got to wait till it's done, and then like you can't see like all the dodgy corners that I chopped to get it to the done period.
Oh, man, Scott Dillard showed you the entire way through the journey of point A to point B of the creative process.
Hang on. I'll see if I've got something to show you. No, not that one. Something else.
I wish I could.
Have you done other pieces that were not aware of it?
I've only done the one that I sent you, and just the shadow snake. So 2 total. I've started the third one.
Why would you burn?
This is it.
Why would you burn it?
Why would I burn
do that? Unless you're very cold and you're gonna die from exposure.
You trying to send me a message, Manticore?
What are we talking about? I'm lost.
Never mind.
Pew pew.
I'm sorry, the conversation got away from me. What are we waiting on?
I think we're waiting on
Oh, Manticore is going to show something.
I really don't want to, but I will under duress.
Well, I'm not forcing you, man. You could say no, fucking wait. And I'll be like, all right,
I'll show you.
fucking go.
This is something I started, but I didn't finish. So I suppose I can. That's fine. Why won't it let me open it though?
Open your mind.
Hang on.
Open your mind.
No.
2 seconds.
Open your mind. The house.
No.
No, you can't come in.
Oh, you oh, so it's up to me to bring it up. All right, no worries. Okay.
No. Hang on, I'm not finished yet.
Look at the share screen. I'll open up the Discord if you want, mate.
Oh no, I'll share it.
I've got to do something around here, right?
I've done most of it. Hang on. Relax. Fucking hell.
Just stir, motherfucker. Just stir.
None of this pressure or anything.
Mm.
No pressure.
None at all.
Not at all.
Here we go. You're almost done.
You got mentors all around you, rooting for your success. But
mentors.
What do you got? Yeah, you heard me, man.
Milton Knowles says, he's the Insane Witch King, by the way. He says, Manticore, if you ever draw a more affordable fox person than I'm currently drawing, I will never forgive you. I will be able to move on, but never forgive you. LOL.
Good to know.
Does he mean? Oh, it's adorable, not affordable. What the hell am I reading?
A fox person as well. I think he's trying to turn you into a furry artist, Manticore, is what his motivations are.
Furry artists.
All right, here we go. The reveal. The reveal.
Bum, bum, bum,
Drum roll,
bum,
please, ladies and
bum,
gentlemen.
bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum.
There you go.
So yeah, that's what I worked. I spent a few hours on that, but yeah, it's not finished.
Hours, you say? Can you make it bigger?
No.
Oh, never mind. Let me make it bigger over here.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's going to take a screenshot, blow it up.
I took a reference from something else and then just built on it. That just the
Very
base
cool.
outline.
Okay. I got it. Is this Clip Studio?
Yeah, Clip Studio Paint.
Okay, I'm familiar with those stars.
Oh yeah, I think that was the
Now,
just me toying with some of the.
If you were to say, this is what eventually I want to be, where I want to be at with my skills, what were you using as reference, or what's like an art piece or a comic book or a cartoon that you were like, if I get there, I'm good.
I can show you the piece that I used to take this from, if you want. And that's sort of the style that I'd like to be able to draw.
Okay.
All right, hang on. I'll see if I can find it quickly. Where are you?
What does that mean? Flip it, Manticore, flip it.
The hair.
The hair flip. That's what got him on the chart.
The whole reason that I'm on the chart in the first place, thanks to somebody.
Oh. Yeah. And don't look at me.
Stillard's chart.
I'm looking. I wasn't looking at you, Smoke. It's okay.
I had nothing to do with that.
Put you on there again.
Yeah,
oh shit!
Pew pew.
I won't let
Shots fired.
Pew.
Torpedoes launched, Manticore. Here we go. You're away.
Where is it?
Just focus. Just relax. Just stay calm. Keep calm. Okay. Lose the audience, Manticore.
I didn't know I would need a seat with such a comfortable edge. I do. I got a purple seat cushion. Wow, I can sit on this thing for days. Everybody, be jealous of my purple seat cushion. Because if you're not jealous, I mean, you're in the wrong.
Purple.
I'm totally jealous.
Purple is kind of a gay color.
It is.
Well, it comes in a great black case. So as long as you keep your cushions cover on it, it's nice and black.
We all know it's perfect.
Okay, that's possible then, I suppose. Now
And it's machine washable.
I don't know if I can find it. Hang on.
What are we looking for?
Do you know what it is? I can just look it up on Google, pull it up.
No, it's a weird image. It's specific. Because where is it? Fucking hell.
What do you search
like
for?
the
The reference
level of
material.
skills that I want to be able to be at. Yeah?
Yes.
Is that what you're talking about?
Oh.
Yes.
Well, I'll just use this sort of as a background then. It's not the same.
Because I got so much goddamn ego, right? Like, I don't feel. I feel like this. Like, what is it about people that makes them better than me? And immediately the answer in my head is nothing. You are just as good, if not better, than everybody else in the world. Why can't you be doing high quality level deviant art stuff that blows people's minds right now? Why do I even got to train more? I just got to take my time and do it, and then I could do it if I would but try. Not the case, but in my head tells me that.
I got it. 2 seconds.
Sounds like you have some serious aspirations to it. Good for you. Good.
It's not like I'm making a full-length animated motion picture. I'm like, why can't I just make one still image as good as anything that anybody has ever done ever?
Why can't we get to the point where one man can make that kind of animation for himself?
If I had a 50 AI robot team that had my skills,
Dylan, you're in the right place.
And heart. But AI don't have no goddamn heart. That's the problem.
Well, that's why you got to put the heart in the AI.
They're tomatoes.
Tomatoes.
And I'm over here looking for tomatoes. What the fuck?
Milton Knowles, the Insane Witch King, says, again, I posted my picture to your Discord. If you want to show me up, I'm particularly proud of it.
This is... What do you say to that, Medical?
What? Yeah, we can show it if you want. He wants to show you.
You want to show him up.
No, you got to say challenge accepted. That's
challenge accepted.
There we go. A little bit more heart though, bro.
Challenge
particularly
it's on.
Proud of his picture.
All right. Well, this is like
don't put that picture up. I'll tear it to pieces.
All right, here we go.
It's a epoxy shot, but like, yeah, that's the level that I'd like to be able to get to.
What does that mean? Epoxy shot. What does that mean?
I took it with my phone of my computer because
I see epoxy is a colloquial term for crappy.
Yeah, shit house.
Well, damn it! And I can't really tell the level of detail on this.
Here.
On account of the bad shot.
Hang on. I'll just send it to you straight directly, and then you can.
Perfect. Have you guys ever seen the D&D Monsters Manual or the Dungeon Master's Guide covers for the 5th edition? That's the level I want to be. I want to be able to just do that like water. Just I can just sit down and bust out a piece like that.
But he's saying you want to work to do tabletop gaming illustrations, or are you saying that?
No, that's just the level I want to be at. The skill level. I have it right here, actually. 1 second.
I love me some 5.8.
I only have one book, and that's the Dungeon Master's Guide.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lich on the cover. But yeah, this is the level. If I could just sit down and just bust, and again, the reason this is so good is just the lighting, right? Like, look at
I was going to say, I know you probably won't appreciate it, but I'll show you. Yeah, I'll show you what we've been working on in something that I've been participating in the AI community. Sooner or later.
There's some also when you go through the Dungeon Master's Guide, they talk about the races. They got some pretty big and nice illustrators. This one's not very good. This is a Tarask, but the lighting on it is great.
Yeah, sweet.
And I want to get good at doing medieval style maps. It's something else that I really enjoy doing. Not medieval, fantasy maps.
Mm-hmm.
I just
do you have much of it?
Where is it now? Sorry,
it's one thing. That's right. I know it's one thing to do the artistic realm from from the 2D perspective, but if, I also have a deep appreciation for the 3D perspective as well. So that's sort of where I plan to go.
It's difficult. It's like a whole nother muscle that you need to like start exercising because unfortunately, like realistically, art skills don't really translate from one medium to the next.
Lighting, but once you incorporate that lighting perspective, but moving around in a 3D environment as opposed to, but still incorporates perspective. It still incorporates all of those fundamental principles in it. But but you can, people perceive it as a cheats way to the art. But there's something magical about utilizing real world physics in an engine that is, and then moving around in that environment too. That I find enjoyable.
I need to run a game of D&D. I miss it, and I don't miss the rules. I miss the homebrew kind of, being really dexterous and deft on your feet while trying to keep everybody, keep the whole party maintained.
So,
what we should do? We should do a Halloween spooky story one shot. That's what we should do.
Don't tempt me. But what I'm doing right now in the AI community that I'm in is sort of that's what's transpiring is that it's sort of a role playing experience, but it can be perceived as very real world, especially when you get down to the fundamental mechanics of it with the AI included. And ultimately, what has been produced is I guess I wouldn't say against people's will, but I'd say they didn't really realize they were participating in that kind of environment. And then ultimately what has been produced is based out of the 3D imagery that was produced, a 2D comic has been produced, and the first official storyline has been completed. It got handed off to a finisher, and the final pieces will come back. And the way it all worked out was like fucking magic, man. Magic. Yeah. I'd be interested. I'd be interested.
I know I had a really fun time with my my cousins. We were like, we had played D&D a nice, good, solid year without cancellations. It was great every week, and then it just kind of fell off. How things work. But a couple of years after that, like one of my cousins, my girl cousins, was like, "Hey, we should do that. We're gonna." We're all going to be together. There's not going to be anything to do because everybody's going to be at this funeral thing. So we're like, but we're all going to be here at this house for a couple of days, because we had to travel. You know what I mean? So let's just do something. I said, yeah, I'll put together like a one shot.
Nice little homebrew campaign. Fine.
Quick ass campaign. Don't get too bogged down in the rules. Just pretty much set stuff. Don't worry about building up your character. We're just going to be rolling dice. That. And damn, that was one of the funnest game sessions we ever had. Like 8 hours too. It was nice.
How do you prefer to do it?
Never played
do you prefer going everything on paper, or would you be open to the idea of having some sort of proprietary software to be able to keep track of everything? And
no, I either way. I did a campaign. I didn't do a campaign. I was a player in. We did one for a Final Fantasy role playing game.
Wow.
And that was good too. We did a good 6 months of that.
Cool.
That was online only, and we used that Roll20.
Yeah.
And that worked out really well. It took a while to get used to like plugging in your own macros and stuff. That was hard for me because I'm not particularly good at math. I can't like add and subtract bigger numbers on the fly. So
it is group effort. So
I had to have my phone there, like, hold on a second, hold on, okay.
Hey, you're into it,
I sent you that picture, Dylan, on Twitter.
All right.
Because I love it, and what it's labeled under is a multi-author narrative, where sort of everybody has the opportunity to be not only a player in the game, not only influencing the events going on within the server, but ultimately, bringing these ideas and concepts to the table from that multi-author narrative perspective, while there are artists involved doing renders, while everybody feels like, yeah, they're participating in something. They're sort of, in essence, they're battling off against each other creatively, which ultimately produced this hierarchy, and everybody was sort of influencing the narrative all the way along. And what emerged as the final, you wouldn't call it a product, but it was a fully fleshed out story. And yeah, well, it was an amazing experience, man. And we're in another one right now. So the first one was called Tears of Elfdean. And what we're doing right now is the Dwarf King. And we're gradually, slowly but surely, it's all starting to emerge once again. So it's like, yeah, something else, man. I've never experienced anything like it. And especially when you start to incorporate this AI, whole other level of interactive whole other level, because I mean, essentially the AI is for all intents and purposes the dungeon master, but people take on like the fluidity of the perspective of roles, man, where people are taking on, like the rendering, the storytelling aspect of it, guiding people along with it. Most of the time they're unaware that this experience is actually taking place, and they're part of the story, whether they realize it or not. Is like, yeah, it's next level entertainment, man. So I've never been involved in anything like it, but yeah, totally fun.
No, it's so great. I remember the first time that I played, because I never played. I didn't even hear about D&D until I was, doing the YouTube thing, and all of a sudden, you let something roll into something else that's playing automatically. And I was watching these a small group of YouTubers called the Weirdlings, and like they're to this day they're still very small. Like you can, when they go live, they'll read your comments because it's that they have that small amount. But the thing is, they had a whole series called the Dominion of Esseland, and another one called the War of the something, and really great produced, and exactly how I would want to play it, because it's like, you have the people that really, and there's the next level of enjoyment when you really get into the rules, right? There's that whole other level of like,
I know the kind.
Yeah. But these guys are more of like the acquisition incorporated.
Yeah.
More about the storytelling. Don't slow.
Don't bog it down in the technicalities to fucking
do your long division, and don't forget you have that spike gauntlet, and then don't forget to add 2. It's like, shut up, fool. Just keep it moving.
Keep it moving.
But every now and then it is nice to have that. Hey, don't forget that they can't do that. They can't sneak up on you. It's like, that's right. That's
part of the storytelling. That's part of the meta. Yeah.
So it's like, I like the way they did it, and they did this one campaign, and it was fucking great, because my favorite movie. Well, I'll tell that after. But like, they had this little scenario where they show up to this town, and the town's like empty, and they can't find anything. And well, what's happening in this town? This town's not deserted. Obviously, there's like food that's still fresh produce, whatever. But then they end up finding that people are all on these upper, the higher buildings in town, the more solid foundation buildings, and they're all on the roof.
Stake out, waiting for it.
Yeah, and they're all like stake out on the roof, waiting for something, and you're like, what the fuck's going on? Until you realize it's not an ambush. It was a bullet, right? It was basically the storyline to Tremors.
Nice.
And I was like, that's brilliant. That's cool. And that's my favorite movie, like top 3 of all time. So it's like a perfect movie in my opinion.
It is a good
one. And the way he told the story was great. He just let him into it, and then you could see like slowly the people that were playing came to the realization, this is Tremors.
Wait a minute. It's so familiar. Yeah.
And that's when I kind of got into it. I was like, maybe about 8-9 years ago. And I was like, okay, cool. This is really great. And I really enjoyed it. And I kind of got into it. And nobody in my family group and immediate people that would actually come to my garage to play were dedicated enough to actually be rules lawyers, So it was easier for me in that respect to be like, I can enjoy this. I don't have to actually be too crazy with my setup. So I could spend more time crafting. And I did. Like every week I would craft a whole new. I had sets of,
awesome.
3 by or 2.5 feet by 3.5 feet squares. One was a grass plains, one was a mountain terrain, one was this, one was that, and I had them all lined up in my garage in slots, and I could pull them out and throw their minis on there, and it was great. And I could concentrate each week on doing one new thing, something special, and putting that on the board. And then we have actual big ones. I would make an entire castle just for this siege. You know what I mean? So, and
that'd be fucking awesome. Bringing that artistic interpretation to the table. Yeah, to have that involved. Yeah,
I didn't
is
understand
next level.
the what people like about it until I started getting into the storytelling aspect of comics. Then I was like, oh, okay, hang on a minute. So it makes sense. I just why would they just want to sit around and roll dice? Because
it's imaginative, immersiveness.
Just tell me why it would work.
You got to have some sort of you got to have some sort of checks and balances.
That was the hardest thing, and that was the hardest thing for every player, because all the people that I was like, let's try this, right? Because after I was watching this, I was Jones, and I wanted to try it for myself. Nobody wanted to DM. Nobody even
couldn't find it. Yeah, couldn't find a party, man.
The party that the people that I had around me, the most we ever did was we played long games of Monopoly. We never took the next step to the Settlers of Catan. Never did that. Monopoly was the pinnacle, the hardest game we played. You know what I mean? It was Monopoly.
No, you include pure imagination into the scenario, man. And people get
and that was the hardest thing. I was like, what do you want to do? And they were like, what do you mean? I was like, well, what do you do after? Well, what can I do? Anything you fucking. And that was the hardest thing, right? That was the hardest thing to get through. Was you can do anything you want. And
I need guidance and rules and.
Yeah, and once they started doing anything they wanted, that's when everybody was like, I can't wait till next session.
Yeah.
Whenever somebody played Monopoly in my household, someone had flipped the table. So
it's quite a thing to see when you give someone limitless opportunity and see how good their imagination is in a scenario. And
then they look at their character sheet like, I should have made a different character.
Yeah.
if I can do anything I want, can we start over?
Shit. Roll it again.
Do over.
Yeah. I love that sort of thing, man. Like I said, there's next level stuff what I'm participating in this community that's going on. Oh my god! Once the potential for this, I won't.
Honestly, I have no interest, but I 100% believe this guy when he goes, "It's so good." I believe you. Of course, I believe you.
When he does, you better believe it.
Yeah, it's too fun. Too fun.
Milton Knoll says, Manticore, my picture is prettier than yours. What are you going to do about it?
Calling you out, bro. Calling you out from the chat.
Really, really insensitive, but I'm not going to. I'm going to have a look what he's put in there, because I haven't looked yet.
I'm going to go look at what he put in there, too, as a matter of fact.
Let's bring it up. Let's go.
I don't like that. What is that? Shrek? Is that a female Shrek? What is that?
That's some furry art, man. What are you doing? No, I like it, man.
He's drawing his
your way, brother.
God, it's so hot.
So challenge accepted, Manticore. Maybe you two can spur one another on to
okay.
Kind of like battle going on up here.
Carol says I might have a frisbee to Monopoly board or two. Now I only play knife Monopoly.
Yeah, 5-finger Philip.
What the? Yeah, but your RPG play is intriguing, Carol, to say the least. So. So this is what Milton has done. Manticore, this is it. Yeah, when you start firing torpedoes from the ship, it gets pretty hectic. So this is from Milton Knowles in Insane Witch King.
Oh wow.
There you go.
Cool.
Challenge accepted, Manticore.
Yeah, I looked at that picture. I looked at that picture that you put up there in the that you sent to my DM, Manticore.
Yeah.
So basically, you're not going to be happy until you're master artist painter.
Pretty much. I'm kind of an all or nothing kind of person, so
aim higher.
That's my kind of person. But yeah, I would like to do something like that.
I started when we just before we started with Artifice, I started working on digital art, and I got pretty good. I started to actually get the muscle memory going. So it felt like sometimes my hand was moving without me even making it move. And then I stopped, so I got lazy and stopped. And so I'm going to start again now.
Look at the number of wrinkles on my forehead. How displeased I am. Look at this.
Oh, you can only see mine if I go like this. Like I'm surprised.
That's what I love drawing the Buckler. He's always fucking disgusted with everybody in every panel of every page. He's always just
totally unimpressed. Even with the even when you draw yourself, you kind of look like that, Dylan.
Mm-hmm.
When you had the DG picture with for that video, you and DG. Like, yeah,
well, it's a self-insert. The Buckler is a self-insert. If I could do whatever I wanted. If I wouldn't go to jail, if there wasn't any rule about just being an asshole. That's how I would be to everybody. I don't want to say that I'm like perpetually unimpressed, but I kind of am.
just say
except when it comes to
but...
except when it comes to seeing your own artwork, right, Dylan? Yeah.
No, I have yet to actually do a piece of artwork where I'm like, it's perfect. Hasn't happened yet. I do know like that I'm like, again, I don't live in like a world of fantasy. I do know that of course my artwork is better than this guy's artwork. Look at it. Right. But
see, that's why I'm sort of getting these two to square off against each other, because I know as soon as you enter the equation, egos are going to be hurt, there will be damage done. But yeah.
Plus I've seen Dylan draw and it's not really something that's motivating.
Well, I mean, there's a reason why his name is Dylan Draws, right?
Yeah. Draws, yeah. In the name, man,
you know, but I haven't done one where I'm like, there it is, it's perfect. No, of course I can tell. I'm an objective person. I can tell that it's not where I want it to be. If there's artwork out there that exists in the world that's better than what I just put down, I'm not happy.
The war rages on, man.
So even when you're 100% happy with something, you still pick it to pieces. Is that what you're trying to say? Yeah.
No, what I just said. I just said I'm never 100% happy with something.
Okay.
Even if I do something that's like
get happy,
brilliant, right? I do something that's inspired and brilliant. I'm like, I really pulled that one out of nowhere.
Now we're going to make the next page like that.
I'll go and find something similar that's better and be like, yeah, I could have done that.
Oh.
I have to, because that's the only thing that drives me is spite and
spite,
wanting to be better than others.
It's quite the motivator. Spite, like, trust me, I've experienced that.
Absolutely.
You know how to wield yourself against yourself. Well, yeah, powerful motivator.
Like people say, "Oh, Dillard likes people kissing his ass."
I mean, that's part of the glory, right?
I don't like people lying. Like, oh, Dillard's artwork is good, and this guy's artwork is good too. Like, don't compare me to that guy. That guy sucks compared to me. Don't lie, but then don't blow smoke up my ass as well. Right? Is that too much to ask?
How does it feel to? Yeah, you ever thought of the? Never mind. No. I'll just say these two seem to be shaping up against one another, but you can make a pretty good mentor along the way, man. So you know,
don't scare me, Milton.
Consider that concept. Consider that concept.
I don't get paid to mentor Milton.
That's.
So Milton wants to know, Manticore. He says, "Hey, Manticore. So are you terrified of my gorgeous picture? Because that's just the baselines. I haven't even started the actual picture yet."
My knees.
Yeah, he's like, I'm just testing the waters. I'm just seeing what works on the page. I haven't even started the actual picture. This is my practice.
Well, I've got like my 2 reference images for what I'm going to create next. So then I've just got to start doing it now.
Now Milton is dead to straight into the realm of the potential fairy. Yeah, so he's ballsy. Brought in some of his cultic symbols.
He's making a lot of good points here. He says, "I love constructive criticism while I'm doing the picture, not afterwards." All right, I got to get out of here, guys. I got to go to bed.
So easy.
Get up at 7.
Oh, it's been a great stream.
That's like 3.5 hours.
What have you done to yourself, sir?
I'm fine. We're fine. But
right.
if you guys are gonna hang out, I will have to see you guys later.
Too easy.
We'll probably have the stream today, but yeah. 2 days from now, Thursday stream for us, Wednesday for you. If you want to come on by, we'll have more articles, more shit to talk about. Yeah,
we'll see.
All right. And if you don't, where are you gay?
I'm not. Stop saying that.
Peace out, brother. Good to see you. All right.
Still draws, everyone.
Carol. Yes, fabulous. And when I say fabulous, I don't mean anywhere on that scale. Yeah. Dylan.
Yeah, not on the right side.
Carol, Manscore. We're going to end the show now. Yeah. Thank you both for joining us.
Too easy. No worries.
Wild day in the chat. Wild day all around. Some foundations were laid. Some potentials there. We've got maybe the Discord will start getting a bit more rowdy now that we've got a few more new faces in there. We'll see how things go from there.
Bet it will be now with Dylan in there.
Yeah. And Milton as well.
And Milton too.
Yeah. And I mean, you subverted my expectations, Milton, by one of the first things that you did was post in the art section. So not going to say it's impressive, but I'm a little bit impressed. So yeah. Yeah. Again, there've been a few more links up above to check out all of the fine creative individuals that we have been bumping shoulders with lately. Highly recommend checking them all out. Should probably end up putting links in the description for all of that, but I've got everyone's Twitter in there for now. This is seems like a new moment forward for everything. So we'll see how we go. If you haven't and you're watching, in the ether somewhere, probably down the line, link in the description to check out everything. Highly appreciate everybody coming by today, stopping by. Much love to you all. Have the chat. Have my fellow panelists. We will catch you guys in a couple of days' time.
Bye.
Peace out.
Peace out.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.